On behalf of my co-chair, Jesper Kjær, I'd like to welcome you to our HMA EMA workshop on real-world data and real-world evidence, which is being organised under the auspices of the Big Data Steering Group. This workshop reflects our multi-stakeholder approach, where we work to deliver transformative change through partnerships with stakeholders, leveraging what each stakeholder can bring. Particularly in the area of data governance and data quality, I'd like to emphasize TEDUS, the joint action towards a European health data space, as well as our work with industry, patients, data access bodies, and data holders. This multi-stakeholder approach will be the secret to success going forward. Real-world evidence is a critical subset of clinical evidence. So I would like to set out our vision for clinical evidence before we move on. We believe that evidence generation should be planned and guided by data, knowledge, and expertise. That research questions should drive the evidence choice, embracing the spectrum of data and methods. That clinical trials will remain core, but need to be better and faster, and sometimes bigger. Real-world evidence will be enabled and its value established, and the patient voice should guide us every step of the way. Finally, high levels of transparency will underpin societal trust. In this way, we can support excellent clinical evidence, because at the core of every successful marketing authorization dossier is excellent clinical evidence. So turning now to real-world data and real-world evidence, this workshop is part of the transformation, focusing on enabling use and establishing value. Before drilling down into our workshop structure, I'd like to take stock of the profound change we see ahead of us, the change that drives this transformation. Firstly, we have change in terms of science and technology. One critical element I'd like to emphasize is artificial intelligence, AI. It's becoming plausible to use AI across the entire real-world data analytical pipeline, from using large language models to generate drafts of study protocols, summarizing existing evidence or structured data, to use machine learning models to identify populations of interest, perform confounding adjustments, or develop clinical prediction models to anticipate adverse reactions or who may benefit most from a medicine. Leveraging these opportunities will bring value to public health, but also carries challenges that must be addressed to ensure scientific and statistical rigor. Not only will AI become more prevalent in real-world data analytics, but across the whole medicine's life cycle, which is why the Big Data Steering Group with the CHMP Methodology Working Party are developing an AI reflection paper, which will be released for public consultation in July and followed up by a stakeholder workshop, a multi-stakeholder workshop in November. The other change that I would like to single out is the profound change in policy and legislation. I'm sure Sarah Almeida will go into this in more detail, but the European health data space, likely to be adopted into European law next year, will bring huge opportunity to optimize how we can use healthcare data for research. And the recently adopted legal proposal under the pharmaceutical strategy underpins and reinforces the regulator's role in real-world evidence and its place in decision-making. Now let's have a look at our 2 days together. Today, we have a deep dive on real-world data quality. We'll be looking at the EU data quality framework and on the data quality work of TEDUS, and hearing considerations from industry as well as some of the member states. We'll then listen to your feedback on the data quality approach with a view to informing a specific considerations document on real-world data quality. Day 2 will move from data quality to real-world evidence, and we'll share experience from different stakeholder groups. We'll have a deep dive into Darwin EU, we'll discuss patient registries, and we'll review the experience of real-world evidence during the COVID-19 pandemic. We'll then draw some conclusions. And all of this work will inform our transformation to enabling the use and establishing the value of real-world evidence across the different use cases in medicines regulation. We have a fascinating and interactive 2 days ahead of us. I wish everybody a great workshop, as together we can make this transformation to excellent clinical evidence. Thank you very much indeed. And it's my great pleasure to hand straight to Sarah Almeida from DG Sante European Commission for the Commission's perspective. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. It's my pleasure to join you today on behalf of DigiSante at this multi-stakeholder workshop on real-world data and real-world evidence for regulatory decision-making. I thank you for the invitation, and I'm also very honored to be welcoming you alongside Peter and Jasper. Next slide, please. I will focus my opening remarks on the Commission proposal for a revised pharmaceutical legislation, which was adopted very recently on the 26th of April. This proposal is part of the pharmaceutical strategy for Europe, which is one of the flagship initiatives of this Commission. The proposal aims to address a number of topics which go far beyond the scope of today's workshop. So I will be telling you some of the objectives that could speak more to you in today's workshop. Next slide, please. So the proposal is a four-part package, which includes a communication. The communication explains, the reason why the proposal came about and the different options, and guides you in understanding this overall proposal. And then it includes a new regulation and a new directive, which also include the orphan and pediatric legislation, which are currently in separate legislations. Another very important element of this work is the Council recommendation on AMR, which builds on the action plan against AMR. Next slide, please. So, as I mentioned, it's quite a broad proposal which has 6 key political objectives, very important objectives on access, improving access to medicines for every patient in the EU or wherever they live. We have other elements in the proposal in the legislation that are addressing availability, shortages and security of supply, being very prominent in the proposal. Also, the pharmaceutical legislation aims to improve affordability indirectly because of the remit that covers the pharmaceutical legislation, aiming also to have a competitive regulatory framework vis-a-vis in other international regulatory frameworks. There are elements to increase environmental sustainability and then also combating AMR. In light of today's topic, my presentation will address the elements contributing to a streamlined and agile regulatory framework catering for innovation. So I will be at times speaking of data, which is what brings us here today. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, in this slide, you have we highlight some of the current challenges that the proposal aims to address. So we see, if we compare the European Union with other regulatory frameworks, namely our friends across the Atlantic, we see that we have longer approval times than other regions. Of course, the experience of COVID taught us that we can do a lot, and I think also we could do the impossible. But still, we could identify opportunities to improve on also in non-crisis situations. So there, in the proposal, you see that there is a proposal to have a faster authorization procedure in terms of number of days. There are also a number of provisions that aim at increasing regulatory efficiency, and here a lot on simplification of procedures, efficiency, and very importantly, digitization and better use of data. You will also see a provision on regulatory sandboxes. So this is very exciting to do such a work, also listening to innovation and really looking for a proposal that is future-proof, because opportunities like this, they don't come often. The last revision was 20 years ago. Other elements there, existing challenges on administrative burden that the proposal aims to reduce, and also the clock stop mechanism that we aim to improve how fast we handle procedures without compromising on the high standards of safety, quality, and efficiency of medicines that are approved in the EU. Next slide, please. I now go into more details on some of the new elements that you will see in the proposal. I kept the reference to the articles in the regulation and the directive for ease, because it's quite a long read for everyone. So one important element of the proposal is how we looked at how we could improve the clarity on the interplay between different legislative frameworks, as we see more and more products, and luckily innovation is bringing new solutions, but more interplay between legislations, which comes from the complexity and innovation of the products that come to the desk of regulators. So there was an effort to clarify remits and regulatory remits, and also improve collaboration where possible and where needed. You will also see that we introduced the possibility for a scientific recommendation decision on the regulatory status of medicinal product under development. This is also something new. And we thought about adapted frameworks with different regulatory requirements that are tailored to characteristics of certain novel medicines. As I mentioned earlier in my presentation, there is indeed an aim to reduce the assessment and the approval time to 226 days. Next slide. Also, in this spirit, we have injected the possibility for regulators to reject immature applications and to limit clock stops that delay this decision. Another element on digitalization, and here more on digitalization of procedures, is we added the possibility for the electronic submission of applications, both in the regulation and the directive. A lot of work is happening, really important work on the development and hopefully very soon implementation of electronic product information. Here I salute again EMA colleagues and HMA colleagues for this important work that brought us to a moment where we have a level of understanding and maturity to have very clearly in the proposal the recognition of electronic product information, something that we don't have today. So this will allow, the Commission is confident, better patient information and also reduce costs for developers. And we also aim that it helps addressing shortages, as it would be easier to move stocks from one place to another. Here, of course, I include the provisions on multi-language packages. Another element important here is the facilitation of repurposing, and here EMA has experience already with the pilot, and we wanted to reflect this in the proposal as well. Next slide, please. So, of course, regulatory support, scientific advice. This is a very important activity of the EMA, and here we have enhanced this early regulatory support, especially for medicines under unmet medical needs, and this is something that is happening today. And you can see it in more detail in the proposal. We have abolished the need for a risk management plan. So as a general rule, it would not be required anymore for generic and biosimilars, as the reference medicinal product already has such a plan. We have added this article on marketing authorization in exceptional circumstances, and we kept, of course, the possibility for conditional marketing authorization. But I invite you to read these provisions in more detail, because you will see some new elements there. Next slide, please. We've had an experience with COVID that was unique for our regulators, and we all became aware and used to the rolling review. This possibility was not in the legislation, and it became essential to address the pandemic that we were facing. And you will see in the proposal a reflection of this possibility for DMA to review data in phases, of course, depending on situations which you have explained in the proposal. We also have added a provision on the active substance master file, aiming at avoiding duplication of assessment of chemicals for the same active substance. You will no longer see the reference to the sunset clause, and also we remove the need for renewals of marketing authorization. Also, always with the spirit of optimizing marketing authorizations. I believe this is my last slide, and I just wanted to conclude my intervention by mentioning that we've had a lot of experience in applying the legislation since 2004, time of the last revision, and there has been also immense scientific and technological progress, as mentioned by Peter in his introduction. So while we are confident that the proposal that was adopted by the Commission in April, that it will better enable the use of real-world data and real-world evidence for the regulation of medicines, it is very good to see how much is happening, and so much is happening in the regulatory science field. So I would like to conclude by thanking Emma and HMA for all the great work and the great collaboration in this field. I would like to highlight some of the recent achievements of the Big Data Steering Group and the work of Darwin EU, in particular the publication of the report in which Emma shares the experience in conducting studies with real-world data, and the completion of 27 studies. This is a lot for 1 year and a half work. Also, in the context of Darwin EU, the onboarding of data partners, there are 10 more will come, and there will be 16 studies that will be initiated during this year. So this is really the core of the work, and from the Commission side, the aim is always to enable the use of data, and to have a regulatory framework that can be even more supportive than what it is today. So for now, I just like to wish you a good workshop and I look forward to learning with you over the next 2 days. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Sarah. Great to have the perspective from the Commission and a broader look at the horizon in terms of the legislative framework. Great pleasure then to hand to Jesper Kjær, Director of the Danish Medicines Agency's Data Analytics Centre and co-chair of the Big Data Steering Group for the final of the 3 openings. Please, Jesper.
Oh, thank you, Peter, and thank you also to Sarah for the remarks here. Advancing data analytical capability has actually been a priority across the regulatory network for Europe since 2020 and also leading into that. It started out with the Big Data Task Force recommendations and the report on that. But we actually did an assessment along the way in 21-22 amongst some of the national competent authorities and published our findings and thoughts in a position paper we have online on clusters of excellence. Really discussing amongst the NCAs who were spearheading analytical work in collaboration with what is being done in the Big Data Steering Group. Some of the thoughts we brought up in those discussions were to really foster the better use of real-world data across the board, as that is really a key important priority also at a national level. Amongst the things we identified to enable real-world data and advanced analytics, amongst us were sharing experiences, standardizing legal agreements for data access, sharing amongst us a portfolio of use cases, harmonized terminology so we actually would come to speak the same language in a setting where we definitely needed to mature that, develop best practices, create a catalog of available data, and harmonize of metadata and core variables. All of that to enable agencies across the network to advance in the use of data analytics, and really so we can together ensure future-proof regulations. Now, obviously, this is very much on the demand side of what we needed to achieve across many member states. But there's no doubt that the Big Data Steering Group and the work also done here and presented over the next day and a half really helps us to achieve those change management ambitions in order to become more analytical in our way of working. So this is really to look at the complementarity of what we will have in the program for the next day and a half. The data quality framework really speaks to the need of harmonizing our understanding about data quality. So very much looking forward to that today. We will also have to look at the use cases from the member state approaches when we talk about assessing and improving data quality across the board, really as an important initiative to make all boats float. We will be discussing the impact of systems and processes on the data quality and give an overview of the data quality metrics in the DQF. Again, important work between us in the HMA as well, and commonly in our work in the entire network. And all of that, as I said earlier, to create that common terminology and sharing the experiences by use cases, best practices, leading to harmonization. So this is really where the network and the effort are coming so nicely together. And further, for the platforms, we'll have a closer look at the use of real-world evidence in a regulatory assessment and decision-making process by taking a deeper dive into the Darwin EU, where we are now entering phase 2. Also sharing the opportunities and challenges related to the use of registries and important use cases from the past years about the use of real-world evidence to address public health emergencies, learnings, and a view into the future. There's no doubt that the common Darwin EU platform and the work around processes, technology, harmonization, legal data access agreements are also of high importance at a national level to achieve future where solutions and collaborations are enabling the entire network to advance in the use of data analytics to ensure future-proof regulations nationally in collaborations with the EU regulatory network. So thank you. And back to you, Peter, to get us started.
Well, great. Thanks very much. So colleagues, stakeholders, we've heard a perspective from EMA, a perspective from the Commissioner's perspective from a leader from the heads of national agencies and the co-chair from the Big Data Steering Group. I would suggest we then move straight on to our first session, which is on the development of a data quality framework, status update and next steps. And it's like ping pong, yes, but I hand straight back to you because you're going to chair us through this session.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Peter. And I think for the data quality framework on the updates, this session will have the first opportunity to learn about the latest achievements by TEDIS, the joint action towards European health data space with regards to technical scientific aspects of data quality. And in particular, TEDIS is in the process to publish their data quality framework, so we'll hear about that. Next, we'll listen to EMA update on the publication of the EU data quality framework, following the public consultation. We'll hear about the foreseen next steps and timelines for development of real-world data chapter of the EU data quality framework. And on this occasion, it is worth highlighting the excellent collaboration between EMA, the network, and TEDIS for the development of the two data quality frameworks. The collaboration was aiming for finding synergies, discussing different opinions and ensuring that the two frameworks are complementary. But I'd like to hand over to Enrique Bernal Delgado to talk to us about TEDA's data quality framework.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you, Jesper. Very excited today because we are coming to an end in the 2.5 years work in TEDA's UN Action. As you may imagine, the type of data quality framework that we are showing to you today is a bit of the comes out of a compromise between the, so to say, the scientific side of data quality and the fact that the joint action actually collates the member states and associated countries up to 25, discussing about data quality within a context, which is the development of the European health data space for secondary use, for secondary purposes. So this TEDA's UN Action is one of the flagships of that, or flagship projects of that development. And this is, so to say, the frame under which all the conversation have come to this end, that I must say I'm very proud of. I'm speaking today as the head of the work package within the TEDA's UN Action has been leading this conversation of compromise between the member states and the scientific and technological side of data quality, so to say. It's going to be brief, and as Jesper said, tomorrow actually this data quality framework document will be approved in the steering committee of the TEDA's UN Action, and very likely will be released public along the month of July. So that will be available for you. I'm not putting any link here that you can take, unfortunately. So basically, when we start this process, there was a vision that was present in the first conversations, in the early conversations, on what we should be providing to the European health data space for secondary use were solutions for a trustworthy secondary use of health and health data. With this vision of promoting the transformation of European health systems all around. And with a broad sense that this data quality framework should serve 3 general purposes: research and innovation, regulation, and policy making. So with these very loose boundaries, we started this conversation with all our colleagues. Sorry. Well, the data quality framework has come up with a definition of data quality, but not just quality, also utility. There has been a pragmatic approach instead of going towards and just keep in mind that we have to combine these two worlds that many times don't speak each other, with a view to be pragmatic in the engagement of all potential actors within the mobilization of this type of data, health data, that is usually sensitive. We have to think of this data quality framework as part of the data life cycle. And this data life cycle has 2 big components. So one is the data generation. We'll show you an image later in my next slide. But the data generation is somewhere else. When you reuse it, because this is for secondary usage, you have to be clear about the fact that you need to prepare the data for this secondary use, research, innovation, whatever the use that I mentioned. And then there will be an interaction between the final user of these data and those that are granting the access to the data under this jurisdiction of GDPR. So the idea for this value framework was let's plan those activities, those services that should be enhanced data quality at each stage of this data life cycle to make visible who is responsible of what every time. So key elements is the third so to say big chapter that you will find in the data quality framework. The key elements in the implementation of this data quality framework are these 5 that I mentioned here. On the one hand, there is a close look at those that are going to prepare the data for secondary purposes. And then we provide some recommendations on data quality management and quality assurance models. And particularly, we clearly provide recommendation of implementing something. So this recommendation is for the Commission and the member states, implementing a process to allow data holders to mature over the years. It's not, an on and off approach to it, but a recursive process of evaluation and improvement. A second element that is clear in a clear part in this data quality framework is we provide overall recommendation about semantic interoperability approach. Again, this has to be recursive and incremental. We don't want all the data holders to map out to a single standard. We want them to use the standards they use and to progressively map to common data models that allow further use, more accurate use of the resources they are actually hosting. A third element is about publishing and cataloging and publishing the data sets the data holders hold. And in this particular case, the focus is put on the need of labeling quality and utility for each data set data holders are maintaining. Then there is a fourth element. The fourth element that is try to take a closer look at the impact of the minimization and purpose limitation principle and how this principle can jeopardize the utility of the data. And then what we suggest is the use of, along with all the colleagues in the technological side of TEDAS, using utility preserving privacy enhancement technologies. And the final one is about the return of the digital outputs that comes out of the research, the use in the research and innovation processes. Return those digital objects. Digital objects may be maps of standards, maybe data sets, maybe any improvement on the analytical pipelines. Return those to those data holders from which the data were extracted. Then there is another chapter that is focusing on governance, actors, roles, governance mechanisms. And then finally, we provide guidance on how to implement it upon 13 recommendations with fairly strong agreement in all the World Package 6 members. There are 15 member states. So what about governance? Let me take a bit back to the point about governance. So, and this is the data life cycle that I was referring to. So on the left-hand side, you have the collection of data in the type of data that we are thinking of. As I said at the beginning, no many boundaries. So we are thinking of any kind of data that can be of interest for research, innovation, regulation, and policy making. We are not talking about that. The focus of this framework is not improving the data at origin, when they are primarily collected, is when the data crosses that border in green and gets into the health data at the European health data space for secondary purposes. And you will see that there are two big steps that I mentioned: the data preparation at data holders level and the interaction with the user that will take place between the user itself and the health data access bodies as the regulatory proposal for the European health data space states. In the data preparation side, there are many services and activities that data holders have to provide to the users. Data management procedures, data quality assurance procedures, mapping to semantic standards, data set linkage, implementation of privacy enhancement technologies, publishing metadata on datasets, metadata cataloging, datasets procedures, enrichment. And on the right-hand side, in the interaction with the users, health data access bodies and secure process environments linked to them will have to minimize the data to limit the purposes of the access to the data, to process the data in a way that are kept useful, to allow the research results return, and then get the user's feedback on the fitting for purposes of the data they got. So these are colleagues, these are friends, the achievements in the end, in 3 slides. there is a quite extended document that you will be able to consult along July, and hopefully is of use for you in the process of this work on real world data and real world evidence in the upcoming months. Thank you very much. Back to you.
Oh, thank you, Enrique, and very much looking forward to that. Exciting to see some of the feedback mechanisms you have here. We'll just defer questions until after the next presentation. And just for housekeeping information for everyone, this session is being recorded and broadcasted. Don't feel shy to ask questions once we get to it, but just for your information, you should probably know. Anna Coscino, physician and senior EMA data scientist, leading the development of the EU data quality framework and the real world data chapter, to talk to us across the room here, as I can see you, on data quality framework, the published document. Over to you, Anna.
Thank you, Esper, and good afternoon. We actually had the chance to see a little bit a preview of the document Enrique was talking about, and yes, it's really nice one. So it's my task this afternoon to refamiliarize you with the data quality framework, the published document, to bring back this topic closer to that we're gonna spend the next quite a few hours discussing. And can I have the first slide, please? So I'm going to start by reminding you about the background and the scope of this exercise. We will then look together through the timeline and next steps of this work that we have undertaken in the past year. We will spend some time to go a little through concepts. We'll have a walkthrough to the concepts to make sure that they are clear, that before we embark in the rest of the afternoon, we are clear on what is what. We will then go to touch upon the public consultation comments, and lastly, we will look at the topic of today, the real-world application of data quality framework. And if I can have the next slide, yeah. So this is an extract of the joint HMA-EMA BDSG work plan 2022 to 2025, and it's often how we start from our point of view, our presentations, to a callback to where this all started from, and it's into working into recommendations that came from the big data steering group. One of them being that we need a good data quality and representativeness document, a data quality framework. I will also, so in this topic, we see the publishing of the EU data quality framework and also the publishing of the real world data quality framework deep dive as a milestone of this recommendation. I'll also call the attention briefly on the third recommendation that you see on this slide, which is on data discoverability. As you may have noticed also in Enrique's presentation, there's a lot of callback on metadata of data sources, and we're going to do one as well later on this afternoon. Next slide, please. Super, thank you. In terms of background and scope, it's just a selection of things that I think it's worth to remind you of. One of them is that we start to draft this work under the sponsorship of Big Data Steering Group recommendations, so the HMA-EMA Joint Working Group. What happened also last year is that after the setup of the methodological working party of the CHMP, the sponsorship of this deliverable has been co-shared between these two groups. So we've been lucky enough to have the support of two such organizations. We have also the third very important point to note is that the document has been developed also in close collaboration with TEDAS joint action, so towards the European health data space that you heard of a little earlier from Enrique, and that we will also plan to continue this collaboration in the context of the EHDS2 pilot to come. Worth noting that the EU data quality framework is aiming to describe concepts that are applicable to all data sources used in medicine regulation across EU regulatory network. So it's not meant to be specific about real world, not just yet. The document that was published is looking into everything. So it sets up some overarching concepts at a high level. And the intention is that once this is set, which is very close to be the case, to also have other deep dives in specific use cases. So for instance, we will develop, say, other regulatory needs as applicable, but the very first of such extensions is the real world data deep dive, which is the topic of today's workshop. Next slide, please. And a brief look at the milestones that through which we went to reach here today. Last year, in the beginning, we started by looking at ample landscape analysis to look at the to research existing documentation on existing data quality frameworks, other regulators, existing, say, Sentinel or CANSNet framework and so on, and we looked at it together to make sure we have a good basis to start from. Afterwards, we had in April, we had a workshop similar to this one, where we had some very useful conversation. We had some breakout session there that were very insightful in the further drafting of this document. We then moved on in October. We were in a position to publish a first draft of this document that was put out there for a written public consultation that went through November. Which brings us to this year. At the beginning of this year, we have looked through those comments and we have clarified with wherever we needed, and we have went back and redrafted the document according to this feedback. And then we had some internal reviews as well to ensure the consistency with other EMA guidelines and to look from all points of view at the document we have proposed. So with all this almost in its final phases, we expect in July to publish this redrafted version of the data quality framework for the entire medicine regulation. Next slide, please. So from this point, for 2 or 3 slides, we're just going to look a little closer at the concepts proposed by this data quality framework, since this overall view would be helpful to have before diving in each topic in the afternoon sessions. So we're looking, what we proposed in our data quality framework is to split all the determinants that contribute to a data quality in 3 main categories. We're looking at foundationals, the ones that are talking about the process to generate, collect, and expose data. So what contributes to the quality of a data set, but it's not part of the data set itself. So the first foundational layer. We then look further at the intrinsic determinants, and that means aspects that are inherent to a specific data set, that are specific to that data set, and the quality aspects that can be assessed or stated about the data set, but independently from the way this was generated. So it puts those into a specific category, generally describing further metrics and so on. And then thirdly, we're looking at question-specific determinants, talking about aspects that are defined by a specific research question, and it's about everything that pertains to data quality that cannot be assessed or measured without a defined research question or method. So everything from the point of view of the research question and the fit for purpose of that of the data for that question. The next slide, please. And in terms of what every other data quality framework out there, it defines some dimensions, and we did also the same here. Naturally, we would have some differences with our other data quality framework, which we try to explain in our documents, and these are as follows. So we're looking at reliability, so whether the data is correct and is representing what is meant to represent. So underneath, we would have some sub-dimensions and details on things like precision, is the data precise enough, accuracy, plausibility, and things in that respect. So that would be the reliability. Another dimension refers to extensiveness, so how much data is there, and that would look at things such as, for instance, completeness, also things as coverage. So this would be sub-dimensions of this dimension that are included in extensiveness. Thirdly, we have a dimension of coherence. So can data be analyzed as a whole from point of view, say, of the format? Is the format consistent in various parts of the data set, or perhaps structural, semantic? We'll also look at things like uniqueness. Is the data duplicated? So all of these components that look at coherence of the data that make allow the data set to be analyzed in a whole, as a whole. The fourth dimension proposes timeliness. So is data available at the right time, particularly important in a regulatory setting? And we're talking about things as currency, how current is that data, how available is when you need it, and things like lateness. And last but not least at all is the relevance, which so everything sort of builds up towards the dimension saying whether the data that we're looking at is relevant it's suitable for a research question. So it's a dimension reaching out to the question specific part of the whole framework. And these dimensions, I was saying that they're out there in various shapes and forms. They're following in the recommendations that were set out initially by the TEDAS group. Next slide, please. So what I presented so far, then it adds up into what we define as maturity model. So I'm drawing your attention to the right bottom corner, where we define some maturity models based on what I described as categories, as dimensions, and we put together the dimensions, the data workflows, and then we're looking at the maturity models that can be foundational, intrinsic, and question specific, and then we define some levels. So for foundationals, things like documented, formalized, implemented, automated. In intrinsic is from intrinsic to metadata, standardized, automated, and ultimately an aspirational feedback. And for question specific, ad hoc, domain defined, and question defined. And I won't necessarily go right now in the details, but I'm familiarizing you because we will go on each of them in the sessions in the afternoon. Next slide, please. So this is a point where I'd like to acknowledge the good response we had from our public consultation. We received about 500 comments, very useful, from various categories of stakeholders ranging from the industry, associations, from the learned societies, academia, software vendors, regulators, both from EU and international. And it was a very, very helpful to have all of these feedback in our drafting. We addressed, as I was saying a bit earlier, we addressed this comment, we redrafted the document, and we will publish it in July, along with a summary of these comments and the resolution for transparency and for everyone to see how we dealt with these comments. Just briefly, obviously, I will not present 500 comments right now, so I'm just doing a quick sampling. There were a lot of them on the scope, as indeed it wasn't entirely clear what is it that we're trying to achieve with this first iteration. So we did our best to redraft to make it clear. One example of such comments would be that to make sure that the scope of what we do is in alignment with everything else out there, which is a very fair comment. So there were a lot of other comments looking at the deep dive in other use cases, suggesting needs here and there, and suggesting that we make sure that once we develop these deep dives, we're looking into practical ways to address a use case. So, for example, checklists or scorecards or details about the required documentations and so on. So, acknowledging the need to be as practical as we can once we address a use case. We had a lot of specific technical comments. I'm not even going to try to read this one, but it showed how people went into the very nitty-gritty details and looked into the ensemble of the issue and came up with very, very useful comments on how to better shape these indicators and these metrics to work better together. The next slide, please. And a very large part of the comments referred specifically to real-world data, which is another proof that this is a case of great interest and the reason why we are addressing it first. We're looking, so just examples really, because there was a lot of them, and that was very useful for us for putting a first draft that it had already some content addressed, talks about things. So our comments received from a public consultation on this talk about the need for implications for data holders and data submitters to be well articulated, that the real-world data use is also increasing in directly supporting regulatory submission, and gives an example, for instance, for the external control arms for label extension, that these should be carefully taken into consideration when embarking into having a real-world deep dive of the data quality framework, that there are opportunities for international convergence across real-world evidence and real-world data frameworks, and that it came up as an important matter to address, which frankly we also had in our scope as well. To look, for instance, difference between rare and common diseases, that's something that should be addressed, that we should ensure that the heterogeneity of EU databases is considered when we describe, for instance, extensiveness. That some research question could have it might be sufficient to just request descriptive documentation on data reliability and relevance, as opposed to more as verification or validation. So to give you a flavor of the kind of comments we have implemented and discussed around for the past many months. Next slide, please. And I believe this is my, so that will be my last slide. So I was saying we are now developing the real world use case of data quality framework. And I put here somewhat tentative project plan that we have internally against which we work from. We had an initial exploratory phase at the beginning of the year, and we had a very early draft produced. We are now at a phase where we are having this particular workshop in which we know that we will have input as much during it as also in the following days, as we have the experience of last year, as people go back, think through, and then come back with more input for us, which is very, very helpful and encouraged and welcome. So from then onwards, we will see, depending on this feedback that we get now and how easy or less so will be to implement it. We are looking into working in the next 4 weeks or so into redrafting this early draft, and then to, if we feel like we have a version that is mature enough, to put it out for written public consultation and to get more input on it, and then proceed from there. Redraft, and then perhaps have a final version by closer to the end of the year. Give or take, we see the complexity of the discussion as we go along. And with that, I think this is my last slide, and I thank you for your attention. And back to Jesper. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Anna, and thank you to both of you for keeping on time with so good presentations on the topic. I'd like to open the floor for questions and answers. A bit of housekeeping rules around that. Obviously, those of you who are online in the WebEx meeting who can participate, do raise your hand in the WebEx system to indicate if you want to raise a question. Otherwise, keep your microphone muted. Those here in the room, please raise your hand, and when you're able to give you the floor, then use the microphone that is in front of you so everyone can hear you, clicking the icon right in front of you. We may hopefully get through all of the questions and the answers. If we don't do, apologies for that, but we need to keep track of time, obviously, due to time restrictions. But anything immediately online or here in the room, please feel free to indicate if you'd like to ask a question, clarifying question, curiosity to what we saw. Yes, please. See one here.
Thank you for all the presentations. I do have a question for Anna on the data quality framework. And there was one suggestion around tools, the inclusion of guidances and tools. And the question is, in the upcoming, is there already a draft of these guidances and the tools, or will that be an opportunity for a separate consultation? Thank you very much.
So we did take this comment into consideration indeed, and for the next, so in this very early draft that I was talking about, we are starting already to think around how to define this. So for instance, we have a discussion around a checklist of what we could ask to better define the data quality framework on a foundational level, for instance. So we are discussing it. This is the time to discuss around. We haven't developed anything just yet, but yes, we're heading that direction.
Anyone else? Yeah, please, up here.
Thank you. Koen van Gol from the Netherlands, also involved in the Joint Action Tailors. Congratulations to both Enrique and Ms. Cucino on the work for the data quality framework. I was wondering to what extent existing standards like the DCAT standard is able to accommodate this data quality framework to date.
That may be a question to be answered by both of you, I assume. Anna, do you want to get started?
Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, so for definitely, and we will have this discussion also in the afternoon, somewhere in session 3, I think, around processes. Indeed, we bring up this link back to metadata, to DCAT standards, and to the developing of the extension, the health extension of it. We feel that there is a good connection there, frankly, and especially when it comes to, for our use case, especially when it comes to defining processes and everything around that, it rounds up pretty well with the way we thought through indexing of data sources in the metadata catalog, which also is looking into being DCAT compatible and having a line towards interoperability and towards this with the work as well. So for us, it's definitely a topic, this one.
Thank you, Koen, for the question. So it depends on what is the promoter of the question. If you go to Darwin EU, there is a community that actually does not need to know more about the data sets that they use. There is a different procedure, a different governance. If we are talking about an agnostic user of the European health data space, then there will be a need for him or her to know more or less about the data source. But there is here a balance to follow, which is you have to provide information about the data source, for sure, metadata about the data source. That includes also the owner of the data source, so to say. Then you can deep dive on some of the details, some of the characteristics of the data sets hosted by this data holder. And then you may also need to go deeper and look for the data profiles that provides you with a sense, the user, with a sense of the actual utility of the data. So these are 3 stages and in the case of this type of user, the agnostic one that approaches to the European health data space, there may be a need of DCAT may cover 2 of these 3 parts actually. So and then there is a question about whether deep dive into the profiles of the data is also a possibility, because there are some legal experts and ethical experts that mention about private issues if you go that deeper in the publication of metadata. So there is a limit in there, and there is a discussion pending on that. But for sure, I mean, and also maybe mention that there are some good examples to follow on how data is being profiled in some public institutions in Europe. So, but still, this is a discussion open. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I see nodding here, so you gave good answers. Yes, please, at the end of the room here.
Yes, thank you. I have a question for Enrique about the comment that TEDAS will follow like an overall approach to semantic operability, which I'm interpreting as not, let's say, progressing to one common data model. And I would like to know how you would see that in the light of Darwin EU, which, if I understand correctly, is taking the approach of let's say, one common data model, the OMOP common data model. Maybe that's changed, but I was wondering how that can connect, basically.
There is no clash, so to say. No, the approach is different because in the end, there is the approach from TEDA's part is agnostic. Darwin is not agnostic. And then the point is that the solution provided for Darwin EU is the most efficient, which wouldn't be efficient at all, would be taking each data holder in Europe and saying, you have to put that amount of money to convert all your data sets into a single data model. This couldn't be efficient at all. And the reactions against. So we, on the contrary, so let's keep the example of Darwin EU as an aspiration. We have to learn not about the OMOP CDM, which is a good one, very good one, about how CDM, the OMOP CDM has been implemented. So let's keep this an aspirational approach. And then let's move data holders in Europe, massive amount of data holders in Europe, towards starting implementing semantic interoperability layers to make the data, more useful and better standardized for research and innovation purposes.
Thanks.
And there seems to be a question in WebEx here. I can't see that here, but yeah. Jeff, please.
Hey, this is Jeff Brown representing ISOP for the meeting, and sorry I couldn't be there. The question is really about assessing data quality for data set versus fitness for purpose for specific questions. So some data sets can be of very high quality for some kinds of questions, or I'll just say are fit for purpose for some questions, but not others, and how folks have been thinking about it.
Thank you, Jeff. In the case of the data quality framework from TEDAS, the approach is fitting for purpose is exposed. The user has to be allowed to provide feedback to the all the loop of actors participating in making a data set available. So the user's perspective has to be included, and is the only way to see whether this data set has been prepared with the privacy enhancement technologies implemented in there has been of the actual use for the purposes he or she were pursuing.
Right. Any further questions in the room as well? I have a final one before we completely let go of you. I mean, I was very inspired by TEDAS's work here with the feedback mechanism you showed us, Enrique. And I think it keeps coming back to the everlasting problem with secondary use. To get some of this back into the original data collection. With TEDA's work around this, have you seen signs of hope across Europe where people have actually cracked that nut of making sure you do create a learning healthcare system that really cares more about the secondary use than it does today? I'll be very colored in my perspective of this, but I was just curious whether there are things out there to learn from that in a data quality perspective will be the way forward.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Jasper, for this question. Is one of the questions that Aldo got beat high, so to say, a value in the votes of the recommendations got the higher, the widest, variation in discrepancy, so to say, between the member states. So it's not clear cut, and in any case, moving the results toward the health system back. So as a learner health system, also is a bit out of the scope of TEDAS. So you have the return would be to the data preparation bodies, to the data holders, rather than to the system. Happened the same with personalized medicine. There is another loop that comes back to and requires actually many times tracking back the patients. So making data that is not sensitive, again, sensitive.
Well, thank you. It's still work ahead of us to do in the data quality space, which is good to know. Thank you for presenting and taking the questions and the answers here, and all of those of you participating in our first session. I'd like to hand it back to Peter, who I hope we still have with us somewhere, waiting for a plane to get him back into mainland Europe. Peter, back to you.
Yeah, no, I'm here, well and truly engaged. Don't you worry. So listen, we've had a really interesting first session, which is taking stock of some of the key data quality framework, keyword frameworks. Our next session is having a look at some applications of data quality work from different stakeholders, and that will further inform our discussion. Just to say, this next session, session 2, lasts about an hour, and we'll then have a coffee break afterwards. So the first speaker is Pia Rananheimo from the Finnish Medicines Agency for Development and Information Services. Pia is the chief specialist there, currently involved in developing post-launch evidence generation processes, pharmaceutical product and market data management, and facilitating data-driven decision-making for the rational use of medicine. So Pia, over to you, please.
Thank you, Peter. Let me just adjust my presentation for a bit.
So just to say, we can hear you loud and clear, Pia, when you're ready.
Perfect. So can you see this also?
Yes, it's on the screen. Thank you.
Perfect. So some experiences from Finland colleagues. And yeah, so I come from the Finnish Medicines Agency, as Peter said, and we are a national competent authority here in Finland for regulating pharmaceuticals. We also have a small HTA team that covers the assessment of new medicines used in the hospital setting. And with regard to real-world data and real-world evidence, we have at least 3 different roles. So we are a registry holder. We generate real-world evidence using real-world data, and we use real-world evidence in many use cases, including regulation, HTA, supervision, preparedness, and ensuring the availability of medicines here in Finland. So today I will speak about data quality from the perspective of registry holder and real-world evidence user. So we are a registry holder for 3 different data resources that fall within the scope of our Finnish Act on the secondary use of health and social care data. And these data sources include our register for adverse drug reactions and register for special permits. And here in Finland, our national data permit authority is called FinData. So as a registry holders, we are mandated to publish metadata descriptions of our secondary use data sources in the national metadata catalog that's publicly available in the internet. And these descriptions, they include sort of a general descriptions of the registry itself, and then a variable or first data set level descriptions and variable level descriptions, and if needed, a code level metadata descriptions also. And one important thing is that these descriptions also include information on data quality. So as a registry holder, we have recently actually completed a project where we produced these data descriptions from our registers to the national catalog. And in the same project, we also updated the processes on how we handle data applications ourselves. So as been said today earlier, it's important to note that both metadata catalogs and clear processes are defined sort of a data quality dimension at institutional level also. And I wanted to show you a screenshot of our national metadata catalog. As you can see, you can filter the data holders by organization or search the registers by name, and the pink arrow here points us Fimea in the list. So this catalog includes data descriptions from around 50 different organizations in Finland. And here's a snapshot of data fields and variables included in the descriptions from our special permit registers, and you can download this whole file in a CVS format from the catalog. So I wanted to copy paste this here to show that there's a quality statement field in the descriptions. And for example, well, this is all in Finnish, but in these quality statements, it's said, for example, that the year of birth is manually entered into the system, so it may contain some errors. And then quickly moving on to the real world evidence user perspective. So I wanted to introduce you to a pilot collaboration between 3 university hospitals here in Finland and Fimea, where we test and improve cooperation in producing real world evidence on new pharmaceuticals. So in the pilot, the university hospitals are sort of our data partners, and they develop their data and information services to meet the real world evidence user needs. So these university hospitals here have converted parts of their data to the OMOP common data model. And in the map, you can see, for example, the southwest Finland, where the local data and information services, Aurea Clinical Informatics, for example, is one of the Darwin EU data partners. So one of the goals of this pilot is to assess the feasibility of federated analysis and the OMOP data model in answering questions that are important to the HTA and payer decision makers. And well, the focus in the pilot is on 3 use cases: multiple myeloma, SMA, and CAR-T treatments. And our role as a HTA body is to define the research questions and then pool aggregated statistical data when we get that from the centers, and also to inform the FinOMOP network about data quality requirements from the perspective of the decision maker. And we aim to, first of all, assess the feasibility of federated analysis on national level, post-launch evidence generation, but also to lay foundation to international collaboration in the future, optimize processes, and inform future projects. And I think it's important to say that the Finnish Innovation Fund, Sitra, funds the university hospitals in this pilot. And as you may know, Sitra also has an important role in TEHDAS as it coordinates the TEHDAS project. So in the pilot, we are in the stage where we soon need to define the data quality dimensions we are interested in. And the colleagues from the FinOMOP network have told us that they use different types of techniques and methods to assess data of OMOP databases. And these include things like running test queries and scripts against the database to identify potential issues. And for us at Fimea, this pilot really gives us a great opportunity to see what this means in practice and to assess how useful these methods are in our use cases. So for us, the important thing is to understand if the data is fit for our purposes, and the challenge really is in defining what we mean by fit for purpose. And listening to the previous speakers, I think we are really faced with the question-specific data quality assessment in this pilot. As you see here, we've identified the same dimensions as shown previously, and important questions that we think we should ask are things like, does the data set include the variables necessary to address our specific questions? Do the databases from different centers produce similar values for the same variables? Are there any values missing from the data sets? Is there a need for additional mapping? And is there risk for incorrect or incomplete mapping? And so on, and so on. I think we really aim that our data quality criteria are like consistent with EMA's definitions, and we really look forward seeing the updated reports. And this is my final slide. So in the future, we would like to better understand how new pharmaceuticals are used in real life, the outcomes and the related resource use and costs. But from quality perspective in HTA, the traditional focus has really been on critical assessment of study results and methods rather than real world data sources or registries. So our sort of methodological orientation has not focused on data quality assessment. So I think this pilot really gives us a great opportunity to better understand data quality issues that are important for decision makers. And the pilot is also a good opportunity to test how we should communicate data quality requirements with our national data partners to better understand what really could be our role in this like network of data and evidence in the future. And I also included a snapshot of EMA's CAR-T workshop report. And I think we want to include it here to show that this is the level of detail and type of indicators that we would like to test in the pilot to support the quality assessment. So to conclude, we closely follow new developments in the quality guidance space, including the European Health Data Space, EMA, FDA work, and international HTA bodies. In this pilot project, our role includes sharing these needs and perspectives to the FinOMOP community. So the efforts by the EMA and others in this field are very important, and our goal really is to support interoperability as we continue to progress in this pilot.
Thanks very much indeed, Pia. I find it very reassuring that your work appears to be very much on the same page as the work going on at European level. I think it's interesting that you're taking a pilot approach, because as particularly tomorrow, we'll share, and I think many other stakeholders will share, that piloting is a good way to enable use and establish value in the real world evidence space. And I thought the other thing that was really interesting was your national catalogues. You'll be aware, and it's not the main focus today, but that we're developing a catalogue at European level for real world data sources, and just looking at the quantities at national level for a well-run national cataloguing service, inspires us, shows us the opportunity, but also the challenge when trying to do it at a European level. So thanks, great presentations. Stay online because we've got a couple more presentations and then an open Q&A. I'm very pleased then to hand over to Signe Knudstrup and Christian Holt Nielsen, who I guess will be doing a duet. Signe is a specialist on content and required reporting to the Danish National Patient Registry, and Christian is a specialist in data management and data analysis, working with data quality at the National Patient Registry, as well as validation of data reported to that registry. So over to you. Let's have a Danish perspective, please.
Yeah, very nice to meet you all, even if it's virtual. I'll try to share my slides as the first. Let's see, this must be the one. So am I sharing?
Yes, we can see Danish health data.
Yeah, good.
And that looks like the opening slide with a Scrabble board. Yes.
Yeah. Well, is that one? It's sharing. I will share the other one. Stop. Sorry. I'll just share another. Should be this one. Should be this one. Why is it not sharing that one? Share. Try again. Like that. Yes, that's right. Thanks.
Perfect. Off you go.
Yeah. Good. Well, a very quick take on Danish health data. Is it showing in?
No, it's not in presentation mode.
No, it's not in presentation mode.
But I have to say, we can read it quite easily.
You can?
Yeah.
It's still not in presentation mode?
No, it's not.
Okay. It's not anywhere here neither. Well, a very quick take on Danish health data. In Denmark, you can actually not, there will not be one visit or a contact between a patient and a health caretaker, doctor, nurse in any sector that is not actually reported to some registry. We have registries for many purposes, and we do have purposes for every registry. We have more than 20 registries in Denmark. We all run them in the Danish Health Data Authority. It's actually 25, 28 registries, depends on how you count. We've been recording the health data for many years, and actually we have health data for more than 40 years, it says here. Actually, we should call it almost 50 years instead. The National Danish Patient Registry is actually 46 years old. So, the National Patient Registry is we have all admissions on Danish hospitals since 1977 reported in the Danish in the NPR. And then we have all outpatient psychiatry and emergency room patients since 1995. We actually have more than 1 million visits every month, more than 1 million visits every month reported to NPR. I can hardly believe it since we're only 5.8 million Danes. That is actually how it is. NPR has many purposes, and it's also declared that NPR has many purposes. So, for instance, we do have diagnosis of all patients, so we can use our NPR for monitoring diseases and outbursts and outbreaks, whatever you will call it. You can see geographical differences between diseases, but we also have non-clinical content of the NPR. We have content which is more of a political matter. It's about waiting time for surgery, waiting time for cancer patients, and a lot more. So NPR is both used for in political aspects, actually, like and for planning new hospitals, for collecting treatment on few hospitals, or sharing them, or distributing the treatment to many hospitals, and so on. So we have it all, and NPR actually also feeds other registers. For instance, we have our medical birth register, where NPR has fed that register since 1995, but that register is actually turning 50 years this year. And so on. Our cancer registry is big, and NPR feeds that in definitely too. And also we have the more a little to some a little maybe not that interesting registers, but a register like a register of all medical implants we also feed. So what is data quality? I think this is very much aligned with other speakers today, because what is data quality is it the volume that makes data usable, or is it the coverage, or the completeness or validity, and is it clear directions on data's purpose? I think it's a matter of all these factors. And then I would like to just mention an important factor in the use of Danish health data. It is that we have our Danish personal identification number that enable us to link data across registries. So you can't, well, a school child, a university student, everything we do during our life is actually reported on our national, our Danish personal identification number. So that makes us, and it's our bank, it's our insurance companies, everybody's using the same ID on people. So that makes it possible to cross data across registers. It's a huge benefit. So the data quality in NPR, I must say that I'm very amazed about all your the other speakers here, because our everyday focus is not on the big lines, it's not on projects. It's more on the nitty-gritty department. It's our everyday focus is on small things. For instance, it could be possible head circumferences of a newborn, or the length of a product number of an implant. But really, our data quality is fundamentally based on our legislation. It's our clear terminology, our classifications, guidelines, and technical validations. It's also our governance and cooperation between sectors. And maybe it's a matter of culture and tradition too. Maybe we are actually driven a little by that too. First of all, legislation. Legislation means here that all hospitals, it's private or public, no matter, all are obliged to report their patients' treatments to NPR. So it gives us a big volume, and it's definitely also a big coverage. So it's NPR is directly mentioned in our legislation. So it says here that private hospitals and clinics are obliged to report to the NPR after the rules of this blah blah blah. And Danish Health Data Authority is also mentioned in our legislation. So it's actually mentioned that hospitals are obliged to report, and the Danish Health Data Authority tells how to report. This says so directly in our legislation in this area. And another thing is clear terminology and classifications. There was semantic was mentioned earlier. It's in the same division, isn't it? But because speaking the same language is actually quite important when you work with data. So I have two good colleagues who are working with this area, and so, for instance, talking about non-smokers, let's make a count of non-smokers. You can't talk about that without having a description of what is a non-smoker. Is a non-smoker one who's not smoking right now? Could it be one that has stopped smoking, or does it only include people who have never smoked, for instance? We have a lot of work with the terminology, and also classifications. Let me see. We do not have a surgical method or a diagnosis, of course, or anything you can actually do in a hospital and a clinic that is not classified somehow. Sometimes the details are too many, actually, but we do have these classifications to use when you make your reportings to our registers. Of course, all our diagnoses are based on WHO, and then we have some classifications based on Nordic cooperation too. And then we do have some of our own too. We certainly do also have guidelines for reporting to MPR. It's today 265 pages, our guidelines. The guidelines contain both semantic subjects and guidelines for how to understand the subject, and it is also with a technical. It's also with descriptions of a technical matter, and we also have, of course, certain descriptions for reporting a childbirth, cancer reportings, and so other with certain subjects, where we also see that we do have certain registers too. Technical validation, we have a lot of that too, and about 467 rules for validation. Quite important too, and they are of course used as guidelines for all the our technical partners out there in the hospitals too. And furthermore, we have governance and cooperation. We do have a national board for data on elder and healthcare. And under this board, we have 3 committees. And for each committee, we have a working group too. And these groups and committees are engaging both the ministry and health authorities, our 5 Danish regions, which who are the ones who are running our public hospitals, and then the associations of private hospitals and clinics are also represented. And we actually have our 98 communes or municipalities represented too, and other, I would prefer to say. In our governance, we have meetings 4 to 5 times a year. We have a clear governance of subjects who are discussed and so on. And it's also all for better use of health data. So our guidelines are actually in many ways accepted and made in cooperation with our regions, for instance. But some of them are also made because we have to cover, for instance, a political focus. Who's in something political, who is well, a focus from our ministry, for instance. Last, I think that culture and tradition is running a lot of our work today. I see well, our National Cancer Registry is actually from 1943, so it's 80 years today and this year. And I told you that the medical birth register is like 50 years today. We have a lot of collaboration across the health sector. When it comes to data, we have a lot of sharing data too. We have a lot of science made on our data. And also, if, for instance, in the NPR, which is it's often reported in the newspapers or something that it's a health issue is reported, and then it's reported that the NPR says that 50,000 is this last year had this disease, for instance. Data is used for the patients too, to share with the patients too, and to share across the health sector to support the clinical use. And how is time? Because at last.
Yeah, I think we're nearly there, Signe. So if you could sum up, that would be great.
Yeah. But maybe, Christian, would you say a little about the future of AI, our AI projects? So.
Yeah, I can talk briefly about that. It's we have an AI project where we are investigating how we can use AI to analyze data quality in our NPR, and it's two phases, where the first phase was to analyze cancer patients by analyzing all the clinical data for each cancer patient, and then making an algorithm to identify cancer patients in order to see if we could find missing information in the NPR. And then we also had a project with using AI to spot outliers or abnormalities in data to so we can keep eye on the data quality without a very we can say manual effort, but it's more automatic. But it's still quite premature. So we just started this year looking into AI. Yeah, I think it's more or less that.
Yeah, but if I should sum up, then of course we are quite interested if this will be if our data models and our managing data will be in line with EMA's work and what will come in the European collaboration through the coming years. Because we have a lot going on right now. We have our data models are quite steady and are not changing. We have very few changes, for instance, on the NPR. Even it has been running since 1977. So the stability of our data is quite fine.
So Signe, Christian, fascinating intervention. I mean, I think we've always been a little bit jealous, those of us outside Denmark, of the of what you have created inside Denmark. and to some extent we see these as the crown jewels of healthcare data, certainly having many features that we can all aspire to. I think Christian's comments about artificial intelligence are interesting. I think we're still very much at the experimentation phase, aren't we, Christian? But it holds huge promise to be helping us with data quality as well as wider real world data, real world evidence use cases going forward. Let's pause then with the Danish experience, then move to the French experience. We then can have an update from industry, and then we can take questions both to you, Signe, and to Christian. So thanks very much for your presentation. Let's move now to hear from Emmanuel Bacry, who is from the French Health Data Hub, Scientific Director, Director of Research at the French National Centre for Scientific Research at Paris Dauphine University, and Senior Chair at the Anne Institute for Interdisciplinary Research and Education in AI. Emmanuel, please.
Thank you very much, Peter. Thank you for inviting me. So I'll give I'll give you some views about where we are at in France about all that. You have my slides, right? Because I don't see.
I certainly hope so. Valerie. Gotcha. Thank you. Here we go. Okay, they're on the screen. We can all see them.
Thank you very much. So if you can move to the next one, please. So the Health Data Hub has started about 3.5 years now. It's a public interest group that was part of the national strategy for AI, and that aims at facilitating access to health data for public interest research or for secondary use of health data. We're not using for, we don't do anything for primary use. So within this main goal, we have different missions, so that you can see on the left-hand side of the slide. We are the unique gateway to access health data, so the unique gateway to the national pipeline governance. We have a highly state-of-the-art secured and highly scalable platform that we use for some of the projects that we're accompanying. So most of the time, either when it's a project that needs big computational power, or if it's a project that is complex because it needs to link very different health databases, then that's very tricky. So then we would operate. We would help operate it, and it would take place on our platform. And of course, we have a lot of work around data and working with today with more than 100 data producers in order to help them making the data high quality, interoperable, and so on. But I'll come back on that. Can we move to the next slide? So in France, Real World Data proved to be strategic in the healthcare system. So this strategy, national strategy, promotes the use of real world data for ongoing evaluation of medical and technological healthcare innovations. And of course, particularly for monitoring the efficiency on the market. Then also the establishment of patient monitoring registers, observatories, or cohort studies. And 2 years ago, the HAS, which is a national institution that is, in charge of many things, but for instance, evaluation, post-market evaluation, for instance, published a methodological guide, which title is Real Life Studies for the Evaluation of Drugs and Medical Devices. And they set up a real world data unit within their Department of Evaluation and Access. So real world data play an increasingly important role in access to reimbursement and pricing. And the use of real world data and then complementary with data from clinical trials is now recognized at all stages of the evaluation of health products, drugs, medical devices, and health technologies. And it's a prerequisite for early access procedure. Then whenever you ask for an early access, then you need to have run some experiments on real world data. Now you see on the right hand side, there is bottom, at the bottom of the slide, there is this large database that is playing a central role in France, which is called SNDS, Système National des Données de Santé, National System for Health Data. It's a very, very large real-world data database, basically coming from reimbursement of the healthcare. So basically, I don't know if you know, but we are very lucky in France because basically almost everybody is reimbursed partially of almost everything. So that's good for primary care, but it's also good because then we have this database, which is the reimbursement database, which is pretty unique because it covers almost the entire population and everything. Now, it doesn't include any clinical information, okay? Because I mean, it only includes information that is needed for reimbursement, but it's quite a lot actually, because you can conduct a lot of pharmacoepidemiology projects with that. You can prove a lot of stuff about efficiency of some drugs or some medical devices on the market and so on. So it's extremely used for that. And it's also extremely used for linking with some clinical database to bring some context, some contextual information, because when you have a clinical database, it starts at a given time. I mean, so when patient enters, you don't have any information about the patient before entering your database or after leaving your database. This brings you a lot of contextual information. Next slide, please. So about the data, so there is this main database that I just talked about with a lot of applications. Then we have this catalog databases, which is a collection of priority databases for the ecosystem that justify optimizing their visibility and sharing them via the Health Data Hub. So this is a collection of the database with a great diversity. You have cohorts, registries, hospital data, warehouses, administrative databases, and many more. And this is something that is built progressively with the partners under the umbrella of the Strategic Committee on Health Data. And we also have other sources of data. And basically, all health data that is associated with some public funding is potentially available through this governance pipeline and on the Health Data Hub platform. So we have many partnerships programs. Just to name a few of them, we have the partnership program with the Association of all the Cancer Center in France. That's Unibase program. We have this partnership with the Ecological Transition Ministry, which is called the Green Data. The partnership we have is with the hub, which is called Green Data for Health. So it's a partnership about environmental health, and we have many more. Next slide, please. Now, of course, fostering the use of this data means solving major challenges over the next few years. It's a pretty heavy work and it's full of bottlenecks, and it's not easy at all. So here you see, let's say, three main types of challenges. Organize and promote the collection of real-world data. So create simple, clear, and secure governance rules. Make these data available quickly, which is very hard, to meet research or monitoring needs. I was talking about early access to the market. So in order to give a certification for early access to the market, you need really fresh data, and that is very hard to get. And develop a policy of mass funding for healthcare data, which can be very costly to collect and process. Now, the second type of challenges is to enhance their quality and interoperability. So we are very active on that. So for instance, we are about to finish turning into OMOP the SNDS database that I was talking about. And we work, of course, on interoperability and quality on a lot of the databases that I told you about, catalog and other sources. That's one of our main mission. And then, of course, when we talk about real-world data, it was mentioned, we talk about also developing innovative methodologies. And of course, we are thinking about artificial intelligence to optimize the identification of promising molecules, for instance, so drug designs, or for clinical trials or stuff like that. And for instance, the creation of synthetic control arms in a clinical trial, or to provide contextual evidence to support a marketing authorization. Next slide. So on the next slide, you see one. I mean, we are accompanying today about 100 projects. So this is one of them. It was brought to us by a startup which is collecting data, real-time data from more than 10,000 pacemakers. And they wanted to develop a deep learning algorithm in order to evaluate the risk of cardiac complication. Now, they didn't have this label of risk of cardiac complication. You need to know when the person went to the hospital, and they didn't have this information. Now, by just chaining it with this SNDS, so we brought this information to their database, and then they developed this algorithm, and now they are within the certification process, both I think in Europe and in the US. Next slide. Another example of project, totally different. But I think it's interesting. This was a very hard project to set up. It's a project with Sanofi and with some research centers and some cancer centers, so with many, many actors. And it's about aiming to develop an innovative methodology to predict which drug combinations, existing drugs, so it's not drug designs, are most likely to be effective and safe to move into phase 1 clinical trials using several types of data, including real-world data. Okay, so using real-world data, you try to predict what will be the output of the phase 1 clinical trial of a certain combination of molecules, so that you optimize your phase 1 by pushing into the clinical trials the right combination of molecules. So this is a very complex project because there are many actors, many types of data, and the methodology is really innovative. So that there is a lot to be done. And we come to my last slide, please. So this is kind of the lesson about this POC that we made and that just started, just to say that, and I think that's the case of a lot of projects, innovative projects around real-world data. They can be pretty complex to set up, so difficult in finding, refining and developing a research question, need to find the right partners. So it's really about putting together people from very different disciplines and try to make them connect and work together. And so we spent a lot of energy and work to build an effective consortium and for enhancing innovative real-world evidence use cases in drugs development. That's it, I guess. Thank you very much, Peter.
Emmanuel, very interesting. I talked about crown jewels for the Danish data. SNDS is clearly another of the crown jewels, potentially in terms of real-world data sources, because of its size and comprehensiveness and representativeness of an entire population of a large country. So really interesting. Stick with us. We're going to hear an industry perspective. Kelly Zhu, who is representing industry via Medicines for Europe, is head of global medicines analysis and real-world evidence at Viatris. And over to you, Kelly.
Thank you, Peter. First of all, thanks to EMA, HMA for hosting this really timely workshop. My slides were uploaded, but I can present directly. So everybody, can you see my slides?
Yeah, they're on the screen and they're clear. Outline with the 5 different, yeah, there's the title slide.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter, for chairing this session. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge our various industry organizations. As you can see, the logos on this cover sheet, and they're quite few. So in fact, there are 7. So I would also like to really acknowledge Medicines for Europe for nominating me as the industry representative on behalf of those various trade organizations. Thank you very much for providing various input on this important topic of data quality. So the outline of my talk is, first of all, we'll focus on the topic of today, which is regulatory uses of real-world evidence. Secondly, we're going to discuss particularly data quality for regulatory decisions. Next, we'll talk about data quality evaluation processes as potential examples. And the next one will provide some summaries and recommendations. Not to go over in detail, but I also list several critical key references because this is such a broad topic. Well, first of all, here we have heard various uses of regulatory examples of real-world evidence. Real-world data can be used throughout the life cycle for a variety of use cases, including orphan designations, clinical trial planning, or pharmacovigilance. Within the market approval decisions, real-world evidence can be particularly relevant for label extensions as well as for repurposed medicines. Since the range of use cases are so broad, we have listed various examples on the right, ranging from regulatory classification, clinical trials, digital endpoints, label extension, repurposing, as well as pharmacovigilance. Well, in terms of data quality for the purpose of regulatory decisions based on the data quality framework, in other words, DQF, are geared towards assessments of real-world data for this particular purpose. With the availability of high-quality data, then we will be able to enable data access, quality control, common data models, along with use cases and interfacing. Therefore, assessing the evidence adequately on products to better understand data used and analyses conducted would enable us to have accurate and reliable results and conclusions. Since various presenters talked about artificial intelligence, we also want to emphasize that algorithms for disease burden, product usage, adherence, healthcare resource utilization, and artificial intelligence. These are all variety of uses in terms of involving field of harnessing real-world evidence. Let's just refresh our memory, since early on, the EMA already talked about the draft DQF. Here, we list the various section numbers of the draft DQF, and then just the complexity of this problem is that here, if you want to establish the DQF, you need to look at various dimensions in terms of reliability, extensiveness, coherence, timeliness, relevance. However, if you look at the right-hand side, there are sub-dimensions that can capture each of these dimensions. And these are quite a list of items to really go through in terms of those sub-dimensions. So in terms of a comprehensive assessment of various DQFs, there are ways that can be done in practicality, but there are also various ways to look at various dimensions. So here we just listed in comparison side by side the various DQFs that you can find in the public domain, ranging from some organizations, Sentinel, PICORNet, as well as FDA. So in other words, much of the research has focused on data integrity through the use of quality checks for various components, such as completeness, plausibility, conformance to data model, and also significant variability in the definitions and terminologies, as we already discussed early on, because harmonizing in terms of that kind of effort is not really trivial. And also less attention on large context of what makes real-world data suitable for supporting the creation of real-world evidence for regulatory purposes. So this particular aspect needs to be really thought through. In addition, there's no discussion in terms of how experience with using real-world data sources can inform the judgments about whether a source is fit for purpose. As we already talked about, this critical component of fit for purpose when we think about DQFs that are fairly agnostic. So in industry, how do we do it? Well, there's no one way of doing it right now. So how do we think about identifying fit for purpose, high quality data for regulatory decision making? Well, first of all, we typically need some context. And the context will be the type of data that will be used, ranging from electronic health records, claims, as well as some linkage of these two. And other ones are high quality registries, survey, biobanks. And since real world data is really expanding in terms of its scope, there will be many other types. Now, critically, we need to think about what type of available periods when you utilize the kind of data. In other words, what will be the dates of the databases, will be the index dates or periods, as well as the look back pre-index period, and finally, the forward-looking in terms of the post-index period. Now, the next topic will be, how do we think about why are we using the data for? What will be the purposes? What will be the criteria? This will be in terms of objectives, as well as some of the explorations. And then for those type of regulatory uses, we have to be very careful thinking about inclusion criteria as well as exclusion criteria, so that we'll have generalizability in terms of the patients we want to approve the medicines for, as well as we need to think about very high quality determination who will be fit for that purpose of evaluation. Now, the last piece on the right is really we comprehensively think about the issue of fit for purposeness, but within part of that, we'll be thinking about data quality aspects. So here, we typically use sequence of queries and ask the right questions. For example, patient count. For certain diagnoses, therapies, what about the prevalence incidence? Is that a rare disease or this is quite common? What will be the healthcare providers? What type of data generation details? And what will be the missing data mechanisms? And of course, in Europe, it's really important to follow the GDPR data protection rules. And finally, it's really important to ask the question, how this type of data were used in the past? Do you have any publications? Do you have any regulatory experiences so that we can get some sense that this has been used before or not? Now, in terms of the data evaluation processes, there are some tools and approaches. Well, since there's no one uniform way of doing that, several data quality assessment tools do exist, but their utility for different data sources and alignment with the EMA's DQF needs to be thoroughly explored, discussed further by multi-stakeholders, including industry and other stakeholders. Well, we just show some non-exhaustive list. For example, the Odyssey has a tool, Achilles, and also DQD in terms of the dashboard used by Darwin. And there's another tool which is called Request. Request is for registry evaluation and quality standard tool. Another one is SPIFD, which means structured process for to identify fit for purpose data. So there will be some publication that you can see with very comprehensive framework in terms of identifying fit for purposeness. And there is a hands-on checklist which is submitted for peer review publishing in terms of not yet published, but was presented at Internal Congress. It's called Attractor. In other words, it means authentic, transparent, relevant, accurate track record. And finally, Accelerate RWD Audit Readiness Considerations document, which is also under development. So some takeaway and final summary and recommendations from various industry trade organizations. So let me bring the message to multi-stakeholders and regulators. So first of all, DQ assessments can be highly complex and time-consuming due to multiple dimensions and subdimensions. Therefore, we would encourage clear definitions and striving for alignment in terms of terminology between regulatory authorities, if possible. EMA's DQF can be theoretical for hands-on applications. Therefore, an inventory of DQ screening tools and experiences implementing them are useful to identify both use cases and gaps. Any DQ screening tools should be fit for purpose for use within the EMA's DQF. We need to validate algorithms for assessing data quality across a variety of data sets as part of the DQF. Efficient processes and best practices rely on sponsors and data holders' willingness to participate across the data generation ecosystem will be quite important. The interoperability across various siloed data sources. Here, we're talking about really the linkage across different data sources for really comprehensive understanding of patients' experience. What do we need? Typically, we would need EHRs linked with claims, registries linked with claims, RCTs linked with RWD, so on and so forth. For regulatory purposes, poses really complexities in DQ assessments based on cross-sectional as well as longitudinal data sources. And finally, EMA and HMA, as well as international regulatory agencies' steps for validating data generation mechanisms, such as system certifications, data catalogs, DQFs, and so on and so forth, can help educate and elevate industry's capabilities in data quality for regulatory purposes. So I just list a few key references. I do not mean to go through all of them, but the slides will be available on the web. Thank you.
Thanks, Kelly. Really interesting, moving from discussing frameworks to using those frameworks in a fit-for-purpose judgment in order to conduct real-world evidence studies. And maybe just in case people on the call aren't aware, because it's not been widely publicized yet, but 2 weeks ago, the ICH Assembly adopted a draft reflection paper, which EMA had led with Health Canada and FDA, which proposes new ICH guidelines, which include definitions, metadata, and data quality. So if that's supported by stakeholders in the public consultation, then one would envisage in 2024, 2025 and beyond, developing the alignment that you talked about, Kelly. So now, so thank you very much, Kelly. Stay online. I'm going to talk through this public platform to my co-chair now. Yes, but I think it's important we stick to time, otherwise the day will get longer and longer. But the thing that we do have some wiggle room is how long and how generous you are with the on-site people in getting their coffee. Now, having done this a few times before with on-site colleagues within the EMA building, if people go and grab a coffee and then even bring it back with them, and that's a bit naughty, bringing it back. It's not full compliance with our meeting room rules, but I think we could break it in the interest of a good workshop today. Then I would suggest we have 5 minutes or so further discussion, but we do restart at 3:30. Is that okay?
That's definitely okay. I think we can all accommodate that here. So looking around,
no, people in the room. See the hands in the room. Let's start within the room. Can you see any hands up? People
any questions here in the room, please? Yeah, I got one here from Frauke.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much for these very interesting presentations. I was wondering how, especially here, the different experiences from France and Denmark would be of interest. How do you teach the people who do the groundwork, who do the data collection, the primary data collection? Is this, for example, by tradition already in medical school or nursing schools? How to fill in these data and also to guarantee for good quality? And what measures do you introduce in France to, for example, avoid financial biases in the data? Thank you.
In the interest of time, maybe we just go to France only, because otherwise it's a big topic. So can I ask Emmanuel, going back to the primary data collection, is there a link, for example, with SNDS? And then the second question, which was about the fact that this is about reimbursement might lead to an impact on how people code things. Over to you, sir.
So sorry. So the question about SNDS is what? Is like
well, the first question was about training the people that do the primary data collection. I guess inspired by secondary use, and it was a similar question asked in session 1 by Jesper Kjær. And I don't know if you have a feedback loop there. And the second one was about the fact that it leads to reimbursement affecting how people do the coding.
It's very hard to answer these kind of questions. I'm sorry.
We don't give you easy questions, Emmanuel, but we're confident you can give us a good orientation.
Well, the SNDS, there is no problem by definition, because if you want to get reimbursed, you have to go for it. So everybody wants, I mean, you know, everybody is happy to get reimbursed. And then you can you have an, I mean, for the citizen, he has an opt-out possibility for secondary use for the SNDS. Now, it's very interesting to see that there are very, very few opt-outs. It's pretty rare. I mean, even when you have like some, you know, TV shows saying how dangerous it can be if your health data is on the dark web and so on and so on, and there are a big buzz. Well, we receive maybe 20 or 30 emails or something like that. So this is really something that is very clear, and it's also very clear when we work with the patient associations, which we do quite often. They want their data to be used, most of them. I mean, and when they see that it takes time to access the data, they are very, very angry. So that's also a very interesting point. Now, I'm not saying this is the case always and everywhere. Of course, it's more complex than that, but maybe you would be interested if I tell you that we also have some problems with the data producers sometimes that don't want to share the data, and they take, I think it's, for me, it's a pretext, and they say if we do so, then we are going to lose the confidence the patient has on us. But you know, when we talk directly to the patients, that's not what they say. So this is something that is pretty tricky to try to understand.
Emmanuel, really interesting. And the opt-out, opt-in versus no opt-out debate is a big one in the context of the European health data space. Interesting that an opt-out scheme in France doesn't lead to many people opting out, and that's in line with experience I've heard from a small number of other member states. Your feedback also on the attitude of patients, which is they want their data, generally they want their data, as long as it's done securely and privately, to be for the greater good, is again a common message we seem to be getting. Now, before I go to Ying, let's just see if there's anybody else in the room. Any more hands in the room, Jesper?
Yeah, I got one here in the back, please.
So this is a question for Pina in particular. How strong, so is the governance of the registry that you have flexible enough that you can respond to any finding on the need to either augment the data set or the data quality of the registry in a timely and agile manner? Thank you.
Here.
So in our pilot, the aim is really to test all this, to understand what is possible and what's not. So that's why it's a pilot, that we learn from each other. And we are really looking forward to creating a feedback loop where we sort of report the data quality requirements and issues then when we see the data quality reports. So someone asked if there's a learning ecosystem creation going on, and I think we aim to have a dialogue straight with the registry holders and to sort of understand the needs and the possibilities of each other.
Thanks very much. Let's go to Ying Wang, and then we maybe have time for one more question after that. And
we still have one here in the room, Peter, but just go ahead online.
Okay, go. Well, let's go for Ying first, because she's had her hand up for a while. Ying, please.
Thanks, Peter. I have a question, not necessarily to individual countries, but more about the EU data quality framework implementation plan. So we see that a lot of countries, national bodies, they have their tools and assessing the process for data quality set up, quite experienced pilots. So if we have this EU quality framework, and we have this tool set up as well, so how they're going to be implemented to be interacted with the national current existing data quality assessment processes. Yeah, so for example, if we have the EU tools, and does that mean that we have to use in combination with the national tools, or does that mean that the trumps in national tools, that every study or database have to be assessed by EU assessment? So this is just my short question.
So listen, Ying, that's a fascinating question. And I suspect if I ask 10 people, you'll get 10 different answers. But in the interest of dialogue, maybe we can go back to Signe from the Danish National Register to see if you've got any perspective on what you might do with the European data quality framework versus your national rules. Would you be willing to address that, Signe?
I'm not sure if I can, really.
Go on, have a go, have a go.
Well, I'm really not sure that that I am. We just don't know enough of this yet. Really, I'm so amazed about the dialogue you have here, because in our everyday work with data, we just do it. You just do our data work, and I do not know enough yet of our strategies, our whatever we need to cooperate with you all in this. But certainly, we would like to join. Personally, I would love to join. I'm very curious about what's happening.
Listen, I think that's a nice, I like your answer, Signe, because I think there is no one answer, Ying, to your question. I think we're in a situation of rapid evolution, where we've got the here and now today, which is largely about national governance of national data sets. We've got the legal proposal for a European health data space, and you've heard the work of TEDUS presented today. And then you've got work at a European level, specifically in the area of medicines regulation, in other words, the HMA, EMA data quality framework, and how they apply and in what situations and how different users utilize them as tools, because I think they are tools rather than constraints. I hope so. Will evolve over time. Maybe we can use that as inspiration. And Signe, I was interested in your answer. We should keep the dialogue going, because there's a very steep learning curve for all of us in terms of how we can use these tools for the better second use of healthcare data. So Ying, I like that question. Let's have that last question in the room, then we're going to have a speed coffee.
Thank you very much. Christian Traxler from AHGP. You mentioned that the extensiveness of data was was an important dimension in data quality. So I was wondering, when you have a paucity of data in those database, for example, for non-prescription medicines, how do you assess, for example, the outcome of OTC exposure? Do you have linkage to other, for example, pharmacy database, or how would that work, and or has it worked, for example, in Denmark or Finland? Thank you.
So listen, let's have a like a one-sentence answer from each of the member state reps. So maybe we could ask Pia, is there anything specific that you're aware of that might inform on non-prescription use? Then I'm going to ask the same question to Signe/Christian and to Emmanuel. So Pia first, just a bullet point answer, a headline answer. Non-prescription use.
Non-prescription, no, not to my knowledge. I'm sorry.
Okay, but I love the succinctness of the answer. Signe or Christian, non-prescription use in Denmark?
Non-prescription use of drugs. We, of course, have a registry of that, and it's obliged, every supermarket and whatever grocery is obliged to report all the sales of non-prescription use to that registry.
But I love it. Stop there, Signe. So okay. Denmark's got a solution, Christelle. I'm not surprised. Denmark seems to have a registry for most things, doesn't it? And let's go lastly to France. Emmanuel, something on non-prescription use?
No, I'm
either sorry. Now or in the near future.
I'm sorry. Well, maybe I don't. Well, I don't know. I'm sorry.
I don't know is a very good answer. It's also a very honest answer. Is that Pia?
I just realized that we have the wholesale register at Fimea and we can specify what's over-the-counter medicines there. So That's one solution, but what is actually sold from the pharmacies, that's not available, but what's sold from the wholesales to the pharmacies, that's available.
So Crystal, I've said this to you before and I'll say it again. If ASGP would like to organize a deep dive, maybe in 2024 or 2025, on data sources and real world evidence studies for non-prescription medicines, let's have it, because it's a detailed technical and scientific discussion. It's about availability of data and what's possible. And I think we just need to progress the discussion, don't we, and get the relevant experts in a room. So I think that's a nice point to stop. Now, Jesper, do you think it's physically possible for 70 people that you've got in the room to get a coffee in 6 minutes, or shall we exceptionally extend the break until 22?
We'll extend until 20 minutes before the hour, right? So 15 minutes of break now, and then looking at Anna, we'll probably catch up a little bit in the next session. So enjoy your coffee break. You all deserved it.
Big thanks to Pia, Senior, Christian, Emmanuel, and Kelly before we break. Thanks, Jesper.
Yeah. And housekeeping rules: do wear your badge you received today while you're out there for the coffee break, and do come in again 20 minutes too. Thank you. We'll see. Dear colleagues, thank you for being on time and coming back to us. In this session, really, it's a series of 3 sessions we're going into now: systems and processes underpinning real-world data. In this session, we'll have Anna again to talk to us about, or guide us through, the initial considerations regarding real-world data quality, starting from the concepts defined already in what we saw earlier today, but in the data quality framework, and we'll hear how these can be applicable to real-world data. Next, we'll be brief on the determinants and maturity models, and eventually about data source catalogs and currently being built. So, Anna, hand it over to you for basically starting the discussion and the session here.
Thank you. All right. So I was anticipating a bit this morning. I was saying that we're going to do this in the afternoon, that we're going to take... so can I have my first slide, please? So you are saying that we're going to see this again in the later in the afternoon, and you're going to see it twice more. So this is ties back to how I started off. And for the next slide, means that we are now looking at the very first layer, at the foundational determinants, and we're looking closer to the process to generate, collect, and expose data, to what contributes to a quality of a data set that is not part of the data set itself. So everything that's systems, that's processes, and so on and so forth. Next slide, please. Okay, so this on the left side, we have a typical steps in general data flow that we have published in the previous paper on data quality. And this is like a comprehensive sort of flows encompassing all steps that are possible in such a flow. However, when it comes to implementing the flow into a specific use case, what we might see that we don't need every single element that we have put forward in the more generic data flow, and perhaps some of them are of a particular interest to the use case we are looking at. So in this case, we're looking at the real world data, and it might be that some things are of more interest. So for instance, we'll focus on things as data collection, of a particular interest, ingestion, data ingestion, also the way the data is managed is of particular importance, and going forward to also curation, data curation and manipulation, that is quite frequently a topic when it comes to real world data, and things such as data enrichment. So think imputation of missing values, for instance. And all of these, thank you. So when it comes to the maturity model, so I was saying in the beginning that each of these determinants are organized in some maturity models in an attempt to give a qualitative sort of feel of the data you're looking at. So in terms of processes, we propose 4 such maturity models that are increasing from, say, the first level of processes that are documented. So they have a basic level of documentation of the relevant steps. So think the SOPs, data transformations, and so on. On one level up, we're looking at formalized, standardized sort of systems and processes where the documentations and specifically the related data quality practice are not created ad hoc, but based on shared standards and processes to help with the interpretability of those. Third level looks at the implemented of those processes, or the implemented level. So beyond using the shared standards as in the level before and approaches, the data quality practices are implemented so that they are collected and correct by design. So they are embedded in the system we're looking at to ensure that a good data quality. And the fourth level, somewhat we call it when we were discussing, and it's automated, somewhat aspirational, so it's not something that we necessarily see yet in practice. We're thinking it must be a level where the quality assessment is machine readable and is able to enable automated feedback loop back to the data entry sort of point in order to improve actively data quality. So it's a bit of a desirable level, but not one that's currently necessarily achieved. Next slide, please. So in terms of systems and process characterization checklist, so what kind of things we will be looking at? We would be looking at things such as the rationale and scope for data quality, for data collection. We need that to provide an overall understanding of where are the strengths and where are the weaknesses, the biases of the data quality. It would provide benchmark, comparators, and so on. So we need to understand why the original data was collected. Then we need to better understand the original source of data. It provides an understanding of the origin, including, say, the impact on our reliability and how different factors have influenced the data quality. So say limited human or resources or inadequate training, things that can have an impact from the data source on the data quality. We're looking forward to things like the ingestion methods, and knowing these would demonstrate then the robustness of the data collection process. Infrastructure is again a topic that it's important to look at in forms of the data management practices and how they were put in practice and the reliability of data afterwards. In terms of data manipulation, so talks about the steps that were taken to transform the data and how are these steps verified and monitored, and how that is further going the extraction and transformation process further down the line of the data lifecycle. In terms of data enrichment, manipulations that include the alteration of data, such as imputations of missing value, I was saying a little earlier. It's important to know the known quality issue that demonstrates awareness of the systematic quality issues and increases transparency. And lastly, we would need to know a description, a more general description of the data source. So provide data dictionary and standards used to a published version of a data set. And all of these are being characterized from could be from a more basic level, they could be up to a higher maturity, and then it's mapping around these elements. Next slide, please. I will briefly apparently switch the topic, but I'm still on the same line of thoughts. Introducing you have heard several times this morning, also from Enrique and a bit from Peter as well, about our real world data sources catalog. So that's based on a metadata list that we have developed as part of the same recommendations, this time going around data discoverability. So we have developed a set of data elements to describe a real world data source. We call that the metadata list. This metadata list is used in an implementation of a publicly available catalog of real data sources. And its purpose is to help regulators, researchers, pharmaceutical companies to identify data sources suitable to address research questions. It's also going towards boosting the transparency of observational studies and improving overall the ability of the relevant stakeholder to assess evidence from these observational studies. So this is what we had in mind when we created the metadata list. Let's characterize data sources in order to use them. Next slide, please. Now, in doing so, on the left side, these are data elements that we collected through various rounds of consultations and so on that are important to know when we describe a data source. And we have embedded these data elements in our catalogs due to be live sometimes towards the end of the year, maybe beginning of the year, depending on the IT developments. Now, these are the kind of information we have there. Things like administrative details, say the name, data holder, and so on and so forth of a data source. Then it goes to describing specific information about the data source. And at some point we have things such as the data governance. So a description of overall governance of a data source and the process, procedures, data quality checks, validation results. We capture things about the possibility to audit data from say, a point of an external validation. A description of data lifecycle. So we have structured information to capture things like the events that trigger registration or deregistration, or starting of a record, closing of a record. We capture the linkage behind the creation of a particular data source when that's applicable. So we look into how were various data sets linked together to create a given data source. We capture common data model mapping, the ETL status, and quite extensive section on what standard terminologies are used, what dictionary for, say, indication for the disease, and so on. So if we look at all of these, then they converge to exactly the same sort of step, which is expected. All of the information that we capture cover quite a lot from the categories that I've described a little later in order to talk about the data quality of a foundational level. So it maps back to, say, the original source of data, the data management practices, and so on. Next slide, please. So what's worth a few thoughts here to consider is that we were talking about a checklist on describing the processes. So it is intended to provide characterization of the different steps in the data generation process so that the impact on data quality can be better understood and assessed. This characterization can be on various levels, from the lowest complexity to a greater. So it can be simply a checkbox saying a system or a process or a procedure exists. It can go up to submission of a relevant documentation or a web reference, as we have some elements, for instance, in that catalog. It can be even more structured and formalized. So, for instance, the information can be split in structured fields, all the way up to being automatically integrated via metadata elements between various systems or systems in a catalog. Now, the defining of a maturity model is meant to describe the data quality related system sort of at a glance and to encourage the progress towards the highest level, towards the automation and interoperability. And it's worth having that in mind. So there's an element of describing in a sort of detailed way how the processes go. And there's also the maturity model that tries to give sort of a feeling of what the user is looking at. And last thought on this, which I touched a little earlier, is that the metadata elements proposed for data source catalog seem to be a good base for building the processes and system characterization. And since given that these elements were already agreed as being useful in characterizing a data source, we thought that this is also a good point to start the discussion pretty much in this forum. And I think my next slide will be, yes. So in this next slide, I mean, we're proposing as we are, this is a session where we're encouraging basically feedback from yourself and your thoughts. So we put forward some of the topics that we have discussed internally at length without necessarily having a good answer for it. So for instance, we were wondering, we already plan to do a quality model of this catalog that I have briefly touched upon, but we were thinking how about making it more extensive. So that's one point for a forum such as this one. How does that feel, pros and cons? Then we went to lengthy discussion over the fact that our data source catalog serves the purpose of discoverability and transparency. So that means everything else that is publicly available information. And we were wondering, since this proposal talks about a slightly different scope, would that be a challenge? And that's something that we could also discuss here. When it comes for a user, a question that we were wondering internally, what's the most important information to have when we talk processes and system, and you'd like to assess the quality of a data source? What is that best element to look at? It was one of from the drafting team a question. And also from the drafting team was wondering how effort intensive would be for a data source holder to do all of this characterization that we described here, and how really feasible it is, and these kind of elements. So I'll stop here because I think this is my last slide, and we have a lot of time for discussion, I hope.
Thank you, Anna. That's very good. Any immediate questions, reactions to this also online? No? Probably the coffee still needs to kick in, but we'll probably get to that during the session, so that's fine.
Susanna's online. Yes, but Susanna.
Susanna, brilliant. Thank you. Thank you for stepping forward, Susanna. Over to you.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for this wonderful presentation so far. And kind of a question for Anna. I had the feeling earlier in the day, the focus was very much on what happens to the data once they're in the system, and how do we make sure that we work with them and we process them adequately. Not surprisingly, given the origin of the metadata catalogs, the data catalogs of the agency, which are built heavily on NSEP, the impression is that it gets also to the trigger of what makes that a specific data point is going to be in a register, in a data source. What's your impression, the way things are going, is the balance between what goes in and then what goes out in terms of what can be modified and what not?
So is this
from source data to the register, and then the register and all the processes to make the data available? I have the feeling this is the way you're looking at this is a bit also looking into what kind of data go into the data sources.
So you're posing your question from the point of view of the catalogs we're discussing, or the actual data source?
The catalog. Yes.
All right. Okay. Then that's. I mean, for the catalog, indeed, it was. It's like you say. It's unsurprising that in the end we have converged in exactly the same point. It's somewhat a triangulation of the problem from various angles, and it's actually quite encouraging that it ends up in exactly the same the same data point. From our initial pilots, it seems like it's not easy to capture all of that information. It's not a small ask on the data holders to have this information entered. But we're still trying to figure out, as we're early stages, we're still somewhat piloting. It's a lot easier when this material already exists and it's just to be referenced from a website and done, and less so with smaller data sources, and it gets a little more complicated. So frankly, it's still an open topic for us. That's kind of why we brought it up as well. It's a good question.
Thank you.
Sounds like there's definitely room here to come up with good proposals of making sure that we actually get to a situation where this is easy to maintain and update, right? So, any other questions online in the room? You try to tackle some of your direct questions, Anna, to see whether that kind of provoked something with people. So hopefully if that's something that gave a reaction. Implementation of a more extensive data quality module as part of the data source catalog. Pros and cons. Anyone who could give a pro, anyone who would like to dare to give a con? Yes, please.
This will actually be the subject of our presentation tomorrow, but maybe a little preview to it is that we have actually tried to implement the data quality framework on some data sources. So it's a registry data source, just as a preview. And of course, it was very cumbersome. It was iterative. It took roughly what was expected to be maybe a 3-month exercise turned into a 5-month exercise. It was worth it. But then the question is, how is it possible for all the parties involved? And there's a point there around what the most important information is to have in terms of processes and systems in order to still nonetheless be able to have a full picture about the data source without having to go through that 5-month process. So I think we recognize the importance of doing this very detailed assessment. Nonetheless, if you're going to translate that into day-to-day, it's just not going to be possible for all parties involved. And the challenge is really, how do you prioritize? And I think, like, personally, there was somewhere a mention of having a checklist. I mean, something that's granular. That was exactly one of the challenges that we encountered, that people did not necessarily understand. There was this loss in translation element. People did not necessarily understand what level of detail was required in order to be able to answer the question satisfactorily. And anyway, so we are, I guess, we're not yet there. We've done the hard exercise. Now we're going hopefully for a reduced view that's nonetheless more comprehensive. So thank you.
That's a good intervention and probably something to get us excited for tomorrow as well. And I fully appreciate embracing here that extensive may not be the first thing you do, just for the sheer size of the work. So I appreciate that honest feedback on that. I think then again, what we heard from the previous session, let us not underestimate the value in actually bringing this out in the open to discuss data quality approaches and what we do and get a common language around this, because I think part of what we had from the previous session, to be honest, is also that there's more room to learn from each other in what we actually do. So let's embrace that as a possibility here, right? So watching out, I can see Peter Arlett has his hand raised. Please, Peter.
Yeah, I just thought I would offer an opinion. And this is wonderfully ill-informed because I haven't discussed it with Anna and the colleagues. But I just sense, building on the intervention from the colleague that just spoke, that this is basically a cost-benefit analysis. You know, is it worth the effort for the return on investment, if you like? And I would say, let's go step by step and let's start relatively simple, rather than looking to apply something very complex and insist on applying it in our first couple of iterations. That would be my orientation.
I see nodding in the room, Peter, and I can only echo that as well. I think that could be a good approach, right? Susanna, please.
Thank you. Echoing and following up on what you just said, I think starting streamlined is something also that based on the prior EMA funded pilot for the metadata catalog is something that we learned. And also something that is important also from a user perspective, what's important information there, but it's also linked to how do we collect information, is there should be some kind of a mechanism to incorporate quality issues based not only on theoretical description of the data source, but what is learned in the course of research. I think all of us working in COVID-19 studies, where data sources have been really pushed to the limit because the whole population has been included in a lot of studies in a way that they were never before. We have learned a lot of being able to deep dive into some aspects of data coverage, data content, etc. And it would be great to be able to build in this more anecdotal step-by-step learned during the studies into this quality data frameworks processes.
So here, iterative, cost-benefit aware initiatives and takes on this as maybe a path forward. But Jing, please, over to you.
Hi, thanks. Very closely to this return on investment. Okay, so if we have gone through all those lengthy process of assessing database quality, and then can we also think about the downstream? For example, if 10 databases are, qualified as high quality databases, and in the future, does it mean if anyone use that database, we're not subject to less kind of qualified in a way? So is this intention here?
Do you want to give an answer, Anna?
Sorry, is my question clear?
Yeah, I think it's clear. Does this lead to basically a qualification of certain data sources once you've gone through this and it established as being high quality?
Well, yeah, that's the idea, but it's though some journey down the line to get there. So we're at the moment just looking at how to characterize this, how to define the maturity and so on. And I think we're building up to that point, but one small step at a time though.
Thank you, Anna. And I also think it's important to realize that, databases will quite often be fit for purpose for different purposes, right? So let's embrace that as well, rather than say that it's one size fits all. So we then end up in a situation checking out opportunities in data sources that may not fit every single purpose, right? I think that's actually important. That's why the maturity model is also there, right? So serves a purpose in that connection. Looking around whether there are other immediate reactions, responses, questions. Yeah, here in the room, please.
Thank you very much. I have a question on the broader outlook of the data quality steering group. I'm wondering, will it ever be in your ambition as well to influence data collection processes? Because it feels now like the data quality framework is really to judge already collected data, but do you also have it within the scope, or is that for future maybe to influence how data is being collected?
If it's so, it's indirect. So how we thought this through is we're offering a tool that can measure data quality, that can inform whoever reads the evidence, what are they looking at, what kind of data supports that evidence. Now, by setting up these rules, metrics, and so on and so forth, indirectly you do reach out on the data that produces that evidence. But at least for the time that we see, it's not necessarily going straight to advise on that. So it's a curveball sort of there.
Yeah, and I think in that addition, secondary use of healthcare data is not necessarily only regulatory or medicines development. There'll be other cases that will influence that. And I think let's look at the European health data space for what that will ultimately have to look like, influencing the original data collection. Anya, I see your hand raised here in the online. Please,
yeah, thank you. I think we had the argument or the statement already a little bit before that one size does not fit all. The requirements could be very different depending on the research question or the disease that we want to look at. But I have a question regarding the maturity level. So is it intended to have different grades of the maturity level? For example, when I think about if we, for example, study chronic inflammatory diseases, then it's very important that we have disease activity measured or that we have patient-reported outcomes in the data source. On the other hand, when we are aiming for a large data set that is really representative, then we might forget about this as we do with claims data. And so I think the quality of a data source could also be, it could be a small data, but with very good and tight monitoring and including disease activity and patient-reported outcomes. And this, versus a representative claims database. So what is your statement to that?
So I think how we thought this through is that it builds up to that. So when we split it and said, okay, we're looking at this foundation, or we look at this, and then we look at the question specific, means that there, in some stages, it simply informs without necessarily giving also a direction or a diagnostic for it. It says, so the maturity model for the level of maturity for processes is about there. Okay. Next. So I think ultimately the most important thing is how does it fit with the question, with the research question? How good does it? How much is fit for purpose, isn't it? That's where it all goes. But the rest of the pieces of the puzzle do matter in their own accord, giving the entire picture. So while we cannot solely draw a conclusion based on one or the other, in the end, they're painting a full picture that should inform the researcher or the evaluator, whatever the purpose might be there.
May I ask a second time, because I didn't get the full picture on it. So you can either evaluate the data source regarding, for example, proportion of missing data and so on, but on the other hand, you could also give a quality stamp for other things. So my question is the maturity level. Is it the kind of a stamp, high quality data, intermediate, low quality data, or do you do it like you said now, depending on the research question? So there's no quality stamp for every data source, and then you are looking at it with every research question, or how are you planning to have this maturity level indicated?
So we split them in independent topics. Gosha, if you can scroll to the first slide, I think it will be easier for me to speak on. It's all of the above, basically. It's the idea that we can split the anyway, that will do. So you said, so are we focusing on question specific? We are, but we are also independently from that characterizing two other type of determinants of metrics or whatever. So you would characterize a missingness in general in an intrinsic sort of level, and you'd say the age is missing in this much of the cases, fine. But then question specific, you would have more information on your particular question where age doesn't matter because you were looking at something else. So that's how we try to split the problem in individual sort of items. There's one thing, how reliable are the processes generating the data quality and so on, and it's good to know. It's one thing how much missing data you have, and there's the third one to actually get to the bottom of what's relevant to you in your research question, and that sort of builds up to the most important question, I suppose. That's sort of the...
Yeah, thank you very much. That was really helpful.
Well, thank you, Anja, for the questions, and definitely something to, from a more pragmatic point of view, to develop over the years to come, right? To get to that better understanding about, and also to your second question, which is a little bit sensitive, do we ultimately share some of this more publicly in terms of where are you with your data quality? But I think we need to get to the point where people are speaking honestly in a maturity level about their level of quality and where it's fit for purpose and where it may be struggling to be used for every single purpose, because that's not necessarily the ideal situation, right? So we need to get to that. But Nicole, I can see you also wanted to raise a question or intervene. So over to you.
Yes, and I think you might have just answered it. I was going to rephrase the discussion in a different way, and I was just going to say that maybe what we're trying to ask is there a direct relationship between the maturity level and the fitness for use for different use cases? And it just seems more obvious when you talk about question-specific determinants, but then how do you layer on top of the maturity level? And I think just having the discussion about that and seeing examples would be extremely helpful. And I know it's a difficult thing to answer.
Yeah, but no, I think that's exactly why we need to take a dive into how much detail do we then collect into the catalog in order to have that clarity, right? But I think to attack that a bit, you may actually get to a point where you're super mature in the maturity model, yet you decided never to collect data on a width and detail for your specific purpose. That's why you still go to a different data source, because that was their objective to actually do that. What's the scientific rationale behind the original data collection, which ultimately does not necessarily have to do a maturity model, but a different dimension of declaration of the content of that data, right? Which is fully justified, right? It's about the burden you want to carry to collect all the data you possibly can, right? Or limit it to what you really need, right? That's a different discussion. But the maturity model is really there, as I see it, to help every one of us to talk about how do you then improve, how do you learn, how do you find that forum to then go to the next step in terms of getting to that automated, ultimately with a feedback loop mechanism, if we can get to that. So I'm looking around in the room whether we get other reactions to it. Yeah, there's a hand, please.
Yeah, talking about this, having a data quality module in the catalog. I was wondering, do you already have an idea of what elements a data quality issue should have to be publicly reported? So, for instance, in Darwin EU, we're monitoring the data quality issues. I'll talk a bit more about it in the next session. But there, what we register for each data quality issue is, well, the issue itself, ideally something quantified, like this many % of records we see this. Register the cause, the remediations, and the impact, the expected impact of the data quality issue. In that sense, then this becomes a characteristic of the data set. Yeah, so I was wondering, do you already have ideas of what exactly will you report on data quality issues in the catalog?
Yeah, so if you have slide 7, Gosha, we have more ideas when it comes to this exact session that talks about processes, and this is where we already sort of converged with some data elements that we have actually implemented there. So we have already things like, I don't know, the CDM mapping, the ATL status linked to the processes, and so on and so forth. All of these we actually started collecting on in preparation of going live for this catalog. So here we have some. We can think to add some more in the next iteration, because we saw things like non-quality issue, for instance, that it came up as you should know this about the data source. That's not something we have in the current metadata list, but we can grow that direction. So on that, we have a pretty good idea. We have exactly the same conversation also mapped for that level, for the metrics and what's coming up next when we're going to present. And I think Katerina will show what we had in mind. And I think we should at that time discuss. The spoiler alert is that we're less mature on that one. Thank you.
Right. I think for the interest of time, let's progress to the next session for the topics coming up in that. Just catching on a little bit of lost time, but not a whole lot. Data quality metrics for real world data. And here we'll, in order to have a quantitatively evaluate data quality, we need to specify metrics, almost obvious. With the 2 presenters in this session, we'll get more insight into possible metrics to evaluate real world data quality. what they can be. From the Darwin EU Coordination Center we just heard, we'll hear about the current data quality metrics and the use of that in Darwin in order to evaluate quality of data sources. The session will be concluded with the EMA presentation on a proposal for specific data quality metrics for real-world data and relevant challenges. But I'd like to just hand it over to Maxime Monet from the Darwin EU Coordination Center, a researcher at the Medical Informatics Department at the Erasmus Medical Center. And in Darwin EU, he's leading the network operations, supporting the data partners during onboarding and monitoring the data quality. So Maxime, over to you to talk about data quality metrics in the context of Darwin EU.
Thank you. So I will focus on the implementation for a data quality framework to extract actionable data quality metrics from the data partners. It's kind of a common language for data quality assessment. Next slide, please. A quick disclosure that I'm representing here the views of the Darwin EU Coordination Center. Next slide. Quick recap. So Darwin EU is a federated network of data expertise and services that supports better decision-making throughout the product lifecycle by generating reliable evidence from real-world healthcare data, established last year by the EMA. So we have a federated network. The data stays local, and we make use of the OMOP CDM, a common data model, to perform studies in a timely manner and increase consistency of results. So we need to generate reliable evidence at a large scale. This requires high quality data. And this common data model allows us to use standardized quality tooling to be applied also at scale and to be reused. Besides that, this common data model also allows us to do studies at scale. We now onboarded our first 10 data partners, and another 10 will be onboarded later this year. Next slide, please. So to start the framework, this is the CAN framework for data quality assessment, published in 2016 and was specifically designed for secondary use of data. And this was chosen actually in another European network, the EDEN, or European Health Data and Evidence Network, also led by the Erasmus Medical Center. Was selected as a backbone of doing data quality assessment, of systematic data quality assessment. And it also aligns with the EMA data quality framework for EU. On the next slide, just have a quick deep dive. I won't go into too much detail on the CAN framework itself, but it consists out of two contexts. The verification context, which tests against local knowledge, and the validation context, benchmarking against external knowledge. On the next slide, we have the three categories of data quality defined in this CAN framework, very similar to what we've seen before already, but here it's defined as conformance, which is, I think, very similar to coherence category in the EMA data quality framework. So, for instance, all persons should have a birth date, are given BMIs equal to the calculated BMI. Then we have completeness, so that all attributes should be present. For instance, at least one diagnosis code given for a healthcare visit, and we expect to see fewer hospitalizations during a COVID lockdown. And lastly, plausibility. I think reliability, this is called in the data quality framework from the EMA, where we have the believability or truthfulness of the data values. Like we should have positive height and weight values, and medication should be administered typically after the birth date. Next slide. So now we have a data network, all mapped to a common data model, the OMOP CDM, and we have this data quality framework, the CAN framework. This then allows for large-scale systematic calculation of data quality metrics. This was also taken up by EDEN, this EDEN consortium, where this was applied at a large scale. And I'm actually presenting out their approach, which we're also using in Darwin EU, which has also been published in JAMA if you're interested. So where do we start? On the next slide, I have an example of a data quality metric. For instance, the number and percent of records with a value in the year of birth field of the person table less than 8050. Typically, they said we don't expect persons born before, in this case, 1850, to be alive when data collection started. This is an example of a plausibility verification check. Now, this is worded in a specific way such that we can template this. And on the next slide, I can show that. So we can make this more generic, saying, well, the number and percent of records with a value in a CDM field of the CDM table less than a particular low value. This is the plausible value low check type. On the next slide, I have another example where we can test the drug exposure table for the quantity field that should not be less than 0. We should not have negative values, in other words. So I won't go through all the different check types that can be defined in this way, but on the next slide I have another example, a very important one actually. The number and percent of values which are mapped to a standard concept in the condition concept ID field of the condition occurrence table. So how many diagnosis codes are mapped to the standard used, in this case in OMOP. This is a completeness verification check. And again, we can make this more generic on the next slide, where we test it in every CDM field and CDM table. This is the standard valid concept check. This can be applied, for instance, for drug concepts and also the route concept, both in the drug exposure table. Then if we apply this systematically over all tables and fields in the OMP CDM, we get, as shown on the next slide, around 20 check types. If you can forward this 3 times, I want to highlight a few. I won't go in that much detail, but for instance, the first 5 conformance checks, those are basically checking for the database constraints. And I want to highlight as important difference here. If you can forward at least two clicks, then we check for standard valid concept both in conformance and in completeness. I think that's a nice example of the difference there. So the standard concept check for the conformance check, that tests whether every field expecting a concept actually has a valid concept identifier there, valid code. Then the completeness check looks for any concept, because a concept can actually also be 0, meaning not mapped. But then our data is not complete. We're missing information here. So that's also a thing we check separately. It's a completeness check. Most of these check types are actually verification checks, so testing internally against the local knowledge. Among plausibility, there are also a few that check for in the validation context, but need some outside information, like what are the extreme values for certain measurements. Next slide, please. So if we now apply this consistently across all these tables and fields in the OMP CDM, we get a total of more than 3,000 checks, and I just checked, and there are more than 4,000 even now if you apply them. So that's the power of having this template. We can now apply that and consistently, systematically check this. So that brings us to how we then run these checks. On the next slide. So around this ID, within Eden, the data quality dashboard was developed. So as input, we have all these check types, and there's a programmatic package, and actually coded in R, called DQD, generating results. And these results, so machine-readable results, basically calculates for each of these checks the number of violating records and also the percentage of violating records. These are actually shared as part of the onboarding process in Darwin EU. And these can also be then displayed either by the data partner itself or by us in the coordinating center. We can display this in a dashboard as an overview, but also to deep dive and look at specific checks that failed. And there's an important thing. How do we know whether a check has failed or not? Does one violating record actually mean that the check failed? And there is the last missing piece here, the thresholds. You can advance twice. I won't go through each of this, but the raw result is just the percentage of violating records. But now we need to add some threshold to decide did this check fail or did it pass? If you advance twice here, please. So we add a decision threshold, and then we can say, well, this check passed or failed. Could be so 0% here, the first check, actually any violating record will make this check fail. So we find these important. Some other examples here, they only fail when more than 5% of records are violating that check. Then on the next slide, so all of this is available as an open source package called the Data Quality Dashboard. So as I said, developed in Eden, but now maintained by Odyssey. Odyssey is the community behind so the OMOP Common Data Model. And we're leveraging many tools besides develop our own as well in Darwin. So to close, I want to zoom out a bit and give it a bit perspective how this fits in our whole data quality assessment in Darwin. So this DQD or Data Quality Dashboard is just a small part here highlighted in orange. I hope, I'm colorblind actually. And besides that, we have two other packages specifically developed in Darwin called CDM Onboarding. It generates onboarding report with some metadata. And we have Dashboard Export, which has some accurate statistics on the data. These two packages are actually supported by Achilles, which was mentioned before actually in a previous session. Then on the top, we also collect some extrinsic metadata via the onboarding template, resulting in the onboarding documents. We collect these results from these packages, review them, and monitor them in a data quality tracker. And most importantly, we also give that as feedback to the data partners. We organize a meeting with the data partners, and that has been very insightful, both ways. So we give them, present some issues we have found in the data. Well, they actually liked that to see, or that was our experience, that got a good response, that it helped them to improve the data quality of their assets. But it also gained a lot of insights for us while talking to them, going through these issues, them explaining to us why we're seeing them. So in that way, we got to know the data sources better. That was my last slide. Thanks for listening, and I'm looking forward to any questions you might have.
Very, very clear, Maxime. Thank you so much for that. Before we go into an open discussion and questions here, I'd just like to hand it over to Katarina Christina Deli from the EMA, who is a pharmacist and senior EMA data scientist, to talk about data quality metrics for real-world data. Over to you, Katarina.
Thank you. Thank you, Jesper. Next slide. Next slide, please. So in this session, we focus on data quality metrics for real-world data. And you've seen this graph before a couple of times already, at least. And so we focus in this presentation on intrinsic determinants of quality, which answers the question, what quality aspects can be assessed or observed about a dataset independently from the way it was generated. In the real-world data quality framework specialization, we'll discuss metrics that can be used to characterize data quality. Next slide, please. The general data quality framework, as we saw also, as it was recapped before, introduced the concept of intrinsic determinants as all quality aspects that can be observed in a dataset without neither knowing how this dataset originated nor its intended use. And in the context of real-world data, intrinsic determinants correspond to metrics applied to datasets. Metrics are relevant for data quality in general, but have a specific significance in real-world data, as often the quality of secondary use of data cannot be controlled at source, but can only be assessed at the second stage. Next slide, please. The aim of the document, the specialization that is being developed, is to provide a framework able to best describe the data quality of a data source on the basis of the measured dimensions and the corresponding best fit metric, considering also the complexity required to implement. It will also provide examples for relevant metrics will be included in the document. The metrics that are presented or will be presented in the real-world data quality framework are not meant to be exhaustive or normative, as different extensive lists of metrics and checks have been proposed, but the objective is to help align different metrics and to identify and address gaps in current practices. It's important to stress that metrics measure a quality level, but they do not characterize the adequacy of a given quality level to address a question. And this point is addressed by the question-specific determinants that will focus in the next session. Next slide, please. Again, you've seen this slide again before, and these are the data quality dimension that the metrics aim to measure. And in the next few slides, we will see how with different metrics and categories of metrics we can measure each one of these dimensions: reliability, extensiveness, coherence, timeliness. And finally, we have relevance, which answers the question, is this the kind of data I need? And within this data quality framework, relevance is considered as the suitability to answer research question, and therefore measuring this dimension will be the subject more of the next session. Next slide, please. So here we have proposed some categorization of the metrics. The first category is objective dataset assessment checks, or metrics regarding a dataset structure for which no additional knowledge or information is required, so only the dataset is enough. The second category are plausibility checks, and these assess likelihood of data being accurate based on general knowledge about clinical data. The third category is conformance checks, assessing conformity to external standards dictating data structure or format. The fourth one is comparison to other datasets, and these are metrics based on a comparison with an external dataset acting as a reference or a gold standard. And finally, checks on dataset descriptors, and these are metrics on additional metadata that may come with a dataset. So in some cases, it may be useful to consider metrics that go beyond intrinsic aspects of data quality and are covering foundational determinants. Next slide, please. So I mentioned, reminded the different dimensions and provided also the different categories of metrics. And now we're going to look at what data quality dimensions can be assessed using each category of metrics. And not necessarily each category can be used to assess each dimension. So to give some examples, in order to assess reliability, an objective dataset assessment check could be the number of decimal points that is used in values. A plausibility check could be to check whether the values are within clinical range. A potential comparison with other datasets could help us understand and to compare distributions and densities of data values versus a gold standard. And finally, check on dataset descriptors. That could be, for example, a dataset that could be provided with an additional dataset detailing what values are recorded and what values are imputed. So it requires to have some additional external information. To measure extensiveness, an objective dataset assessment check could be, for example, to check the percentage of records for which data is missing for a given variable. A check with comparison to other data sets could be to check similarity of patient characteristics in the data source versus a reference data source. And checks on dataset descriptors could be the use of explicit negation. So, for example, whether, for example, a non-required variable is explicitly marked as no in the dataset. To assess coherence, an objective dataset assessment could be the number of records flagged as potential duplicates. And a conformance check to external standards. A check on dataset descriptor could be, for example, conformance to allowable ranges. And to assess timeliness, an example of metric could be the most recently recorded timestamp. For example, if there are timestamps that indicate for death that it was last entered updated on a certain date and month, for example, January this year, but then versus another date, 1st of July, is recorded for another variable. Next slide, please. And here in this slide, we provide some additional metric examples to assess the different data quality dimension based on the metrics categories we mapped, and also some more tangible examples in order to understand further the proposed categories. So we have, again, for the dimension reliability, to do some plausibility checks could be, for example, a percentage of records where logical constraints between values agree with expectations. For example, the percentage of records of pregnancy were really attributed to females. And checks on dataset descriptors, for example, could be the percentage of variable datasets that are based on imputation or derivation. And an example could be, for instance, whether the end of treatment date for X% of patients is derived from treatment start date and treatment cycle length. To measure extensiveness, a measure that could be a check using comparison to other datasets could be deviation score between patient characteristics in the data source and a reference data source. For example, if we had a cohort of patients with chronic kidney disease in France, in a dataset that we find it has significantly older age and higher severity classification compared to the national French population from National Claims Database. To measure coherence, another metric using a conformance check could be, for relevant variables, the percentage of patient records where the precision of values is fitting a target standard. For example, a percentage of records have hemoglobin H1C levels reported with 1 decimal digit. And lastly, to assess timeliness, an objective dataset assessment check could be, an example metric could be the average time of updates in a dataset, in a database. For example, usually timestamps indicate patient records are updated on average every 3 months, for example, after a hospital visit. Next slide, please. In these slides, we can see how maturity evolves with respect to intrinsic determinants of the data quality, which was also mirroring the maturity levels for intrinsic determinants in the general EU data quality framework. In level 0, there's a qualitative assessment. Metrics may have to be estimated and self-reported by the data owner with approximate knowledge of general data trends. At maturity level 1, we start to have a quantitative assessment where the owner performs sampling and spot checking of records with documented results. At level 2, the checks become more standardized. There are comprehensive test cases, results, including summary statistics and scores, available through a metadata catalog for decision-making of fitness for purpose. At level 3, we come to a fully automated testing in data conformant with common data model. Results, summary statistics are auto-disseminated to catalog systems. And at the last level, level 4, we have a feedback system, which is more aspirational level, where errors found can, during, for example, data usage, feedback, and improve data collection. And there is a loop around that. Next slide, please. So in the next couple of slides, lay out some points to consider regarding metrics. The first one is when to apply metrics. Metrics may be applied at different points in time of the life cycle for real-world data. They can serve for internal error detection and subsequent correction of data, or they can provide an intermediary or final quality control. Also, it's important to note that metrics may change for a subset of data of interest. Some metrics may change or need to be reassessed when a specific subset of a dataset of interest is identified. For example, in the context of a research question. As an example, precision of age may change if only a pediatric population is considered. The responsibility of generating metrics is important because throughout an evidence generation process, not all actors have visibility on all data. Some may only have access to aggregated data downstream. Also, different actors should be responsible to maintain data quality assessment for the part they can control in order to maintain an overall chain of evidence. Next slide, please. It was mentioned also in the session before, session 3, the data source catalog that can be used to capture more, to capture more information on processes, but a data source catalog could also capture data quality metrics. So maybe it would be interesting to integrate a comprehensive data quality module within the data source catalog, which is also linked to the studies that are run on a data source, and that increases transparency for the study, and also it can help understand more the data source. Metrics benefit from automation and standardization. The use of a standard common data model and automated set of tests increases feasibility and utility of metrics. A large number of tests could maybe be difficult to interpret. And the final point is that maturity level could be useful in guiding data quality assessment. The maturity level could help orientate the data user on the overall level of data quality of a given data source. And next slide, and last slide. This is, again, some proposed discussion points based on the questions or discussions that we had internally in the team, and it would be interesting to hear views on those in the discussion that will follow. The first point is about automated metrics, which can provide a big amount of data. How can these be summarized in the synthetic way? Are the counts of tests fail, pass useful? And should detailed values for key variables be reported? Second is regarding how much is it feasible to have gold standards or general reference data sets to base quality assessment on? Is there a role for silver standards, for example, comparison among related data sets? We introduced this category of metrics that has to do with the use of external data set, but how much feasible is this? And finally, should metrics be included that cannot be derived from a simple data set, example, percentage of imputed values? And if so, how feasible is it at scale? And again, this is on a proposal, the category of metrics relates to the category of metrics that we spoke about based on dataset descriptors that was mentioned earlier. And thank you very much. Over to you, Jesper.
Thank you, Katarina. Also very, very clear. Thank you for sharing that, and especially the discussion points here towards the end, which I think combines also for Maxim. Any questions online or here in the room? Things that made you think, that you want to have elaborated, further discussions? Not really. Well, maybe that. Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you. Nicolas Pratt from Janssen, representing Vaccines Europe. I just have a question for Maxime, because in your dashboard, how do you define the check decision thresholds? And can you make them vary according, for instance, the research question you are focusing on? And I would like, in fact, to hear from you whether you think it's important to give this flexibility. Thank you.
I didn't address that, but indeed these thresholds can be set on a database level. So we don't set them on a study level, we set them on database level, because here we really look at generic data quality upon onboarding of a data set into the network. But these thresholds indeed can be tweaked because some data sets might not have a particular type of data, so then it doesn't make sense to check for that. Then a table is just empty, and that's more characteristic than a data quality issue. Regarding that dashboard as well, we've screenshot is shown, and it also ties into the question Katarina raised on, is the number of failed pass checks actually useful information? Not always, especially if you're checking for 4,000 checks, there might be 10 failing, and then there's a 99% pass. That's not a good metric, because the 10 failing might be crucial checks. So what we found, and that's quite labor intensive, is that the investigation of the failing checks, and then you can prioritize by a number of records that have been violated, that's the most informative. For instance, one example I've seen, not in a Darwin EU data partner, but actually in one of other data sets that I'm working on, we found that there was a mismatch between the date of the visit occurrence and the date of the detail of that visit occurrence. They seem to be a year apart for multiple records. So that per se seems like a very big issue. Like, what are we going to do about that? Upon investigation, it seemed the actual issue was that the key between those two elements did not match. So we were using the wrong key that picked the wrong records out of the table. So it was in this in the source process already. So that of course we fixed, and then it looked all right. So really this investigation, and even looking at checks that did pass, so were below the threshold, but had some violating records, could also give a lot of insight when investigating. But yeah, as I said, it's more like a prioritization. We start with where the most violated records are, and then we work down the list.
Thank you, Maxime. The art and the science of data management, really appreciate that. I think I get two questions here online as well, and I would normally respect the order, but since one of the hands raised would be Peter Reinbeck, I would assume it could be related to this first question. So Peter, over to you first, and then Jeff afterwards.
Absolutely related to that question. A very valid question, because as Maxime already explained, the step we're using with DQD now is for the onboarding. But nothing actually withholds us to run these same checks again at the moment we run a study, because you could simply reduce the data set to the cohort of interest and then run all these checks on that individual study. And I think that's a very valuable exercise to do, and also very nicely in line with the data quality dash or the data quality framework that EMA laid down, that top layer there. I do want to mention also that there are additional checks that we do in Darwin at the moment of study execution, where, for example, we dive in some of the mappings and do some additional like incidence and prevalence or incidence rate calculations to assure that there's not a big discrepancy between the different databases. So there are multiple levels of quality control also in that later phase that we do not have time yet to talk about today, but are being looked at. And maybe the final comment is that that whole process of data quality is really a continuously ongoing effort together with the data partners, because it's not only at onboarding stage. Every year that they update their data with new data for the last year, for example, we run again these quality checks, and we interact with these databases quite intensively, and that's possible within the Darwin concept, of course, because we have contracts with these databases, and actually put in the contracts also that these quality checks need to be followed up, and we have a good understanding about that. So that's a very valuable position that we are in Darwin with these databases, and we all learn a lot from this exercise.
Thanks for that, Peter. Really appreciate the elaboration here. Jeff Brown from ISUP, next, please. Try next. We can't hear you, Jeff.
There we go. That should be okay. So I always agree that Peter should go first. Very much agree with this comment. I've been involved with data checking for a very long time now, and I'm really pleased to see where things are going. There's two sides to the coin, and it could get there's risks to being too automated or too kind of formulaic, and I think Peter actually just got at some of that. So what we don't want to do is absolve the researcher from the responsibility of doing their own data quality assessments and assessing the fitness for purpose for their research question, which is kind of what Peter was just getting at that last moment. Because I've seen many data sets that look great, but in fact have, I'll just say, are insufficient for certain questions. There's funny ones, which are just mistakes, and but data checks might sometimes approve a variable because they expect it to be a number, and there's a number in the field, therefore it's okay. But I've seen in other networks, height is a number and head circumference is a number, and they were mixed up in some data sets, and you wouldn't know that until, if you didn't check, you wouldn't have known, and it would have led to some interesting findings. So but I actually think one of the bigger issues for the community is, how do we communicate that these data are fit for purpose and messy? And it's very scary when we do a lot of data. It's scary for those a little bit more outside the community. When we show that there's pregnant men, and when we show there's women with prostate cancer, and we show that people were born in 1700, all those things will be in the data set. There will be blood pressures of 18,000 over 12,000. That's just the way it will be. That doesn't mean the data can't be used, and it doesn't mean that we don't have responsibility to use it. So that's the other side of how do we communicate that the data, real world data, are messy, but we have a responsibility to use it appropriately. And then it's about matching the question to the data, the method. I'll say, I know people on the phone have probably heard me say this, but I don't trust a perfect data set. If I see a perfect data set, I know someone fixed it. And then I need to know what they did with it. If I see a data set that doesn't have the expected level of, I'll just call it messiness, then it becomes more untrustworthy to me than trustworthy. Because somehow it was fixed. It would be different for a registry, likely, that's kind of curated. So, and I'll just end with a pitch to using other data sources as that comparing across data sources as a really valuable comparison to all the networks I've ever been involved in. That was probably the most important in scenarios where you don't know what the right answer is, but you know that it shouldn't be very different across similar data. I don't know what the right number of hospitalizations or the right number of emergency department visits that lead to a hospitalization, but I know it shouldn't be that different across data sources if those data sources are similar. And it's really a valuable piece of this multi-site participation, being able to use all those sites for this exact purpose. So maybe that's more of a comment.
Thank you, Jeff. Really appreciate the intervention here. And I hope our colleagues here with the EMEA, to some of the questions you had on the slides, I think some of the questions were directly, indirectly answered with some of the questions here that, yes, are counts of test fail useful, but in relative terms. Whether or not that study or cohort specific can always be more a scientific question necessarily than a generic one with fully automation onto that. And I think then there's some other types of checks that we need to embrace in the dialogue as well with the data holders to better understand, and also be skeptical if you get the perfect data set, because in reality it doesn't really exist, right? So that also leads to that as Darwin progresses, with more than 300 analyses across 40 data sources, with 3,000 checks to be executed, that's a lot of data in its own right to inform us about the importance about quality checks, the impact of it on the results, and also having a pragmatic threshold, quality tolerance limit approach to it, where you strike down on something and then you maybe let go on something else. So still with the magic of big numbers, get to good evidence. I think I would like to close this session and obviously then bring us back on time. And for the last session we'll have here, hand it over to Paolo to take us through that.
Thank you, Jesper. So in this last 4 sessions, we have talked about data quality from different angles, from listening to experience, so real life example, listening to more, let's say, academic discussion, talking about metrics, determinants, talking about maturity level. Now, in the next session, what we would like to go is to try to understand how to put that in the real context of why we are doing all this data quality check. That is to say, is try to understand how data quality fit in the context of doing and preparing a particular study. So we will have 2 presentations here, one from Olaf Klungel, that is the professor of pharmacoepidemiologic methods at Utrecht University, is the scientific director of the Utrecht Institute for Pharmaceutical Science, and also is member of the EMEA Methodology Working Party. And also we will listen to another presentation of Juan José Abellan, that is statistics senior specialist at the EMEA. The 2 presentations are very, very closely together in a sense, and they will provide us with few thoughts for reflection after their presentation. So we will have hopefully a nice discussion after. So Olaf, over to you.
All right. Thanks, Paolo. Yes, it's my pleasure to present on data quality requirements and how this relates to study design and analyses. And what we've heard so far today is mostly about what you can do in terms of quality checks and quality assessment before you actually design your study. But quality of data does not necessarily mean quality of evidence. There's more needed for that, and that's the quality of the methodology and the design of a study. Next slide, please. So that's where relevance comes in, I think. So that's one of the dimensions of data quality, and this is something that should be evaluated for each study and addressed in a study protocol. So how can we actually assure then that the real world data source are fit for purpose for a specific question? And so, as I already mentioned, two aspects are important: the methodology in terms of the study design and analysis, if that's appropriate for the specific question at hand, and the quality of the data used in the study. So I'll mostly address the methodological aspect, and Juan José will mostly talk about quality of data, I think, and some methodological aspects as well. So I will talk a bit about what aspects of data quality can actually help also in designing a study. How can it inform our study design? Next slide, please. So I've taken the NCEP checklist for study protocols because I think it's very helpful. And there are other checklists as well, and also more harmonized, let's say, templates like the Harper template that also mostly considers items from the NCEP checklist. And I think it's helpful because we can have a look at what aspects actually are relevant in terms of data quality, and what is already should already be addressed in a study protocol, and what is, let's say, independent of data quality. And I think the first thing we need to think about is the design of a study, of course. So what is the design? Is it a cohort study, a case control study? What is appropriate for the specific question that we're trying to answer? So this is driven by the research question and should not be driven by data quality or data source that we might have access to. And so often we see that we have a data source and then we, let's say, try to answer a question and design a study. It should start with the question and what is the appropriate study design. And I think it will really help if we can then move to, let's say, the most appropriate data source, and that we can be informed by the quality of the data source and all the metrics and dimensions that we've heard of today. So this will help in describing the data source and the study population, and how well we can actually define the population based on in- and exclusion criteria. And of course, we need to have good data, good information on these criteria in order to select the appropriate study population. So that's where data quality comes in. And if we can have information already before we design our study on these aspects, then that will be very useful, of course, in deciding which data source is most suitable. Next slide, please. So just going through all the standard elements of a study protocol, you need to define your exposure, your outcome, but also in a protocol, you need to address what the validity is of the measurements of exposure and outcome. And you see several items mentioned like precision, accuracy, and those are all the typical metrics that are also mentioned in the EU data quality framework. So I think the framework will really help in, let's say, formulating the study protocol and in a uniform way describing, let's say, the quality of the data and how this is measured. And the protocol can actually be informed if this has already been done. So if this data quality assessment has been done, you can already use that to, let's say, draft your protocol. If not, then you need to do that on a study-by-study basis. But the more you can do in advance, well, the more helpful I think it will be to also tailor your study protocol. I would like to emphasize that also for each question that you're trying to answer, you need to consider what the, let's say, the mechanism of action is of a drug, how the kinetics and dynamics are in relation to the outcome that you're studying, because this will also be very important in, let's say, which data source is suitable to address such a question, because this needs to be defined in the protocol. Next. Quite some discussion today also about, let's say, the completeness of data, missingness of data, and that's something. If you already know in advance some of these broad, let's say, metrics of how complete the data is in terms of which the data that is available and how much the percentage of missingness of a certain variable, then you can address in the protocol already that you would have to use a method to handle this missing data, for instance, by multiple imputation. Also, variables that are let's say, for which the quality or the validity is perhaps less than perfect, you can design your study in such a way that you inform your sensitivity analyses around those variables. So the uncertainty about certain variables can actually be addressed then in sensitivity analysis. And it's helpful to know that in advance, because otherwise you would have to do it afterwards, and it's based on let's say, results, and you would have to modify your protocol. So the more you know in advance which analysis you would need to do based on certain quality parameters, the better I think it would be. And then all the way on the right, there's a large section on description of the data source, and here's I think where also a link to the data quality framework can be made, and how we would describe, let's say, the quality of the data. Next. So I'd like to talk you a little bit through an example of a study that was done a few years ago in terms of a framework contract with the European Medicines Agency, and just focus on the first question mainly. There were 3 objectives of this study that focused on the risk of major bleeding in patients with non-valvular atrial fibrillation, and the focus was on direct oral anticoagulants. So let's go to the next slide. So the first objective was actually an association study, so a safety study. And I've just described here the key characteristics of this design. So it was a new user active comparator cohort. The population was patients with non-valvular atrial fibrillation. Exposure was new use of direct oral anticoagulants or vitamin K antagonist as the comparator. Outcome was major bleeding, and confounders were risk factors for the outcome. Some effect modifiers, and also a certain follow-up time was needed. Well, in order to design such a study, you need to have good quality information on all these aspects. And as you can see in the table, we for various reasons, we were only able to do at that time the study in 4 data sources. And as an example, for instance, the Bavarian claims database, which was a health insurance claims database from Germany, data on the exposure, so dispensing of drugs, and the outcome, hospitalizations for bleeding, were only available on a quarterly basis. So we did not know the exact date of the dispensing or the hospitalization. And for causal inference, you need to know whether the exposure comes before the outcome or not. And in this case, this could be considered as a quality aspect. It's perhaps precision could be mentioned. So the exact date was not known. So for this reason, this data source disqualified for being used for this particular question. So there were other aspects as well. Also the timeliness dimension, for instance, that some data sources were not up to date to include enough numbers of users of direct oral anticoagulants. Next slide, please. Important for designing such a study is to define the study population. So we said patients should have a non-valvular atrial fibrillation, and also the DOAC or the VKA should be described for the indication of non-valvular atrial fibrillation to prevent thrombotic events. But let's say the linked diagnosis indication to the specific prescription, that would be the best possible way to define this population, we thought. But for many of the data sources, this is not available. Less than half of the patients have an indication linked to a prescription. So you have to work around that. And we looked for medical codes for non-valvular atrial fibrillation around the index date, which was the start of such a drug. Well, we could do that in general practice, primary care records from the UK CPRD database or the BFOP Spanish GP database. But in other data sources, we had to work with claims records. And in the last data source, the Danish registries, we worked with hospitalization records. So you could, if you would strictly follow like quality aspects and say, okay, we need to have the indication for the drug, then more than half of the population and several data sources would not be able to contribute to this study. So sometimes you also have to be a bit pragmatic, and that's, I think, links into, well, should be really strict a priori in terms of data quality, or should you assess it per study and then also assess, let's say, the feasibility of this? And you can always do some sensitivity analysis around different ways of defining the population. Next slide, please. Right, so also for exposure, basically the same. You can do that in different ways, and each data source has different ways in which you can define the exposure. And we had to define the duration of exposure, but it can be based, for instance, on the prescribed number of tablets and the dosage. That would be preferable, but that's not always possible. Not all data sources have actually the dosage or let's say the dose instruction, and then you have to work around that again by, for instance, using a median time between prescriptions or the most frequently occurring estimated prescription duration in a data source. So different ways. And this is another dimension, I think, that comes in if you use multiple data sources that have different quality or different completeness, if you wish, of the data sources. Next slide, please. And very important, of course, the outcome also can be defined in different ways. So you have like a gold standard definition, which we defined according to the International Society of Thrombosis and Hemostasis. And then, well, you need to operationalize that based on the different coding systems, data sources available. And then in the end, you can do sensitivity analysis around it. But if you know beforehand what the quality of the outcome data is in different data sources, you can take that into account in designing your study protocol. Next slide. And then finally, on equality on risk factors confounder, missing this is often an issue, especially on lifestyle factors such as, let's say, smoking, use of alcohol. In many of the data sources, it is completely absent. In some data sources, it is available partially, so there is some missing data. So how to handle that? You can let's say, use multiple imputation methods to in the data sources that have these available, and then see what the impact in that particular data source is if you adjust for these factors. And then you have to make assumptions, of course, how that would also affect your estimates in the other data sources that might not have this data available. But if you would say, well, the perfect data source has all these data available and it's also complete and accurate, then I think we have to drop most of the data sources actually to do these studies. And then we have to consider, well, how important is such a confounder and what is the impact of adjustment for that? So you can address that in your study protocol, I think. But it's good to have this information also a priori assessed in a data quality framework. Next slide. So this is my last slide, actually. So I think the data quality dimension of relevance should be evaluated for each study and addressed in study protocol. The design of a study should be independent of the data source, but driven by the research question. And variable definitions and analysis of a study may actually depend on data quality and can be informed by data quality if we have that in place. So I think it's very useful if there would be a data quality framework and metrics that we can agree on, because it can inform the fit for purpose assessment actually of a data source for specific questions. Thank you.
Many thanks, Olaf. It's a quite nice presentation, and I really like your key messages at the end. But before starting commenting on those, maybe let's listen from Juanjo. Juanjo, also over to you.
Thank you, Paolo. Good afternoon to everyone. Last presentation of the session. Next slide. Oh, can we have the slides up, please? So I'm going to talk essentially about the other aspect that Olaf briefly mentioned in one of his slides. So data quality for a research question of interest essentially has a lot to do with gaining the trust of the end user and addressing a number of questions around which data were used for the study and why. What is the justification for the data sources that were selected to run a specific study, and this is a little bit the script, if you want, that I have learned since I joined the EMA, how we use this. So essentially, what we want at the EMA is more evidence-based regulatory decision making, and in order to do that, we need to address knowledge gaps. So when there is a knowledge gap, that triggers a research question. And that research question needs to be addressed through a non-interventional study. And I'm using EU legal terminology by saying non-interventional study to differentiate that from randomized clinical trials, because obviously that is the preferred tool from a regulatory perspective. However, non-interventional studies can also be helpful in research questions not related to specific efficacy, but to other aspects important for medicine, such as safety, and effectiveness, as well as how medicines are used in practice. And real-world data sources, well, I mean, they're just coming from our use, our collective use of healthcare systems. And whenever we use those systems, there is a footprint in the form of data that we leave behind, and such data can be used. They're an opportunity, but of course, they come with challenges. But in principle, they could be used for evidence generation, and they have been used for evidence generation for many years now. Next slide, please. You have seen this slide in Ola's presentation as well. So the important thing here is that decision makers, so the end user of the study results, may not be familiar with real-world data sources included in a study. And how we can ensure that they can trust that those were the right data sources to address a study. And the level of trust depends on the study aspects and methodological aspects that Olaf has discussed, but also on data quality aspects concerning the data sources. Now, which aspect should we focus on? The solution cannot be to overwhelm the end user with 4,000 checks. I mean, they are obviously important and crucial, but if you give that to an end user, it's going to be overwhelmed. It's going to be very difficult for them to ascertain, where to focus on. So all data quality dimensions that have been mentioned by my colleagues from the EMA, Anna Coquino and Caterina, are important to assess data quality. But probably, if we want to be a bit pragmatic, there are two that are essential to focus on. One is reliability, and the other is relevance. Next slide, please. So you have already seen, so I'm going to first talk about reliability and then relevance. I have one slide on each. So you already seen from Anna and Caterina, the foundational and intrinsic aspects to assess data quality. All the dimensions in these two layers and the subdimensions need to be, in a way, reassessed again from the lens of the research question. So even if you have 4,000 checks, you need to be able to extract which of those 4,000 checks might be relevant to give confidence to an end user that the data source is collecting data in a reliable way. So the data actually reflects the real world that it intends to reflect. And from the foundational layer, of course, a key aspect that the end user wants to know is, what was the primary use of this data source? So what is this data source aiming at? And from that lens, how is the data collected? They want to understand that. Was this actually electronic health records used to essentially write down the clinical history of the patient and deliver the healthcare? Or was this actually to include data? Was it the purpose to collect data to assess incidence and prevalence in a given registry? Or was this about claims that were used for reimbursement purposes? These essential nature, the primary use of data source is important to be made available to the end user. Likewise, what is the representativeness of the data for the inferential purpose of the research question? This is very important because if we want to make a study, we need to make sure that the results will be representative of the target population we want to make inference about. And then, of course, another element that can give trust to end users is peer review publications of the data source itself. So data sources trying to actually disseminate widely in the scientific community that they have a data source and all the key elements, and they go through the publication with a peer review process that will ensure that there is some scientific quality behind the data already. In addition to that, if the end user is aware that this data source has been used in other similar studies, that will also help to give them confidence. Now, in terms of the intrinsic aspects, I will not go already in the specific aspects covered by Katerina, but essentially the idea is that, if you have all these dimensions to dimensions and you have the metrics, and you can see there are good values on those metrics capturing intrinsic aspects of the data source, again, that will increase confidence in such a data set to feed an analysis of a study. This is with respect to reliability. Next slide, please. So with respect to relevance, well, the key aspect here is to understand why, the data, so why the data source can be, we can be sure that the data source will provide the information needed to address the study. So are actually the key data elements that we need for a study collected in the data source? And here you need to focus on, for example, aspects such, okay, if I'm going to do a study on survival, does the data source collect data on death systematically? Is there sufficient granularity of the data? For example, a data source can say, I collect data on diagnostic and I have data, for example, on leukemia. But if you want to run a study on a specific subtype of leukemia, you need to check that actually the coding system has the granularity to allow you to capture cases with that specific subtype of leukemia. So you need to check the data elements. Olaf already has covered all of them. But I want to mention that one aspect that Olaf alluded to indirectly was the development of computational phenotypes. So, for example, if you want to try to capture cases with a specific health condition, you not only use disease codes, but you may also use additional information around, for example, medicines that the patients might have been prescribed or other comorbidities. Okay, so the idea here is to use essentially an algorithm potentially to develop what we call, or in Darwin, actually, I learned this language from Darwin EU, a computational phenotype, which essentially is that, an algorithm that enables you to use a variety of information to define a specific clinical phenotype that can be identified through electronic data sources. Questions that we have, for example, from end users is, okay, you have these data sources. Can we really trust that you can retrospectively create a cohort where patients are followed up through time? External validation is also very important. Are the studies showing good ability of the data source to capture data relevant for my study? So, for example, are patients diagnosed in the data source as having COPD actually are COPD patients? So if there are external studies validating that will always give confidence to the end user. Of course, there are other ways in which you can do that through data source verification, etc. Next slide, please. So in terms of how can you capture metrics that could help you, could help the end user to gain confidence that the data source is, so to speak, trustable for the study in question. So one idea that I borrowed from my colleagues developing the data quality framework and the real world data deep dive chapter is here. They inspire, actually they got it in a way inspired by work by Gatto et al. On the structured process to identify fit for purpose data that has been mentioned earlier this afternoon. Unlike that, it's not used for ranking, compare the fitness for purpose of real world data sources, but it may help to illustrate the idea of you have a design element, for example, the study population. You have some inclusion-exclusion criteria that accurately define that target population, and then you check in the database if you have the relevant data elements required to identify that population, and then you can assess whether the quality of the elements is good or not, and you can assess the completeness of the data through metrics, and the same for other quality dimensions. And the next slide, I put together an example where you could try to illustrate this idea. So for example, imagine you wanted to run a study to assess the mortality rate in severe asthma patients using electronic health records. And you have here, I put two key design elements: the study population defined by 3 inclusion criteria, confirmed diagnosis of asthma, so that's a disease code. But then in addition, because these are severe asthma patients, you want evidence that there are at least 2 asthma exacerbations in the last year. And also that, as another signal or as another criterion on the severity of the disease, you want to capture whether these patients have been treated with medium or high dose of inhaled corticosteroids. And you have these 3 elements to define the population, and then you can check if you have the data elements in the data source to capture that. You have obviously the physician diagnosis, so in some vocabulary, could be a SNOMED, could be some other. Whether, to capture if the patient, for example, was hospitalized with an asthma exacerbation, you may check whether the data source has linkage to hospital data. And the same with medicine. So you can check if the data source captures medicine prescriptions and the dose as well. And then you can think of whether these elements are more critical or less critical. You may say, well, I think at least confirmed diagnosis of asthma is super critical, and also having at least 2 exacerbations is a very important element to define my population. The criticality of the use of inhaled corticosteroids may be a little bit less. Or you can also consider that it's high. It's up to the user essentially to determine this level of criticality. And you can actually suggest some extensiveness here. I mean, here I think in an update of this, you could be very demanding and ask 100% of everyone in the data source has all the information. But the point here is that the data source holder could actually inform the end user. Look, we have this percentage of patients with a diagnosis. So if the end users know that, say, I don't know, a very high percentage of the patients in the data source has a valid diagnostic code, that will give them confidence. And the same with linkage to hospital data. If the data source say, okay, I can link a very high percentage of the patients here to hospital records, and the same with the medication and the dose. And for the key outcome in this case would be survival. So if you want to capture overall survival, if you want to measure overall survival for your analysis, you need the date of death. And then obviously this is a highly critical element for a study, for this study. And then you would like to understand that a high percentage of people with that you're known to be dead, they have a date of death. And this could be, also kind of provided through, okay, we cross our data source with mortality registry or something like that. And I think essentially this, again, you don't have to take this as specific, this is just an idea. This is not kind of something written in stone yet. This is just an idea to bounce and hear feedback from you guys, and whether these kind of elements could help to give trust to the end users when a data source is used. And I think the other challenge, and if we can please move to the last slide, is posing this question, which is, okay, once you have done all these exercises, how can we summarize in a meaningful way the overall fit for purpose assessment of a data source for a research question of interest? So happy to hear feedback, and back to you, Paolo.
Thanks a lot, Juanjo. Colleagues, I think that we have a lot of thoughts in these last 2 set of slides, and in particular for how to plan the studies. So any thoughts, any question? I see one person online, Masoud Tusi. Can you briefly introduce yourself and and pose your question, please.
Hello? Hello?
We can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so this is Masoud Tusi from IQVIA. I wanted to nuance a little bit the question, the comment about the fact that the study design should only follow the research questions. If you look at the history of pharmacoepidemiology and epidemiology, and you look at the different designs which have been invented, we understand that a lot of these designs have been invented just because of the constraints with regards to data collection. For example, case control studies have been invented because in cases of rare outcome, we could not do cohort studies. Or, for example, case population studies have been invented for other similar situations where we cannot find the exposure and outcome in the same data source, or we cannot collect them in the same context. In reality, in database studies, it's very common that we ultimately do a feasibility study, and then we come back and do some trade-offs in terms of the study design. Then simply when we use algorithms, for example, or we use some proxies to describe our outcomes or confounders, it's not always by choice. A lot of times we do this by constraint because we did a feasibility, and in the context of the research questions, we understood that we could not move on with our design and with the methods that we had considered with what we have. So at some point, we need to do these choices. I just wanted to emphasize this to say that it's not always that the research question dictates the design. Sometimes we need to consider also the availability and the quality of data, and then adjust our designs based on that.
Thank you, Masoud. Maybe I pass it to Olaf or Juanjo to give their view on this statement.
Yeah, thanks, Masoud. I think I can go along with you that for practical reasons relating to data completeness or that we would adapt our design, but then still I think you'd come up with the best possible design. And indeed, if you have a rare outcome, then only a case control study is let's say a preferred choice if you would need to collect additional data. For instance, with surveys from patients. If you have electronic health records data available, then there's no a priori reason to do a case control study. You could might as well do the cohort study. So then that's if the data is available, then you could you would prefer actually a cohort study, I think. And more we're moving towards let's say a target trial emulation approach, which by definition is a cohort design. But in some situations, you would deviate from that. And for instance, when there's a large chance of unmeasured confounding, you would tend to move to case-only design, such as self-controlled case series. And that does not depend on the data, actually, because you can do that in any electronic health records data. You could do both designs. But for case control studies, I would definitely agree that that really is a design that was inspired by, let's say, the rarity of an outcome and the need to collect actually data that was not available for the study.
Thank you, Olaf. We had also a question in the room before. Who was, I think, was down there? Please.
Thank you.
And thank you for the nice talks. I agree a lot with you. And I like that you point to some potential problems with real-world data. And I also experienced some kind of data issues like you in my previous job. And I think we should rather think about collecting good data quality, and not just focus on how to check the data quality we have right now. So we should rather think how can we improve data collection, and then we could also integrate these plausibility checks when entering the data. So we should not try to work on reducing the symptoms, but we should rather tackle the cause that we for our data problems. So it was just a comment.
on your comment. Then there was someone else. Can you always introduce yourself briefly, just to know? Can you just mention who you were?
Miss Christina Schilhardt-Wallisch, and I'm from the Austrian agency.
This is Marichel Sabido, and I'm from Merck, and I'm coming from FPS side. And I would just like to comment to Juanjo Avellan that about this question about how can we summarize if data is fit for purpose. We have used this very similar process implementing Gato, and in a way that you have presented here, and it works really well for regulatory studies. So a part of reliability and relevance, we covered completeness, although you have it already in one of the columns. And one of the limitations that I would mention that even that you have like a very good and systematic way of evaluating, what it's missing is the part of the coherence that that it could come with analysis. So you would need to go to the level of analysis to really understand at least the quality of your core data elements, because otherwise you can have like some surprises when you after protocol. So thank you.
Just a comment. So in my presentation, I mentioned that some of the learnings come from my experience on Darwin EU, or our experience in Darwin EU. And I think there, for example, the elements of reliability together with the other four, so the 4 dimensions not related to relevance, in a way, are covering at the onboarding process. So during the onboarding process, we assess, all the, it scans data quality framework, but essentially, as you know, there is a big overlap with the EMA data quality framework. So those dimensions are addressed at the onboarding stage. And I think the point I was trying to make is that you can recover part of that information when you have a specific research question to give confidence that the key elements of the study have been, classified one as reliable or considered reliable, and give some evidence of why. But thanks for the suggestion in terms of the implementation of Gato that you guys have made. But yeah, I think I have the impression that we're all kind of using very similar ideas and tools, and I think it's a matter of harmonizing those and and coming with a meaningful way of summarizing the quality of the data source and the fit for purpose of data sources for a given research question.
Thank you, Juanjo. We still have a couple of persons online and another person here. So can I ask everybody of you to be very, very short and to the point, because we are running over time. So I think we'll take first the question online. Kelly?
Thank you. I'm Kelly Zhou, attending through Medicines for Europe. This comment is after Juan's. My comment is that I really enjoyed, your emphasis on trustworthiness, really the trusting aspect. In terms of that, I think the challenge is that it's multi perspectives. So in terms of different stakeholders, you can have the data quality as the gold standard. At the same time, you can also have trustworthiness in terms of different perspectives and uses. I think that's really, really critical, especially in the era of artificial intelligence, that trustworthiness is very important. So that's my thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. And we have Ying.
Hello, hi, this is Jing from Establish representing Amphibia. I just want to ask a quick question, very specific about Darwin EU. So we know we have pilot studies published on EU register, past register, and then we have the documents on protocol and then reports. On the protocol, we only see the protocol assessment list as the previous presenter said, the ENCEPP checklist, which is very, very good, valuable for us to understand. But whether there was any scope for the SPFID, the feasibility for specific studies to be assessed for specific studies, okay, and then published on the EU PASS register.
Thank you, Jean. Sir.
Thank you. Koen van Gol from the National Institute for Public Health and the Environment, here on behalf of the Joint Action TEDAS. I was wondering if data granularity and granularity of the variables in a data set is can be regarded as a good indication of fitness for purpose in general. Because in the last example by Juanjo on the asthma mortality, I think if you would also have cause of death next to mortality date, it would be even more informative. Perhaps Juanjo can respond. Thank you.
I agree.
Juanjo?
May I, Paolo, also respond to Jean? So thanks for your question. And yeah, so I think we are aware that it's precisely because of this experience that I shared in my presentation that we are aware that in the protocol we want to include more information on the justification of the data sources for a given study. So if you look at section A2 in the protocol, to be more specific, you will realize that that will change over time, essentially, in terms of the quantity and the quality and the type of information that we will include there to justify why specific data sources were chosen for a given study.
Thank you, Juanjo. And I don't see any other question online, but we are very, very out of time. Can you be very...
I just wanted to add to the comment made by Beritzel. So I'm Pamela Dobai from Biogen, also coming in as an FPA representative. I wanted to conclude with the idea of how a data source scores against a fitness for purpose assessment. In the end, it's not the end of the journey. It's also providing a roadmap for the improvement of a data source for future use. So that's just a postscript.
Thanks a lot for the intervention. It's actually quite important thought, and we will need to further elaborate on that. So we are around 10 minutes over time. So I would like to thank everybody for the participation. Before passing the floor to Jesper for the concluding remark, I would like also to thank the drafting group for that put together this workshop. So I'm referring to several colleagues, and for sure I will forget someone. So Anna Cocchino, Caterina, Andrea Splendiani, Annabelle Monod, Juanjo there, Denise, and also other people that contributed in the past as well. So many thanks to all of you that made this workshop possible. So Jesper, over to you.
Thank you. And I can't do justice to kind of recap everything we had here today, nor would I actually take your time away from getting off from work today. But just as a brief remark, there will be a report prepared and published out of today and tomorrow's session, by the way, so we'll be able to deduce some of the further details that we agreed, discussed, and will take as actions from the discussions we've had. I think we had a very clear opening where we articulated why we're doing this, the importance of it in order to advance real-world evidence in Europe, and both on the demand and the need side of things from a cross-European perspective and a national perspective, and from the Commission. We also had words from TEDS really analyzing what we have done to date with the quality framework, and a cliffhanger for that data quality framework going through approval. It sounded like tomorrow, so we need to look out for that. And then obviously going through the published document by Anna from the data quality framework by the network and the EMA. Just then examples, which I think were quite informative from Finland, Denmark, and France, with the open and honest answer that I don't know, or we have not had experience with that yet. And we are really curious to learn more about how to build a common European language around data quality. So I think there's some really interesting perspectives in having that framework to facilitate that. Some very important notes from industry about the workload associated with it. I think we'll hear more tomorrow, so looking forward to that. And also basically eating the elephant bite by bite, which is kind of the usual expression here, but here it really matters. Then obviously also we went into the maturity model, which I think gave rise to a number of questions and further need for clarifications. But what is the maturity model versus a data quality certification or quality stamp? I think we'll probably need to look further into how to make that clearer to everyone. But we also understood from the data quality metrics itself that how much we can actually measure with the different quality checks, but we need to have somewhat a pragmatic approach to some of that, because not everything matters really, although you can check a lot of things, is really what is of relevance to do here. But I think there's so much learnings to be made from Darwin. You're really looking forward to that over the years to come and inform everyone around this. And then what I really liked in the last session from Olaf as well is really put the scientific question first, and then you start to look into that after, then trying to fit the question to the data source you have. But there's also the notion here, we actually have methods to deal with some of these challenges. So let's also not forget to invent in methods that actually deal with data quality issues or missing data, what else not. And then obviously with Juan's here for the fit for purpose, which I really like the wording around reliability, relevance, if we were to prioritize, and then trust. Trust really being something that you also build a scientific community in the peer review system. So let's not forget that if something has been established, then we can actually reuse that. But I think just to sum up that, and then we'll meet again tomorrow. I hope we'll see all of you again, and more of your colleagues as well who will join us, I know. For going into the evidence piece and not only the data management issues that we had today.
Colleagues, welcome to our workshop on real-world data and real-world evidence, or should I say welcome back, because many of you attended day one where we had a focus on the data and particularly data quality, and today it's a focus more on evidence, on real-world evidence studies. We're following our multi-stakeholder approach again, so we have representatives from different stakeholder groups and experts also from those groups to help us in our discussion and orientation. Today we're going to be having a look at real-world evidence in regulatory decision-making, hearing from different stakeholders. We'll be looking at the progress made on Darwin EU, having a really good discussion on registries and their contribution to real-world evidence, as well as looking back at COVID-19 and the use of real-world evidence in public health emergencies before concluding our day at about 4 o'clock. So hold on tight, we've got a busy day, and I wish you a great workshop. So with that brief opening, I hand straight over to Michael Berntgen, who heads the Evidence Generation Department within the Human Medicines Division of the EMA, who's going to chair our first session. Michael.
Many thanks, Peter, and good morning, everybody. It's really a pleasure to be here with you for this multi-stakeholder workshop and for chairing the first session on day 2, focusing on evidence, as Peter was saying. It's really a great opportunity to bring together the different stakeholders around this topic and see how we have progressed so far and where will we go next from here. And in this context, I'm absolutely privileged to have here a great panel to discuss this. We have 3 presentations to start with. First of all, we will hear about the main findings from the EMA review, as well as a number of recommendations to address the opportunities and challenges around real-world evidence. Then we have 2 presentations to listen to both an industry and a regulator's perspective on the use of real-world evidence to support medicines development and regulatory submissions, including use cases that worked well and also what doesn't, because this is where we can learn. And then once we heard about these 3 interventions, we're also going to have feedback from a survey on the use of real-world evidence, real-world data. And then we discuss together with the panel and most importantly, together with all of you in the room here and online, these opportunities and challenges and how we can address these. So certainly a very exciting 1 hour and 45 minutes ahead of us until 11 o'clock. And without further ado, I would like to introduce the first speaker, Stefanie Priller, here from the European Medicines Agency. Stefanie is with the agency already since 2007, and she's been working here in various roles. She's got a very good oversight of what's happening in regulatory affairs and product submissions, etc. And now she is EMA's scientific lead in the agency's data analytics task force, specifically on real-world evidence. And with this being said, Stefanie, please introduce to us the learnings from regulatory assessment and decision-making. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. So yeah, I have the pleasure today to summarize to you for you the findings of a review that we conducted of studies using real-world data to support the decision-making primarily of our scientific committees, but more general actually of decision makers. This report was published on Friday. Some of you may have seen it. I'll touch on that a bit later. But first, next slide, please. But first, I would like to give a bit of context, so the context in which we actually conducted this review. And this links very much to the EMRN strategy to 2025 and the vision EU regulators have laid out also in a recent paper that was published in 2022. And that is to enable the use and establish the value of real-world evidence by 2025. As I said, this is anchored in the EMRN strategy to 2025, and it really is in recognition of the great potential that real-world data hold to inform both on the safety, but also on the effectiveness of medicines, and to provide important information on clinical context, so that is on disease epidemiology and patient characteristics. And we know that the use of real-world data is more established in some areas than in others. So the ambition is to really enable the use and establish the value of real-world evidence across all these use cases. There are a number of areas that have been identified that we need to tackle, and some of them are listed here on this slide. So we need to facilitate access to these data. We need to build processes. We need to set standards. We need to further develop methods and analytical approaches and validate them. We need to train and share knowledge, and also work at an international level together to see how we can converge, how we can harmonize our approaches. And this links very much to ICMR and ICH. Next, please. And all of this is really enshrined in the Big Data Work Plan 2022 to 2025. And this work plan is overseen by the HMA, EMA Big Data Steering Group. And it really provides for a framework on how we can make this vision actually a live thing. The framework provides for, as you can see here, a number of activity areas, so topic areas. And within these topic areas, several activities and deliverables to achieve the vision by 2025. And it's pretty much a roadmap leading to 2025. If you click one more time, please, Gosha. Within the area of EU network processes, we have a number of deliverables, and some of them are to publish pilot reports. We have ongoing pilots with our scientific committees to test this framework of conducting studies in response to research needs, to address gaps in the scientific assessment of our committees, and also to publish a number of use cases. So cases in where we conducted studies that were able to fill gaps, evidentiary gaps, and support our committees in their decision making. Now, you'll see later on later slides that actually all the pilots that we have initiated in 2022 are ongoing in 2023. But nevertheless, we use this occasion of the Q1 2023 deliverable in the big data work plan to take this as an opportunity to take stock of the experience, the total experience that we have gathered so far in supporting our committees. And this focuses really on these pilot activities that we have ongoing. Next, please. I think you have heard already yesterday about the demand side for real-world evidence and the supply side. On the demand side, obviously, we all know that real-world evidence is more established in the post-authorization phase, and it's used extensively in the context of post-marketing surveillance, pharmacovigilance, and probably less so in earlier stages, and especially when it comes to informing on the benefits of medicinal products. And as a result, it's obviously then this type of evidence perceived to be less relevant pre-approval or at the time of approval of new medicines. But there have been actually some reviews and recent publications that have shown that actually a significant subset of marketing authorization applications, at least in the centralized procedure, include real-world data and real-world evidence. And looking at the various pre-authorization stages, real-world evidence obviously is, of course, always part of orphan drug designation applications. And it's also very often used to support scientific advice and protocol assistant requests to justify choices in the design of clinical trials, but also PIP applications, for example, in the context of waiver requests. So actually it is used across the life cycle, and there are needs across the life cycle of a medicinal product. Next, please. We have identified three main areas for which real-world data studies can support the decision-making of our scientific committees. And you can see these on the slide here. Probably some of you may have seen this before. So this is about supporting the planning and validity of applicant studies, linking to the design and feasibility of clinical trials, but also to inform the representativeness and validity of completed studies. To a large extent, and here is again an area where real-world evidence is already quite established, is also about understanding clinical context. So these are areas of disease epidemiology, understanding clinical management, standard of care, and drug utilization. And finally, an important area is also to investigate associations and impact. A lot of studies are conducted on the safety of medicinal products, not only on the association, but also to generate background adverse event rates. Effectiveness, as I said, less so established, and a big part also of the studies that we conduct, at least at the agency, linked to the impact of regulatory actions. So that is about the effectiveness of risk minimization measures that we put in place. Next, please. So that was the demand side. And then obviously there's a supply side. The supply of real-world evidence obviously comes to a large degree from medicines developers who submit this type of evidence or this type of data to inform on the safety of the medicines or to support claims on efficacy and effectiveness. But there's also a large part of studies conducted by independent researchers, academia. So this could be independent studies conducted by academic organizations or research consortia, or it could be studies conducted in the context of our framework contracts. So when we actually commission studies to research organizations that are part of these framework contracts. To an increasing degree, real-world evidence is also now generated by regulators. There's a long history of national competent authorities generating this evidence. And I think you have heard yesterday already about some of the national data sources, some of them being quite unique and very comprehensive. So some national competent authorities have access to these types of data sources and can produce very valuable evidence to support decision-making decisions. The EHDS is obviously, the EHDS regulation obviously also provides for contribution of national competent authorities in the context of facilitating the access to national data sets. And that links to the provision of putting in place national health data access bodies. And now, last on the slide, on the top left, actually comes EMA. We have also been conducting studies using real-world data for many years, but if you want, at a smaller scale. What's new now, that we are upscaling, and that is largely due to the establishment of DARWIN-EU and really the vision to make this a useful tool in our day-to-day regulatory business. Next, please. So now a bit more information on the review that we have conducted. And next. This review was published on Friday. There's a press release, those of you who haven't seen it yet, and it's also a section on our big data website. This review is about EMA experience primarily in conducting studies using real-world data to support regulatory decision-making. This is part of the overall picture in conducting studies, regulatory-led studies, not the full picture. We focused on our review primarily on studies conducted in the context of the ongoing pilots with the committees, but certainly there are other studies that are also being conducted at national level and that should be taken into account. You have the full report that is published. It's an 80-page report. We have an executive summary that is probably a bit better digestible, and we have a 2-page information sheet that obviously you're invited to read that summarizes the main findings. Next slide. So what we wanted to do is really take stock. So what have we learned so far and what can we do better as we are growing and expanding and are on this transformational journey in increasing our support to our scientific committees. We looked at what are the real world evidence needs of the committees, but also other decision makers, for example, HTA bodies and payers. And we looked at our ability and capacity to address these needs, to respond to these needs by conducting the studies, but also understanding how useful were these studies in the end for the decision making. We looked at the suitability of the data sources to which we had access and our real world evidence generation pathways. And I'll say a bit more about that later. To some degree, we also looked at methodological challenges, but then also primarily at processes. So how easy was it to request a study? How well did it work to conduct the study and consult the stakeholders at the committees and also our external stakeholders? And then obviously, we are looking into identifying opportunities for improvement. The period covered by this report was roughly 18 months from September 2021 to February 2023. Next slide, please. Sorry, there's one bubble that pops up. Just to remind, again, this review is just a snapshot focusing on our pilot activities. It doesn't provide the whole picture. There are a number of studies that are not included in our descriptive analysis. There are sections that describe, for example, the studies that we have conducted in response to the COVID-19 public health emergency and in the context of the pharmacovigilance impact strategy. They're not part of the descriptive analysis. They are covered in the report in separate chapters, though. And just to remind you, it's not the full picture, but it is a snapshot of the pilot support that we provided to committees. And on these pilot activities, next slide, please. You can see that we are quite busy at the moment. We have a number of ongoing pilots with various scientific committees, and we are also doing pilot studies. For example, for HTA payers and ECDC, we have pilot studies in the planning in year 2 of DARWIN-EU. The reporting period from September to February may sound initially a bit arbitrary in terms of the starting point and the end date, but actually we have thought about this very carefully. The starting point of 1st of September coincides with the proof of concept interactions that we initiated in that month with various committees. And that's when we received the first requests from the committees for conducting studies to support their decision making. And we wanted the report to be very comprehensive, to cover all the requests up until the point in time that marks the end of year 1 of DARWIN-EU. And this is the milestone that we also will be using forward, so the birth date of DARWIN-EU for future reports that we may conduct. On the pilots, I mentioned there was a deliverable in the big data work plan to have pilot reports released in Q1 2023. All the pilots are actually extending into 2023. This is the decision of the various committees, and they will end the earliest by year 2 of DARWIN-EU. By that time, we will take stock again and see how much experience have we gained. Is it enough to move into routine support, as we have done, for example, with PRAC, or else we may decide to even continue beyond this phase. Next slide, please. I've spoken about the 3 pathways for generating real-world evidence. You are all aware of DARWIN-EU, and to some extent, probably colleagues are also aware of our framework contracts, by which we have conducted all the studies to support the COVID-19 pandemic, and by which we also commission research to external research organizations, for example, on risk minimization measures and the effectiveness of these. What you may be less familiar about with is our in-house studies. So we refer to it in-house studies. It's actually studies that we do with a number of databases that we have contracts with. These are primary care databases in France, Germany, UK, Italy, Spain, and Romania. And we have in-house data analysts and pharmacoepidemiologists that conduct studies on their own using these data in direct interaction with members of the scientific committee. To give the full picture, again, to mention that we have national competent authorities that have been conducting studies for years using their national databases. And of course, there are other stakeholders that conduct research as well. Next slide, please. Now, on the main learnings and the main findings of the report, during this period that we have covered, we looked at 61 research topics. The majority of these were requests for studies that we received from our scientific committees. There are a number of studies that we offered, so we have processes in place by which we proactively screen certain procedure types, like safety signals, for example, and consider opportunities for us to support the assessment of PRAC in the context of the safety signals in their scientific assessment. If you look at the feasibility, we looked also how many of these research topics could be actually translated into a study and how many we could not translate into a study. You can see that more than half of these research topics could have been a feasible study, whereas about 19 were not feasible. And then we have, at the point in time where we closed the report, 6 feasibility assessments ongoing and some studies on a long-term hold, by which we were actually trying to identify suitable data sources to conduct the studies. Now, if I draw your attention on the left side of the screen, you can see how these research topics divide up by our 3 real-world evidence generation pathways. And what you can see is that the majority of research topics were only considered for an in-house study. The reason for that was time constraints. So many of the requests that we received, or many of the studies that we offered, happened in the context of ongoing regulatory procedures of our scientific committees. And as you all are aware, these are linked to quite tight procedural timetables. And depending on when the research needs were identified, it could be late in the regulatory procedure. So whenever we received a research request that had a deadline of less than 10 weeks, we only considered the opportunity of an in-house study. We did not consider yet DARWIN-EU, as it was in year 1 of its establishment. And also we did not consider framework contract studies because they take more time. They are linked to a procurement process, and this is lengthy. It takes usually several months, around a year, if not more. Now, on the studies that we actually conducted, during the period of the report, we initiated 30 studies. We managed to complete 27 and 3 were ongoing. 6 of the studies that we offered to committees were not accepted, the reason being that they were considered nice to have. Other evidence was considered more relevant, for example, being its spontaneous reports or clinical trials data. On the completed studies, this is now not a surprise that I told you that the majority of research topics we only considered in-house. You can see how it divides. 24 studies were conducted in-house and 3 studies were completed via DARWIN-EU in its first year. Now, this is the situation in 2022, but obviously watch that space. We are in a transformational journey. DARWIN-EU will upscale in terms of capacity and agility. So the picture may look in 2023 already quite different, and moving forward in 2024 and 2025, even more different. Next click, please. One back. Thank you. I also wanted to show you the results of a survey on the study impact. So we sent a survey when we completed the study to the recipients of the data and asked them, how relevant did you consider the data for your assessment? In a number of cases, we didn't send it, where the study was a bit more proof of concept, but not necessarily linked to a specific regulatory procedure. But where we sent it, you can see the feedback that we have received. In 12 cases, the colleagues came back to us and informed us that they considered the studies supportive for the decision-making. In a number of cases, the studies were not used for decision-making. In 3, where we were not able to identify the target population to the expectations of the scientific committees. This speaks to more intense collaboration when we decide on conducting a study and executing the study. And then there was also one case where the results were considered nice to have, informative, but not key for the decision making. And in a number of occasions, we didn't receive a response, or the response was not applicable because, for example, the regulatory procedure, the application was withdrawn. Next, please. Then we did some descriptive analysis on research topics by requester. And what you can see here is that the majority of research topics linked to assessments of the PRAC, followed by PDCO, COMP, and SOAP. Now, that PRAC has a lion's share of the studies that we conducted is probably not surprising. Pharmacovigilance is one of the areas where the use of real-world data is very much established, and also the fact that most of the research topics were translated into a study, so feasible studies, is also not surprising, as we already did a pilot with the PRAC in 2020. So this speaks to the successful implementation of the learnings of that pilot. When you look at the PDCO, what strikes is probably that despite having a number of research requests, still only 3 studies could be executed. So a number of research requests that were not feasible in terms of conducting a study. So we looked in the report a bit more in depth why that was, and the explanation comes on the next slide on why a number of studies were not feasible. It very much aligns with our general findings. So I say no more right now, I'll tell you later. If you look on the right side of this graph, you can see that we had rather few requests from CHMP and CAT, but also national competent authorities. This probably links to what we have already said yesterday and today. The use of real-world data is more established in some areas than in others. So this is where we really need to draw our attention to and see how we can establish the value of real-world evidence in the areas of effectiveness, efficacy. Next, please. We also analyzed the use case categories that I've introduced to you a couple of slides ago. So how many studies were safety studies and fell into other use case categories? The majority of the studies were in fact safety studies, and this aligns with the finding that most of the studies were conducted to support the assessment of PRAC. There were also a number of research requests in the area of design and feasibility of clinical trials, drug utilization, clinical management, disease epidemiology, so that's patient characteristic and prevalence. One request we had in the area of impact of regulatory actions, and striking, we had no request in the area of representativeness and validity of completed studies or effectiveness. And again, this is in line with where real-world data is probably not yet so established and where we need to put a bit more work in to prove the value. Next, please. And we have obviously also analyzed what doesn't work well, as Michael has highlighted in his introduction. So what were the reasons when we couldn't do a study, when the study was not feasible? This is partially linked to time constraints. Time constraints linked to the fact that we could only consider in-house studies, and our in-house studies are primary care data. We have secondary care data available through Darwin EU, and of course also through our framework contract, but we couldn't use these in a number of cases due to the regulatory procedures and the linked time constraints. So this is something that is reflected in our learnings and recommendations how to move forward, actually. And then this is primarily linked to the use of in-house databases, so our in-house primary care data. The other reason why some studies were not feasible is that the medicinal products or the class of medicinal products of interest were not prescribed in these primary care settings, or they were not authorized marketed in the respective countries. And we had access to data from 6 different European countries in-house, and we have access to actually more data from more countries through DAVINU and framework contract studies. And this is followed by questions in rare diseases, so where we didn't have enough data to do an analysis, or where the outcome was not recorded, or where we didn't have sufficient information in our databases. So for example, the outcome of interest were poorly captured in the coding system, or we didn't have sufficient information on indication, duration of use, or dose. Next, please. Comparing the different real-world evidence generation pathways is a bit difficult and probably a bit unfair at times, but it is important to understand the strengths and limitations of the different generation pathways. So I show you here, I've already mentioned the time required to conduct the studies through these pathways, but there's more to it, obviously. And one of the comparisons that we did was on data sources. So in the in-house studies, we used on average 2 to 4 databases, and that also means data from 2 to 4 different European countries. In DAVINU, in the first 3 studies that we did, we used data sources from 8 European countries for these 3 studies, and at least 5 data sources per study. And that was both primary and secondary care data. Compared to that, the framework contract study, we have 1 ongoing framework contract study that was executed in the context of our pilot support to the committees. This compares even more favorably in that we use 8 registries, 4 clinician-based and 4 patient-based registries with data from 10 European countries. And this kind of highlights the value of the framework contract to provide data from specialist settings. So those that we may not capture immediately, even in DAVINU in the first couple of years, at least not. Next slide, please. So what kind of learnings did we draw? An important learning, obviously, is that we were able to conduct studies using real-world data that were able to address a broad range of research questions and supporting decision-making in a variety of regulatory contexts, especially when it concerned primary care setting. And that links also to the fact that most studies in 2022 were performed in-house. It's an agile pathway, particularly suitable for simple analysis that then can support research questions in the context of tight procedural timelines and far advanced procedures. But of course, there's the promise of DAVINU growing, not only in capacity, but also in agility as we move forward and establish analytical pipelines and automation and standardization of approaches. All the 3 real-world evidence generation pathways are important. They have different strengths and limitations. But if we want to make full use of the potential of real-world evidence and real-world data for decision-making, we need to keep all these 3 pathways and not focus only on one specific pathway. Still, obviously, many studies were not feasible, and I've showed you the reasons for that. So what we need to do is we need to analyze the reasons why they were not feasible and move forward and address these reasons. So looking into databases, secondary care databases, tertiary care databases, claims databases, and so on, increase our access, make sure that we also cover rare diseases, and make sure that we implement approaches that will allow us to generate data despite often very tight regulatory procedural timelines. Collaboration came out as something that is key. The interaction with sponsors from the scientific committees, from the initiation of the studies to the delivery of the results is very important, but also more broadly with the real-world evidence liaison group. So this is a set of members from the committees to support the implementation of the real-world evidence framework, including DAVINU, because they have the experience and they can provide us with additional insights on what are the needs and what is important to them throughout the study conduct. Next slide, please. Highlighting the recommendations that you will find in the report, I also already spoke about having access to more data sources, more diverse data sources, more European coverage, so including additional European countries for representativeness and leveraging complementary real-world evidence pathways. So taking also in account studies conducted at the national level by national competent authorities, but also external stakeholders. In terms of regulatory context and timelines, what we need to think about is identifying means to identify research needs early. Conducting high quality real world data study often takes time. There's a good reason why we take time to do these studies, and they are sometimes complex. So they will not always fit in a short regulatory procedural context. So we really need to see how we can anticipate these needs a bit better. And the other side of the coin, of course, we also need to see how we can accelerate real world evidence generation wherever possible. And here again, DARWIN-EU has probably the greatest potential when it comes, for example, to off-the-shelf studies or routine repeated studies. In the future, we hope that these can be executed very rapidly. I mentioned already collaboration. We will need to continue and intensify collaborations with our scientific committees, with our product teams at the EMA. We need to look into building capability and capacity. The Big Data Steering Group Pharmacoepidemiology curriculum is being established as we speak and will be released throughout 2023 and 2024 with a training program specifically designed for regulatory needs. And we also need to see how we can inform the use of real-world evidence better for decision making. And one thing that came out of our consultation of the committees was that we need more information on data quality, on the completeness of data capture, how is data recorded in the different databases. There's also links about the national system of recording data, national guidelines, the health systems. We need to understand all this in a comprehensive way, so to understand whether the data sources selected for studies were fit for purpose. And this will then inform, obviously, the interpretation and the integration of real-world data for regulatory decision-making. Awareness, obviously, is important. So we need to reach out, make people aware what we can do and how they can reach out to us. Processes, how can we trigger systematic reflection of real-world evidence need and further streamline our processes to conduct the studies if we are scaling up. Next slide, please. Just to draw your attention also on Annex 2 in the report, this is a portfolio of use cases, so studies that we have conducted that were considered supportive for the decision making. Hopefully this inspires not only our committees, but also the wider audience of the type of evidence that we can generate. Next, please. And next, and just very briefly on the next steps, of course, we need to now implement our recommendations. The learnings and recommendations will certainly feed into the work of the Big Data Steering Group and the work plan, and also the establishment of DARWIN-EU. We will continue our pilot activities with our scientific committees until sufficient experience is gained. And we will also continue our review of the experience moving forward in future years. As I mentioned, we are on a transformational journey. The picture will look very different in 2023 and even more different in 2024, and we want to monitor this very carefully. And I think this is my last slide. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Stephanie, for this extremely comprehensive overview and for providing this digest of a report which was published last Friday. So I understand not everybody had the chance to give it a proper read, and many of you will be diving into this report over the next coming weeks. So it was extremely helpful that you gave us this extensive overview of all the data that has been generated. So that fits quite nicely with the topic, isn't it? So it's really about the first experience, what has been seen in this observation period of around 18 months. The opportunities been identified, also the challenges, and therefore really, really good to have this now also to progress our conversation here in this multi-stakeholder environment. Before we go to the next speaker, we have time for one or two clarifying questions, if there is any. Again, acknowledging also that the report came out last Friday and not everybody had the chance to dwell into it. So if there's one or two clarifying questions at this stage, otherwise we're going to have a discussion in the end anyway, but please go ahead. And if you could introduce yourself briefly. Thank you.
Thank you. Kristel Traxler, ASGP. I have a quick question indeed on the BRAC study. You mentioned, Stephanie, that most of the research questions came from BRAC. I think there was 28 in total, but most studies were in safety, and there was 22. So I was wondering if there were studies which were not feasible, or if there was another, type of studies requested by BRAC. Thank you.
Yes, so obviously several studies of by nature obviously would fall into the category of safety, but there were also some requests on drug utilization or disease epidemiology. So it doesn't 101 match the use case of safety studies. There were some other areas. You can actually have a look in the report. We may have a summary description there, probably not statistics, not a graph, but if you look on the section of the PRAC report, I'm pretty sure we have descriptive summary of how many studies were safety studies or drug utilization studies or other categories. Yeah.
Thank you for the question, because also it showed that you really got here a very good reference if you want to know anybody who can give you more details into what's in the report and where to find it. So Stephanie certainly is a good contact, if I may say. Right, colleagues, I don't see any other question at this point. Oh yes, one more, and then we move on. If you could introduce yourself, thank you.
Yes, Olaf Klungel, Utrecht University. Just a quick question. I think it's a really nice overview of all the possibilities that EMA has to, let's say, use real-world evidence and initiate these studies. With regard to the framework contracts, this is there have been 2 rounds since 2014, I think, also of framework contracts. What was the reason for focusing on the last framework contracts that are currently in place? You could also learn from the previous ones, I guess.
Yeah, I think it's probably we had to draw the line somewhere in the period covered by the report, and we took it really as a start date, the pilot activities that we initiated, but there is a lot to learn from past studies as well. I would agree with you. We could probably look back further. I think there are some qualitative learnings that we have from these studies already, because we have monitored them actively, and this has already fed into our framework of real-world evidence studies. But I see maybe Peter wants to comment as well on this point.
Yeah, I was actually trying to get your neighbour's attention rather than interrupt you, Steph. I just wanted to acknowledge the point because Steph, it was quite a dense presentation with lots of information there. And the key point is that the scope of what we did, and we've had a number of comments coming from different angles. It is what it is, I think, is what we would say. But the starting point was the Big Data Steering Group work plan pilot studies through the committees, and therefore what we had defined as being within those pilots. And as a result of that choice in terms of scope, you then saw that most of the studies actually were the in-house ones. In retrospect, it would have been nice to analyse, for example, the COVID studies, for example, the PRAC impact studies, most of which were delivered through framework contracts. In retrospect, it would have been nice to include work of some of the national competent authorities. Some of those study reports fed into committees, but because they weren't officially part of the pilots done under the Big Data Steering Group work plan, we didn't include them. I think next year we might go slightly less deep, but go wider. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter, for these additions. And then maybe one final clarifying question before we move on, because I see somebody also online, Ying Wang. If you could unmute yourself and ask your question. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. I just want to ask a question about next steps. You said that in order to improve the agility, you would like to improve and get earlier insights of the RWD needs. So I just want to ask whether there's some concrete action plans on that. For example, having some early scientific advice on planning the RWD studies with different stakeholders.
Yes, so these are discussions that we will still need to have. But of course, one idea is anticipate, where we know that we have busy pipelines, development pipelines, to anticipate a bit better that there will be scientific advice, that there will be applications for PIPs, there will be marketing authorization applications coming towards us. This could be an area where we could try and screen according to our knowledge of these pipelines. It could be that we look into other procedure types. I told you that we are screening proactively signals. We may decide to screen other procedure types. We will need to develop this together with the committee Real World Evidence liaison groups, and I think it will be different depending on the regulatory setting, depending on the committees and the procedure types. So this is work that we will need to do in Q3 and Q4. We have already some ideas, but I think there's a bit more brainstorming that we need to do, and a bit more concrete interaction and work to be put in before we really suggest concrete actions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So with this being said, again, this report is out there for everybody's reference and digest, if I may say. So let's move on with the two perspectives from developers' perspective and also regulators' perspective on the use of real-world evidence in medicines development and regulatory submission. First, may I introduce Ulva Spooner. Ulva is here representing FPIA today. She's Director of Regulatory Policy and Intelligence at AbbVie. She also chairs FPIA's Integrated Evidence Generation and Use Working Group, and she's also the industry observer at the advisory board at Darwin EU. So very well equipped in terms of all the different perspectives on providing us an industry perspective. Ulva, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Good morning, everyone. And thank you to the European Medicines Agency and the EU Regulatory Network for the opportunity to contribute on behalf of industry to this workshop. I would like to acknowledge the various contributions which have informed this presentation, particularly colleagues from the FPIA Expert Working Group, colleagues from Europa Bio and UCOPE and other trade associations, and my own colleagues at AbbVie, Simone Pinheiro and Alex Lida. If I could move to the next slide, please. I'd like to start by recognizing, like many others over the past 2 days, that evidence generation for medicines includes a range of approaches, and there is a role for RCTs and RWE, which should not be viewed as competing alternatives, but rather as complementary approaches. Practically, in companies, we rely on both in our decision-making. Clinical evidence generation is increasingly focused on leveraging a variety of evidence streams, recognizing that decision-making should be informed by the totality of evidence. So strong level of alignment in the contributions over the past couple of days on that point. And COVID-19 really was an accelerant in focusing attention on developing effective research strategies to address critical questions, using the right tools for the key questions, and recognizing the role for both RCTs and RWE, each with its role for contribution. And I wouldn't like you to see these as two parallel streams that only meet at infinity. In fact, we're increasingly seeing RWD and CTs coming closer together with hybrid designs and many applications of RWD in the clinical trial design space. And indeed, the pandemic experience has led to reflections on how to meet the increased needs of increased evidence generation without impacting on how people live their lives. How do we generate evidence that meets diverse information needs, that reflects diverse perspectives and needs? How they experience a drug or a device from a safety and effectiveness perspective, but also symptoms and quality of life. So overall, we see a general trend of moving away from binary categories of evidence and bringing clinical trial data and real-world evidence closer together, often in one package. If I might move to the next slide, please. The use of real-world evidence isn't a new phenomenon. It's evolved through decades of experience, and it's contributing to faster, better decision-making right through product development. To facilitate more systematic and consistent uptake, there does need to be greater predictability on the fitness for purpose of real-world evidence in a particular decision-making context. There is, of course, experience that can be leveraged in developing principles and defining use cases where RWE will be suitable. We've seen earlier approvals enabled by real-world evidence with expedited pathways facilitated through increased capacity for real-world evidence generation. There's been substantial exploration of the use of RWE external control arms, using RWE as an external benchmark for context or as a formal comparator to a single-arm trial or indirect comparison. in certain situations to help support new product approvals and new indications. Another trend worth noting is that clinical research is increasingly becoming more longitudinal. Approval of a cell or gene therapy often carries an expectation of many years of longitudinal follow-up. RWE facilitates this and drives a more patient-centered approach towards evidence generation. If I might move to the next slide, please, Gasha. And the companies' developers' efforts towards use of real-world evidence through product development has been bolstered by regulatory recognition of the value of the broader application of real-world evidence. I call out on this slide leadership from the European Medicines Agency and the US FDA, and would also particularly want to applaud efforts at ICMRA to build together a coalition for opportunities for sharing experience and advancing together. If I might move to the next slide, please. On this slide, and this resonates with what Stephanie presented in terms of how some use cases are more established and others are more emergent. On this slide, you can see how use cases have evolved from the traditional safety evaluation that our RWE teams would have historically focused on to incrementally advancing capacity to also generate fit-for-purpose evidence in a broader range of use cases, ranging from pivotal evidence in primary indications, secondary indications, and confirmatory evidence for accelerated assessment or conditional approvals. To make these ideas more real and concrete, I'd like to share a few case studies, if I could move to the next slide, please, pulled together with peer companies through an FPA collaboration, focusing not at all on the product details, but on the learnings that emerged. And the first case study here is a COVID-19 example. And the COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the need to embrace the totality of evidence, whether it's to accelerate epidemiological understanding of disease and the value of existing and new preventative and therapeutic interventions. And the effectiveness of several COVID-19 vaccines was evaluated in the real-world setting using electronic healthcare records and vaccination data. RWE provided a timely mechanism to address uncertainties from RCTs in specific subpopulations. Of course, and I'm sure Carla will deal with this much more eloquently, but of course, beyond this case study, the COVID-19 pandemic also highlighted challenges for real-world evidence generation, variation in access and standards, the importance of data quality, underlined that study design and thoughtful analysis according to plan really matter a lot. Also, the importance of learning to leverage digital tools and devices while ensuring patient centricity and data quality. Moving to the next slide, please. A second case study aims to underline the value of dialogue and early engagement with regulators on evidence generation plans. This example relates to the use of an external control arm to establish the magnitude of benefit. And the key learning that emerged was the value of early engagement with the European Medicines Agency through PRIME and dialogue opportunities that were facilitated through the scientific advice pathway. Moving to the third example on the next slide, please. And this illustrates the deployment of regulatory flexibilities to facilitate that access evidence trade-off. It is a case where RWD was used to accelerate assessment. The key takeaway learning from this case study is that real-world data in combination with a single-arm clinical trial can accelerate a regulatory approval in situations where the disease is rare, prognosis is very poor, and there are limited therapeutic options available. Clear from the case studies that the decision-making context is highly relevant to the current acceptability of use of real-world evidence. And the final example also includes or involves complementing single-arm trial data with external control data based on real-world data. A key learning that emerged from the analysis of this case study was that it acknowledges an inconsistent level of acceptance by decision makers and the benefit of upfront alignment. As we think about populations with a very small sample size, this case study also underlines the importance of interoperability of data, particularly when we need to bring together different small sets of data. So I hope these case examples give you a flavour of the spectrum of use cases where a role for real-world evidence has been identified. And moving to the next slide, please. It's very encouraging that RWE policies and frameworks continue to evolve around the world. But the risk that shows up in this picture is that a proliferation of real-world data evidence frameworks, guidelines, and recommendations will make the RWE environment increasingly difficult to navigate, both for research sponsors and decision makers in terms of what should be expected and what is good practice in a particular situation. So as medicines developers, we particularly applaud efforts through ICMRA and now more recently through ICH to develop greater international alignment and to support harmonisation to drive efficiencies in product development and evaluation, improve consistency in study quality and evaluation, and ultimately support timely delivery of innovative medicines. I focused on regulatory use cases as per the brief, but of course it's critical to acknowledge that to de-risk the use of RWE in global development programmes, there ideally needs to be a greater level of alignment among stakeholders, particularly downstream from approval. Moving to the next slide. And you can click through them all, Gosh, if that's okay. Listening to the conversation yesterday, it appears that there's a high level of alignment that both clinical trials and non-interventional studies, I'll use the term that colleagues used yesterday, are valuable means to generate evidence. Their value in a particular case, of course, depends on their fitness to address the research question posed. And both methods, both research methodologies, require robust research practices. In this paper by Aka and et al., as a group of medicines developers and indeed users of non-interventional studies, we recognise that the expanded use of RWD requires greater clarity on data quality standards, that measures to establish interoperability across data sources, and the need for access to data under FAIR principles. We also call for international dialogue and alignment. Meetings like today are facilitators amongst the research community on suitable study methods and conduct and availability of data. Essentially, that there's a need to set out principles for good practices that should define the use and conduct of non-interventional studies. Our emphasis on this paper is on the conduct of non-interventional studies for the purpose of understanding treatment effects, so for example, causal inference. And moreover, we recognise that such research must not only incorporate scientific principles, which we set out in the paper, but also needs to encompass ethical and governance aspects to protect individual rights of confidentiality, security, stewardship, and appropriate use of data. So moving to my concluding slide then, I really would like to acknowledge progress to date. Regulators are leveraging new approaches to evidence generation. A couple of points here. The key driver for selection of evidence stream and research methodology is the research question. I think we heard that time and time again yesterday. Both clinical trials and real-world evidence require robust research practices, and value depends on the fitness to address the question. There are different dimensions of uncertainty that have different levels of relevance depending on context. And meeting expectations for evidence generation really requires early and iterative dialogue and greater predictability on relevance and acceptability of RWE across stakeholders. The evolving health data ecosystem, and we heard yesterday about the European health data space, and advancements in data science and technology offer opportunities for clinical evidence generation. Clearly, after hearing the very nice presentation from Stephanie, the policy direction is towards increasing the regulatory capacity to analyse and use real-world evidence. In that context, it becomes even more critical to build alignment on fitness for purpose of data, methodologies, and analytical approaches. And greater predictability for sponsors will be facilitated by guidance, and ICH M14 is a good starting point. And generally, globally, we are looking at these challenges as a collective, whereby increasing international convergence on acceptability of real-world evidence will really be a key enabler for predictability and uptake. So I'd really like to thank the agency and the network again for the opportunity to provide an industry perspective, and really look forward to the panel discussion.
Thank you so much, Ulva, for presenting this industry perspective. Words are heard over and over, of course, the complementary nature of the type of evidence, the value of dialogue, be it on a product, but also being it in a forum like this here, and also the good scientific principles with research questions starting the conversation. So all these streams are certainly also points which you're going to pick up in the conversation later. And I think it was really, really valuable that you showed these case studies, because I think they really bring them home. So thank you for organizing that. There were some case studies also in this presentation, which I understand is always a bit of a challenge to include, but I think they really, really bring the message home. So very much appreciated. Now, let's contrast this with the regulator's perspective. And here, I'm absolutely delighted to have Carla Torre with us on the panel here today. Carla is assistant professor at the University of Lisbon. She's a member of EMA's Methodology Working Party, but also she's a co-opted member of the Committee for Human Medicinal Product, the CHMP, with the area of pharmacoepidemiology. So Carla is certainly best equipped to answer all these questions on the regulator's perspective in the context of submissions and development support. We heard it in the beginning also in Stephanie's presentation that this is an area where I would say we are on a journey. And Carla, it would be great to hear from you where we are on this journey and what you see as next steps. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. So good morning, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank for the invitation to be here presenting, I would say, my perspective as a regulator, if I may say, concerning the use of real-world evidence in medicines development and regulatory submission. Next slide, please. So the views expressed here are my personal views and may not be understood as on behalf of EMA or any of its committees that I am affiliated with. Apart from that, I declare having no conflict of interest. Next slide, please. So in terms of the outline of this presentation, we'll cover essentially 3 parts. The first one is real-world data, real-world evidence in medicine life cycle, where we are, just setting the scene in a landscape of recent events, such was the COVID-19 pandemic. Then we will move on to some use case examples in regulatory submissions, and I will end up with some challenges, solutions, and opportunities for the use of real-world evidence in regulatory decision-making. Next slide, please. So the use of real-world data to support regulatory decision-making is not new. We all knew that. However, the current therapeutic landscape leads to a kind of a driver change. So as it was really put it in this Ashla paper, so now it's not about randomized clinical trials versus real-world evidence, but randomized clinical trials and real-world evidence. And this is very important. It seems it is a nuance, but it's not. And the research question drives the evidence choice and embrace a spectrum of data and methods. Next slide, please. And over the last years, we have witnessed a shift in the pipeline, I would say, from the blockbuster to niche buster. And what's hot in the clinic? So when we look to scientific advice requests, we see congenital and genetic disorders, cancer drugs, etc. in the top of requests. Next, please. But in what concerns to initial evaluation applications, we can observe an increase of orphan applications, which brings challenges to the traditional drug development pathways, where RCTs may be unfeasible, unethical, or less well suited to precision medicine. Next slide, please. So COVID-19 was indeed a window to leverage real-world data. And with no doubt, evidence derived from routine clinical practice was used to inform decision-making in a scale that was never seen before. It was indeed an opportunity, as highlighted by Concato, but in my perspective, we witnessed two sides of a coin in what concerns to scientific rigor. Next slide, please. So the first side of this coin that I mention is bad science. With the COVID-19 pandemic, we observed the real pandemic, I would say, of real-world data studies. And some of these real-world data studies represented bad science. As we can see in this slide, some papers published in high-profile journals, such as the New England Journal of Medicine, such as the Lancet, etc., were retracted. And basic principles were broken, such as question was what was the data provenance, what was the methodology, etc. And the lack of trust began to rise. According to Site Retraction Watch, that I depict here in this slide, which is a kind of observatory for retracted papers. Up to the end of 14th of June, a total of 341 COVID-19 papers had been withdrawn or retracted, meaning that this happened not only in real-world data studies, but also in other areas of COVID-19 research. But still, it was a challenge that we need to overcome. Next slide, please. Some of these studies, even the ones that were not retracted and are still there, represented bad science as well. And at the end of the day, misinformed patients, misinformed healthcare professionals, and misinformed society as a whole about COVID-19 treatment outcomes. Again, basic principles such as addressing confounding, misclassification of exposure, outcomes, selection bias, immortal time bias were not followed. So the standards of methodology and data quality were completely put aside. In this slide, we have some examples of some academic groups like the Olaf's group in Utrecht, like the McGill group in Montreal, Canada, that demonstrated that some of these studies were badly conducted. Some letters to the editor, review papers addressing these methods issues were published in order to speak the truth. Next slide, please. But fortunately, we have also the other side of the coin, the beautiful side, the good science part. So COVID-19 was in fact a window of opportunity to leverage real-world data. And none of these examples that are depicted in this slide could have been done using RCTs as source of evidence. So studies in special populations, such as the pregnant women, comparative effectiveness of vaccines, like Uwe mentioned before, risk of thrombotic events for certain vaccines like Vaxzevria only were discovered post-approval in a post-approval environment. Next slide, please. So real-world evidence, where are we now? Real-world data may support valid regulatory decisions on benefit risks of medicines throughout their life cycle. In this Concato paper, we can see that real-world data, for instance, can be used to assess enrollment criteria and trial feasibility, can be used to support selection of trial sites, can be used as a source of external control for single-arm trials, for example, and can be used in the poor nature of observational studies like cohort studies, etc. Next slide, please. So here I would like to quote Hubert Leufkens in the International Society of Pharmacoepidemiology conference in 2020. that never before in the history of medicines regulation, regulators have initiated platforms for own data or extensive data. And we witness this with the beautiful presentation of Stephanie at the beginning of this morning. So now we see that, for instance, the European Medicines Agency has the Darwin EU, the FDA has their own data sources, Health Canada as well, etc. So in terms of bridging science, and we don't see that for other drug domains. Next slide, please. So now let's move on to the second part of the presentation. So some use case examples in regulatory submissions, and I'd like to thank for the next slide for Kelly and Carla. Next slide, please. So with this slide, I would like to illustrate 3 studies, of which 2 were conducted in Europe. One was EMA-led publication, and the other one was from the academic group in Utrecht, and a third one was led by the FDA in US. And here we can see a high variability in uptake of applications with real-world evidence, but these studies were different. So comparity is not really a good exercise because these studies diverge. For instance, they use different definitions, different sources of information. One studies use only authorized products, another study, for instance, use authorized versus submitted applications, including those that were withdrawn or refused, and they use different methods. For instance, the academic study conducted by a PhD student in Utrecht used the concept of the real-world signatures. That's why we see here 100% number of products with real-world evidence included. Next slide, please. But I will dig into the EMA-led publication. So the FLINS publication is the first part of the study. And here we can see that from 2018 to 2019, 40% of initial marketing authorizations contain references to real-world data, mainly in post-authorization. And by these, I mentioned, for example, the risk management plans. And 80% of extension of indications contain references to real-world data, both on pre- and post-authorization phases. The majority of products were anti-neoplastic and immunosuppressants, and the main real-world data sources mentioned were registries and hospital databases. Next slide, please. In the second part of this study, the authors aimed to assess what was the actual contribution of real-world evidence to the CHMP decision-making and also to provide some guidance. Out of the 16 marketing authorizations that include real-world data to support efficacy, we can see on the left hand of the slide that real-world data was influential in 5 applications concerning the pre-authorization, whereas out of 10 extension of indications, real-world data was considered influential for the decision-making process in half of these applications, meaning 5 extension of indications. Next slide, please. So considering the variety of purpose for which real-world data is used and data sources are used, appraisal of real-world evidence still requires a case-by-case analysis. And it was the authors also highlighted that it was difficult at the end of the day to isolate its exact impact on the decision-making process, because real-world data was considered in the overall evidence package of the application. They also concluded that strengths were mentioned less often than applications, and here we have some examples from the strength side, so concerning the registries that were able to obtain data over several years from a quite significant of patients, but they also highlighted limitations that were retrieved from the CHMP assessment reports, such as missing data, lack of representativeness in terms of study population, study period, measuring time points, small sample size, lack of adequate pre-specified analysis plan, and risk of several bias. And this is much more in line, I would say, with the FDA-led publication by Purpura. Next slide, please. So now let's move on to the last part of my presentation, where I will present some challenges, solutions, and opportunities. And I really inspire myself, I would say, in these papers, in this beautiful report from my perspective that was recently published and from CIOMS, and it's under public consultation, and a really a beautiful paper about HTA alignment with real world evidence. Next slide, please. So the first, I divided really these challenges, solutions, and opportunities in 4 main pillars. The first pillar is data. So I'd like to cover the domains of availability, governance, and quality. So we face the challenge of the heterogeneity of real-world data types, claims, registries, etc. With different level care settings, with different characteristics in terms of the purpose, in terms of the population that was covered, in terms of the coding terminology. We have also different levels of data quality in terms of dimension, validity, completeness, timeliness, etc. Different quality assurance of each database, different control procedures, different variety of models of governance, data sharing and access. And this is true in Europe in a different landscape, I would say, with national laws and regulation. But we all know that reliable real-world evidence is built on using fit-for-purpose real-world data, meaning that we had to ensure that data speak to the question at hand and are at high quality. Next, please. And yesterday, these were presented as some kind of solutions and opportunities, and I agree with that. So we spoke a lot about the data quality framework at EMA and about the public catalog of European real-world data sources. So I think these 2 main pieces will be very important in order to leverage real-world data use. Next slide, please. The second pillar is the methodology. So in terms of analytical integrity, is the study design appropriate for this type of decision making? Are the data analyses appropriate? We need to comply to the best methodological standards. So yesterday we mentioned the NCEP guide on methodological standards for pharmacoepi. We have also the GVPs. When we submit papers to the dossier, we should analyze the validity of findings using, for example, some tools, assess the risk of bias, etc. Next, please. But I'd like to mention what I call the legacy of unbreakable principles, and I would like to quote Brian Strom from another ICPE meeting in 2004, because size doesn't mean that we have the solution, the size of the databases, and sometimes we get blinded with how this database has thousands of millions of people. But database should not distract us from sound methodological and clinical thinking. And I think that's the main key. Next slide, please. So the third pillar, the trust. So improving transparency to build societal trust is needed and is an important key from my perspective. We need to comply to the medical standards, as I mentioned before. We need to have a detailed description of the study design, data collection, methods, and analysis that are transparent, auditable, and reproducible. We need to have protocols, but more than that. We need that these protocols should be pre-registries in public available databases such as the US PASS registries, etc. We need to have some protocol templates, harmonization. Yesterday, Olaf mentioned the NCEP checklist for protocols. We have other tools such as the ARPA, but we need to have a transparent reporting and responsible communication of results that are really key components of established reliable real-world evidence for regulatory decision-making. Next slide, please. And the last pillar, and this is my favorite painting from Magritte, because in my perspective, it represents the power of sharing knowledge. So the last pillar, I call it the policy and governance environment. And we need to address, for instance, gaps to the lack of standardization of real-world data terminology, formats, heterogeneity of data quality, etc. And this addressing of challenges, as Ulva mentioned, should be supported by common definitions, by guidance, by best practice. So it is very important to strengthen this international collaboration of activities to enable the use of real-world evidence in regulatory decision-making. We need also to have a roadmap, a concrete roadmap, a VMA comprehensive guidance on the use of real-world data to support regulatory decision-making. This is on track, I would say. And we can see that, for instance, in the methodology working party work plan. And we need to strengthen the capacity building. This is very important to have continuous training and engagement with all stakeholders, real-world evidence for patients, with patients, and healthcare professionals are the key. Next slide, please. And these are my summary remarks. So the first one is that RCTs and real-world evidence are not alternatives, are not competitors, but rather complementary. My second remark is that RCTs remain foundational to generate evidence on safety and efficacy of medicines approval. Another important that is important to highlight is that real-world evidence in supporting the evaluation of medicines across different phases of development has been evolving, driven by the recognition to answer specific research question, as I mentioned on my first slides. So enabling its use and establish its value supports innovative medicines for patients and safer and more effective use. And with these 4 pillars preserved, I would say. And my final remark is that we need an early dialogue. Frequent interactions with regulators is key as well. Awareness of opportunities, limitations in the planning, design, and review phases of real-world generation is important. My last slide, please. Next slide. And I would like to end with this sentence from Bradford Hill from 50 years ago, which depicts more or less the continual drug life cycle approach, which is a story of learnings and confirmings. And looking backwards and connecting the dots, we know that all scientific work is incomplete, whether it's observational or experimental. But all scientific work is liable to be upset or modified by advancing knowledge. But that does not confer upon us the freedom to ignore the knowledge we already have or to postpone the action that it appears to demand at a given time. And we are all part of the same story. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks so much, Carla, for sharing with us your thoughts, your observations, your experiences, and also this very comprehensive review. I think this was, in a way, extremely complementary also to what was presented before by Ulva from a developer's perspective. I heard a lot about dialogue. I heard a lot about can I say the 3 T's that I took out from your presentation, which was about trust, which was about trends that you gave us, and it's a bit of a bridge now, throughout the life cycle. So these were really elements that were quite striking in your review in order to enable the use of real-world evidence, but also to establish the values. So really appreciated to have this. Also, big thanks to all the presenters because they've been really well on time. So we're really good in our schedule. Before we go into a discussion with the panelists and with you here in the room, and also with colleagues who are following us virtually. Before we do so, though, we're going to have one more brief presentation, single. And this is about feedback from a pre-conference or pre-workshop survey that has been conducted. And again, Stephanie, if you could guide us through these data sets, if I may say, which will certainly also inform a vivid and lively discussion afterwards. Stephanie.
Thank you, Michael. And yeah, this survey was really intended to inspire the discussion. So it's not necessarily representative of various responder groups, but obviously representative for today's audience, because we've sent the survey to the participants, representative of today's workshop participants, because that's the audience to whom we have sent the survey and asked to complete it. And the survey is around, next slide please, about the use and the usefulness of real-world evidence for regulatory decisions. And we really wanted to get a bit of a snapshot and maybe draw some, I wouldn't say conclusions, but inspire some really questions, discussions. Is this the actual view? If there are differences in views expressed, maybe this will inspire some colleagues to have some ideas as to why there are different views. We had 38 responders to this survey, and you can see here on this pie chart how the responders divide up by regulatory bodies, pharmaceutical industry, academia, research organizations, healthcare professionals, learned societies, and then one response each from HTA bodies, data providers, patients, and one from NGOs. For the purpose of presenting the results, we've actually grouped these single responses, one, for example, HTA body with the regulatory bodies as decision makers, and then we have included the data provider response with the academia and research organizations, and patients and NGO with healthcare professionals and learned societies, just to make it a bit crisper and cleaner. Next, please. The first question that we asked in the survey: how important do you consider currently the use of real-world data to generate evidence for regulated decision-making? And we gave a number of options to respond: not important at all, from not important to all, to essential, as it can fill important knowledge gaps on top of clinical trials data. And you can see that the latter rated highest in terms of the responders. This was a single choice question. But what you can also see that this response is primarily driven by responders from pharmaceutical industry and by responders from the academic and research organization area. If you look at healthcare professionals' responses and the regulator responses, you can see that the views are a bit more divided, but still overall, on the positive side, at least the majority believes that real-world data are important for selected regulatory purposes. And next, please, we asked actually a follow-up question then to those that saw a value of real-world data in regulatory decisions. And we asked for which precise regulatory purpose do you consider real-world data most suitable? And one more click, please. What you can see, one back. Thank you. So what you can see is a bit two category of responses. So the majority of responses considered the traditional uses of real-world data. So that is to inform on the safety of medicinal products, understand the disease epidemiology, drug utilization, and impact of regulatory actions. And then there is a group of responses that rate on the lower end, and that is about efficacy, effectiveness, understanding feasibility of clinical trials, inform on the representativeness, and contextualize single-arm trials. Now, something maybe to point out here is the response rate from industry. As you can see, colleagues from industry consider all these areas equally important. But if you look at the other responder groups, they really distinguish between the more traditional use and the less established areas of real-world data use. Next, please. We also offered the possibility to provide additional comments, and some colleagues highlighted that they see a use case also for subpopulation analysis to inform product performance, biomarker endpoint validation, and also patient characterization and inform economic and disease burden. And next, please. The second question we asked, where do you currently see the main challenges to fully integrate real-world data in regulatory decision-making? Like the previous question, this was multiple choice, and we gave a few answer options. And the ones that rated highest was that existing data sources include insufficient information, access to the data is difficult, or that there is a limited acceptance of real-world data, real-world evidence by decision makers. You see a number of other responses also provided. At the lower end, rates time needed to generate real-world evidence for regulatory procedures or identification of target population, outcome of interest in challenging. One thing maybe to highlight is the response option of bias and confounders influencing study outcome are difficult to control, because here you can see a slight difference in the response rate, for example, of academia, pharmaceutical industry. For them, it doesn't seem to be such an issue. issue because they are means to control bias and confounders, but it rates a bit higher for regulators and also healthcare professionals. And I think this also was a bit mirrored in today's presentation. Next, please. We had some additional comments that were around insufficient knowledge about real-world data sources, not having official data quality indicators, not having a stable cooperation, mismatch between robust real-world data and requirements for regulatory decision, and lack of clear guidance. And that actually nicely leads to the next question that we asked, and this was about what needs to be done in order to fully enable the use of real-world evidence in regulatory decision-making. And here, the response choice that most respondents choose was develop guidance on best practice in real-world evidence. So this really needs to, seems to be a gap area where we need to work on. But you can also see there is a need to increase trust, build trust and increase transparency. Next, please. Yes, so and there was another comment as well on direct communication between regulators and data holders. I think we have heard this actually also in the presentations previously. Next. The fourth question, that's the second last, how do you see the role of regulators in generating real-world evidence? And we asked that specifically because obviously we are upscaling here at the agency with Darwin EU, and we wanted to have your view and what you think about that. The response options ranged from not important, other stakeholders better placed to conduct this research, to very important, it allows for independent real-world evidence generation. And this response option was chosen by most of you in conjunction with useful, especially in view of national data sources and initiatives such as Darwin EU. So this is very nice to see that most of you do see a place in regulatory-led studies. Next, please. And the final response was, the question was, how do you see the use of real-world data evolving in the next 5 years? And I'm pleased to say that nobody said that real-world data will still be of limited value. Most colleagues considered that it will have at least a place for selected purposes, such as pharmacovigilance, but the majority responded that the use will grow in areas currently less established, or that real-world data actually will even support all types of regulatory procedures. And then next. And the one after. And maybe you can develop the slide fully. There are 2 more clicks. Thank you. So again, we gave the opportunity for other comments, and I won't read this out to you, but maybe very briefly, the comments were about limitations of clinical trials, the emergence of artificial intelligence, the need for additional information, more transparency and generation of mutual trust, for example, by using practices that we've heard from Carla on, for example, publication of study protocols ahead of actually the study conduct, clarification on the role of stakeholders, and conflict of interest being key to the success of the use of real-world evidence in decision-making. And next, and again, you can develop the slide. Thank you. Additional comments we heard were about the need for early planning and focus on areas where clinical trials data are especially limited, a call for considering real-world evidence complementary to clinical trials, then a bit juxtaposed by a comment that real-world data will likely never be the main source of evidence to inform on effectiveness of medicinal products, and the need for more incentives for real-world evidence generation by industry. And that concludes the presentation of the results of the survey, and hopefully this will infuse some of the discussions that we will have now.
Thanks so much, Stephanie. So with all this being said, all the data in front of you, we're going to have half an hour now for discussion with the panel and with the attendees. I also saw a couple of phones coming up for taking screenshots, etc. So just to mention that, of course, the slides will be published from this workshop on the event page together with a report later. So you will have all this information later also available. Now, let's kick off the panel discussion, and I am very pleased to have an additional panelist here with us today, Jorge Batista. He's representing the pharmaceutical group of the European Union, PGEU, where he's the professional affairs advisor. George is also a member of EMA's Healthcare Professional Working Party, the HCPWP, for PGU, and was previously the Secretary General of the Portuguese Pharmaceutical Society. Now, George, with your special perspective, I would say, from a community pharmacist view, you've heard now about the experiences with real-world evidence in the regulatory context, both from regulators and developers' perspective. As you're representing community pharmacists here, you are, of course, one of the healthcare professionals really at the forefront, interacting directly with patients and therefore also having the opportunity to support generation of real-world data, which turns later into evidence. Now, what do you take home from these developments in terms of messages that can encourage also community pharmacists to contribute? And maybe secondly, how do you see currently their involvement in the generation of RWD across European member states? So maybe some reflections from your side. Thank you.
First of all, thank you very much, Michael, Stephanie, and the rest of the panel for the introduction. Welcome, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here representing community pharmacists and healthcare professionals in general. I was very taken with interest on the previous presentations on the use and their different perspectives on the use of real-world evidence. Indeed, pharmacies already collect data and already generate evidence from the real world scenario. And we do so by the direct contact with patients, with playing a valuable role in collecting data and generating evidence through, for example, the pharmacy dispense softwares, the national pharmacovigilance systems, and here pharmacovigilance plays, of course, a big role. Something that was perhaps not so much dependent in the previous presentations, but I would say that pharmacies here, community pharmacies in particular, have a very strong role in reporting pharmacovigilance and contributing to feeding in the national systems, and also part of project and specific pilots and initiatives at national level. Pharmacies contribute to the generation of real-world evidence for regulatory decisions, for example, as we are involved in collecting data and also supporting the information on the electronic health records. The data that is collected at the community pharmacy level has been widely used for pharmacovigilance, for example, intense monitoring studies at pharmacy level, also evaluating therapeutic adherence, assessing medicine shortages, which also is something important and takes quite a lot of time for pharmacists, and also developing post-authorization studies both on effectiveness and on safety, and also assessing the gap on efficacy and effectiveness and contributing to health technology assessment. Interestingly, last year we developed a survey and we ran a survey through our members, our constituencies, and we learned that pharmacists already in the majority of the European countries play a role in collecting data and generating evidence. Specifically for pharmacovigilance purposes, we learned that pharmacists are amongst the professions who report most adverse drug reactions. For example, in Belgium, 30% are solely reported by pharmacists. And for example, in Sweden, for all the ADRs that are reported by pharmacies, 59%, so roughly 60%, are reported by community pharmacists solely. So this is already quite something that pharmacists play. And what happens is that because of the systems that pharmacists are able to contact, for example, the dispensing softwares, all the digital structure has been digitalized, and pharmacists are in all pharmacies. It is possible to have computers and fast internet access, which of course is a key ask and key tool to generate evidence collecting data at European level. We also learned that pharmacies collect data on medicine use and perform drug utilization studies, but these happen mostly in pilot projects or initiatives. So then again, we see here a room for improvement. We also see a room for partnership with other stakeholders, and we see also that a way to go forward specifically with HTA, with health technology assessment, that the pharmacists are able to collect data on patient-reported outcomes, on quality of life, and also to use the data that is stored to be shared, of course, with HTA bodies. we still see a long way in harmonizing and creating equality in access to data. For example, in some countries, pharmacies do not have access yet to electronic health records. And here, of course, we see a missing piece of the puzzle. So we need to have the professionals that mostly contact with patients, as usually pharmacists are the first professional that patients contact with the healthcare system and the last professional they see before taking their medication. So again, we see here a huge part, a huge impact and role that pharmacists can play. So for sure, for that, we need to have access to electronic health records to be able to provide, to record information, and then to make it available. We also pledge for harmonization. We talked about here about dialogue, about trust, about open communication. I would go a step beyond and further and say training and capacity building. We also need to involve healthcare professionals, involve patients, explain why the data is being stored, what the data is used for, what are also the risks, because patients can have concerns, for example, on data privacy, and these we need to explain. We see, for example, with good eyes and hopefully EHDS, Darwin, and some other projects and initiatives that have been appearing at national level as a good leverage to actually to deploy the real world data collection at European level. Pharmacists can play a role also in generating more evidence, and also we see an opportunity for more structured availability of data. Again, the need for capacity building, training, and awareness level. We need also to raise some awareness here. We have a room of different stakeholders with different backgrounds, and each of us can play a part, of course, in raising awareness in this topic. So then again, I think it's the first, one of the first key pillars is trust, is communication, and is open dialogue and early dialogue to all the stakeholders. So I was very much happy to see these developments and the different presentations. Looking also forward for a deep discussion with the rest of the presents, both here and online. And let's take the most of these open communication channel as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, George, for sharing your thoughts. And what a nice segue into the discussion, because what we would like to tease out from this exchange now with all of you is what are the priority actions that you think need to be undertaken in order to facilitate the use of RWD, RWE in regulatory decision making. So that's in a way the strapline for the next 20-25 minutes for the discussion. And you will have an opportunity at the end. I just take this away so you can just gather your thoughts already to put also something into a Slido. But until we get there, some discussion. So we take, of course, questions from the floor. If you just raise in the old-fashioned way your hand, that's always appreciated. I keep an eye also on the online participants. And until I see somebody, I'm going to have some questions also, of course, here. And I first have Peter, and then I go to Peter. So Peter, at the end.
Yeah, thanks very much. Really nice presentations, very complimentary. So thanks. I picked up on something in Ulva's presentation from the industry perspective, which I think is quite interesting. And it was the points on governance, conduct, and transparency. It was part of the ACHA paper. We have a workshop in the autumn on real-world evidence methodologies, but methodologies often don't look at the governance and conduct questions. They look at the design questions, and maybe to a certain extent on the data quality and discoverability points. Do I take it from your email, it's a slightly pushy question, I'm afraid, Ulva, that industry would welcome more regulatory documents on conduct of observational studies? As you know, sorry, last little in brackets point, as you know, we've done a lot of work in the context of NCEP on the governance and transparency aspects, but they're not formal regulatory guidance. They are they're the softest of soft guidance, if you like. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Peter, for the feedback and the suggestion. Yeah, I think industry medicines developers would welcome, at the level of principles, greater clarity on expectations around the governance. You know, recognizing that any evidence-based decision-making with RWE is going to require transparent and reproducible scientific study planning and adherence to pharmacoepidemiological and statistical principles, and fully agree with you that there's a rich body of scholarship to draw on there from, you know, ISPE, ISPOR, the wonderful work that has been done at NCEP that Olaf presented yesterday. So certainly would welcome the opportunity for developers to be part of that dialogue, but greater predictability on these principles, I think, would be a key enabler for uptake of RWE. So welcome the suggestion.
Okay, thank you. So that's an open invitation, I would say. Peter Moll.
So thank you very much for the interesting presentations. I'm Peter Moll. I'm currently still on the Scientific Advice Working Party. So my question would indeed go into the specific context that you were describing, especially the contextualization of these single-arm trials, because I think that's a very interesting setting of using this real-world data. And I think both you, Ulva, and Carla touched on this in your presentations. Would there be merit in your views of having those kind of contextualizations already performed at the time of the scientific advice? So we were talking about early interactions, stimulating that. Would it be something that if you want to do this, could you not provide this kind of information already at the time of the scientific advice and saying, okay, with this, we believe that we have a certain understanding of the disease progression, maybe the impact on ORR. And we could, if we talk oncology, for instance, and we could now set with more confidence what is the level that we want to achieve with our trial.
It's a very interesting question, Peter. And I think if you kind of step back, appreciating that I'm giving a broad industry perspective, I think the key point that you're getting at is the need for, you know, iterative scientific dialogue, that it's not a one and done interaction. And as we you know, increase our certainty around plans, that there's opportunities to further engage and have this dialogue. I think in the case study that I presented on one of them on the use of real world data to provide context for a single arm trial, one of the key learnings that emerged there was the importance of the early dialogue. One of the examples had you know, the benefit of interacting through PRIME and scientific advice, and noted, you know, a level of variability in regulatory acceptance around the world. So it would be interesting to see where you have that dialogue up front and align on expectations, what that means for future acceptability. So I think it's a very interesting observation. Other colleagues from the industry delegation may wish to offer an additional perspective on that, Michael.
Yeah, please feel free to raise your hands. Carly, do you want to compliment?
No, I actually agree. There is actually a paper about this. So when companies have an early dialogue with the scientific advice, the probability of success is much higher. So in principle, I would say yes, but you belong to the scientific advice. So I believe that you are the most well-known person to answer that provocative question that you ask for.
Well, I actually, obviously, I was thinking, okay, how can you really set better your targets? Because I think that's the big question. Because the question, if you come at the time of approval, often it is the question, why didn't you randomize at all? I mean, if you can collect these data, so it should be, I think, informing you more on why and what to expect in that setting, and why then you would have your arguments why you couldn't perform the trial.
So it's also then the early engagement, the early scene setting on these proposals even. Yeah. Take one more question from the room before we go to online. Frauke.
Yes, thank you very much for the interesting presentations. And I would really like to support the view that real-world evidence should be used early on. Colleagues from the COMP and the BfArM, we did a review of real-world data in the setting of marketing authorizations for orphan medicinal products. And those that used real-world data to inform clinical trials, this was actually quite a high proportion of studies that used the data to inform, about the appropriate duration or the disease course to be expected. And I would also, when we want to aim at improving the acceptance, I think we really need to be very precise in our terminology, because I hear sometimes non-randomized is the same as observational study is the same as a claims database, which is not. I mean, no claims databases no claims were used in any of the marketing authorizations in orphans that we studied, close to 100. And I think this is very, very important that we stick to what we talk about. And I would really also wait for external validation studies of the databases, also from Darwin, that we understand, that we aim for really critical comparison. What kind of data do we get out of Darwin, and then compare it to something. For example, if we ever want to go to the efficacy domain, we don't have operationalized endpoint outcome measurements in claims data. We may have them in curated electronic health records, but only expert centers really follow their patients and the decline, for example, in progressive diseases. And if we want to understand if we capture this from electronic health records, we need to make external validation, take the data that we have maybe in-house, and then go to an expert who has the same data, but in a more dedicated manner. Thank you.
Well, thank you. That's certainly a valuable addition. Also, I guess from your perspective as a member of the Committee for Orphan Medicinal Products of COMP, and also working at the BfArM in Germany. So with this being said, let's move also to online participants. And the first hand I have here raised is from Sana Perez-Gutan. If you could just unmute yourself and also briefly introduce yourself. Thank you, Susanna.
Hello, I'm Susanna Perez-Gutan, representing the EMA-led network of European Pharmacoepidemiology and Pharmacovigilance Research Centers, ANSEP. Thanks for the excellent overview of the contribution of RWE to regulatory assessment, and we're all certainly looking forward to reviewing the recently published report. I wanted to share that the ANSEP research community continues to work on methods, guidance, and the evaluation of data sources, and we are ready and eager to contribute to all existing RWE initiatives. My question is, we learned a lot about the 3 pillars from EMA studies, the internal conducted, the in-house studies, the framework, and of course the Darwin EU projects, all of which the centers participate greatly. What we did not hear is from other source of regulatory decision data studies, where we also participate a lot, which is mainly the studies that, for instance, the PRAC and other committees request to marketing authorization holders. Probably this was out of scope of the review, but I think it would be, there's a tremendous amount of work, as can be seen in the EU PASS register. I wanted to see what roles these studies have in your view and also may have in the future. And to the earlier discussion on external RWE arms, we also think that early planning discussion is, including the fit for purpose data sources, is really essential. And that we're working on incorporating the design aspect, which is really critical, using causal inference, target triangulation, and will prevent many biases. Thank you very much for the opportunity to participate.
Thanks so much, Susanna. And specific to your question, certainly there is a specific scope of that review which was done. There's certainly other analyses that could be conducted, but maybe Stephanie, briefly from your experience. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we already touched on this, potentially a bit of a missed opportunity because we didn't include certain studies that are very important and very relevant for decision making in the review. We will do so in reviews moving forward. These are studies, Susanna, that you mentioned that are conducted in the context of our framework contract, and probably we're referring to some of the COVID-19 studies or the impact research. These are very important studies, very relevant for the regulatory decision making. If you look into the report, as I said, there is a section that will describe the studies conducted. We also recently released a pharmacovigilance report, which dives a bit deeper into impact studies and COVID-19 studies being conducted in the past 3 years. I think the review covers 2019 to 2022. So it's a very informative report, and it is just to acknowledge your point. These are extremely important studies, and the expertise that we have at the level of external research organizations and academia is certainly acknowledged. And hopefully the report reflects that in the fact that we conclude that all the 3 real-world evidence generation pathways are extremely important, and only by using all 3 of them do we get a comprehensive picture and make full use of real-world evidence.
Sorry if I wasn't clear. I meant also the studies that the PRAC requests to the marketing authorization holders, where a lot of participants also joined. But I guess I do understand they're fully out of the scope, probably, but some views would be helpful because they keep a lot of people busy in our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thanks for raising also the attention there of the various streams, if I may say, that need to be looked at. I got a question also from Kelly Zhu. Kelly, if you want to come in.
Yes, thank you. I'm Kelly Zhu. I'm participating through Medicines for Europe. So my question is really for Stephanie. Stephanie, you mentioned about more rapid way of harnessing data for regulatory use versus a traditional comprehensive study designs for various purposes. So my question is that in those use cases you examined, although these were through the regulatory side of the perspectives, did you look at the software being used in terms of the speed, and also looking at certain platforms that could enable some faster turnaround, especially given the era of data science and AI? The other thing is that using this kind of software can sponsors and multiple stakeholders also learn from that. For example, yesterday, the data quality framework assessment, there was a mention of a package, right? So a certain software, but sometimes for the sponsors, the kind of choice of software is also another question. Thank you.
So in terms of the software that we used for our analysis in-house, we use different types of softwares. We have recently implemented IHD. So that's a way that we can analyze quite quickly and conduct a standardized analysis in our in-house databases. We have now OMOPed, if I may say so, our data sources that we use in-house. So yes, internally, we have looked into using different softwares, some that will allow us to employ standardized templates, protocols, and do in a more rapid way analysis. And the same obviously is happening at the level of DARWIN-U with a parallel querying of several data partners and accessing data in parallel. So yes, we have looked into use of softwares. We have looked obviously, as you know, for DARWIN-U in the use of common data models that we also employ now internally. This is not the whole story, though, I would say. This is not what is necessarily prolonging a study. There are other things that we need to look at. So when we harmonize protocols and when we look into DARWIN-U in particular, we in the future will have the so-called routine repeat studies. So if we have conducted an off-the-shelf studies in the future, we may repeat the study, and it may be much, much faster because we have already put everything in place to execute the repeated study. We need to look into other bottlenecks. One of the bottlenecks is really getting access to the data, for example, data owner approval. This can take a long time, and there are other things. So I think we are looking at different areas to speed up the conduct of studies, one of them being software, but not the only one.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, looking at the clock, time flies. We are coming to the final stretch, if I may say. So, you've heard now a lot from the panelists. You heard also additional intervention of what are certain focus areas. We would like to gather this information also from everybody before I go to the panelists and ask for their priority areas, what we should do to progress the topic. So if you could open the Slido, please, Valerie. And the question to you is, if you had to choose one action we should undertake collectively to facilitate the use of RWD, RWE in regulatory decision-making, what would that be? And ideally in one word, because it's going to be a word cloud. So take your iPhones or similar devices, go to the website of slido.com. You'll find here the hashtag workshop June 2023. Put in your proposals. And whilst you're doing this, let's hear from the panelists. So what do you take away from today's discussion, having heard all these different perspectives, as the priority action? And I really ask you for one, and it's difficult to choose, I know, but pick up one that should be undertaken in order to facilitate the use of RWD, RWE in regulatory decision-making. And if you just go maybe from right to left, and if I start with George, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. So in one word would be involvement, as in involvement of early involvement of healthcare professionals to train them, to build capacity and to raise awareness. But first of all, stakeholders need to be engaged and involved.
Very, very clear, very precise. And I think that's something which also came up from many of the discussions, because we heard about the importance of information, the gaps one might currently be having, and that could be also facilitated by having more involvement, as you're suggesting. So, excellent point. Carla, from your perspective, what's your priority?
Well, it really depends on the regulatory question, but I would say my pillar would be trust. That covers the methodology and data quality.
Okay, so that's really then really down to the understanding and the famous T word, the trust in this, in order to really make this use. And I think in your presentation, you made very clear why this is so important. Ulva, from developers' perspective.
If I was to give one headline, it would be predictability. And what would facilitate predictability? Greater alignment around fitness for purpose of data sources, but also fitness for purpose of evidence. Dialogue opportunities on methodology and analytical approaches, and the availability of guidance, ideally developed iteratively, globally, starting with terminology and data quality, greater clarity on the use cases where regulators really believe RWE would assist their decision making, and then that would provide a foundation for greater alignment on methodologies and an analytical approach. So predictability.
Excellent. So really under this sort of headline predictability, loads of activities to be done, and the dialogue which came up several times, the guidance to be developed. And you mentioned also earlier the ICH development, which you're certainly aware of the acceptance of that topic now, which is again crucial here. Stephanie.
So I will give you a word in a minute, Michael, but I think if anything that has come out of, for example, the survey and today's discussion, that there is actually no single action. It's actually a range of activities and a range of actions. But if you want to nail me down, I'll have to say I have to join Carla, because the most immediate thing and the most important thing for me is building trust. So it would be trust. And I'm choosing this also because it is not a single action that will develop trust. It is a number of things that we need to do to build trust.
And so beautifully said. It's always a toolbox. It's always a suite of action that complements. So let's have a look at what our participants were saying. If you could open up the word cloud, 82 colleagues have already contributed. So let's look. And this is magic, isn't it? In the center of it, we have trust. So that's very clear next to transparency, collaboration, dialogue, harmonization, guidance, quality, and many other elements which are in here. But it really complements once more what also was said here in the panel. So I think with this collective direction of travel that we see here, we can conclude this session. I think it was extremely useful to get these different perspectives in. My thanks again to all the panelists for having shared their views, to everybody in the audience, either here in the room or also virtually, and of course to the technical team behind the scenes to make this all happening for us. So thanks, with a round of applause for everybody involved, and have a good coffee break. Thank you.
I think we're starting at 11:20 prompt. So colleagues, quick coffee back in, because otherwise the colleagues that are online find it difficult to know when to restart. So 11:20.
Dear colleagues, welcome back from the coffee break. This second session today will be between us and lunch, but it will definitely it'll feel like a pre-dinner, pre-lunch. It's really quite a menu when we talk about Darwin EU, where we are in phase 2 of its implementation. And I think I'll just start out with introducing Andrej Sedgwick, who will present to us about Darwin EU and where we are in phase 2 of its implementation. And then we'll take it from there. Over to you, Andrej.
Thank you very much, and good morning to you in the room and in the online meeting. So my 10-minute presentation should tell us exactly where we have got in the last 18 months and where we are with the implementation as we progress. So next slide, please. You will have heard and know that the Darwin EU is a federated network of data, expertise and services, and this is to support the decision-making on medicines that we do with evidence from the real-world healthcare data. And the network, as you've previously heard, is a federated network where the data stays local, so no transfer of the actual data, and we use a common data model which hugely simplifies the analytics, improves the data consistency and the speed for performing the results. And you've seen the visual. The coordination center is the central body that operates the network, links with the data partners, and then the EMA is the entry point for supervision, but also for ordering the studies on behalf of the regulators. So the data network currently consists of 10 data partners across Europe, and we are currently also in progress of selecting the next 10 data partners for this year. And these are holders who have data from various settings of healthcare, be that primary care used by GPs, hospital care, or some specialist data sources. And in many of them, it's more than one setting. And this is, of course, very helpful for the variety of use cases we would like to be performing via the network. So in total, there's about 26 million active patients. And please watch this space for the selection of the additional data partners where we'd like to, again, expand the healthcare settings, look to the countries we don't currently have, and make sure that the new data partners are also flexible in terms of the use cases. So we're especially integrating the primary, secondary, specialist care, and perhaps being nationwide. Next slide, please. So you've also previously been told that we foresee the use of real-world evidence at any point of the medicinal product's life cycle, and this is certainly the case, and where the pilots with the committees come in to test all the use cases and understand what are the suitable data sources for them and inform our future selection. So it's not just safety, not just in post-marketing, but looking at any other decision-making on medicines that's done. And next slide, please. So the establishment of Darwin EU has been progressing well, and this is, of course, with huge thanks to the Darwin EU Coordination Center colleagues and teams, to the multi-stakeholder support we are receiving through the Darwin EU Advisory Board, and indeed to the EMA's real-world evidence team and the broader across the regulatory network, including all the committees and the liaison groups. So we're currently halfway and nearly through the phase 2, and it's progressing all on target and according to the plan. So the establishment and technical milestones are being met. The studies are being selected and initiated, and we're also progressing on the selection of the new data partners. The variety of the use cases is very useful, of course, for the network to also establish the analytical pipelines, which are particular per each of the use cases, and to develop the analytical code, which can then be reused in the future, thereby standardizing the performance of the studies, reducing the time, and optimizing the performance of the studies. So the current phase foresees, in the sort of green highlight, approximately 16 studies and the addition of 10 extra data partners. And this is in the intention to finalize the establishment this year ahead of the operations years next year, when the capacity for studies really increases quite significantly. So next slide, please. You will have also seen throughout the last 12 months or 18 months the publicity and the announcements regarding the completed milestones and the ramp up in the use of real-world evidence, and we certainly will continue with informing stakeholders through these means in the future. Next slide, please. In the last few months, the Coordination Center's website was also launched, and it contains a large amount of information on the network, on the information for prospective data partners, including the open call, on the currently performed and types of studies which can be performed, and certainly the other information about who is the Coordination Center. If we go one slide next, the website also brought public the catalog of standardized analyses, and these are analyses based on the common data model and based on the federated network. So we had previously published these as off-the-shelf studies, complex studies, routine repeated studies, and very complex studies. So the catalog provides a description for each of these study types and analytical types, with some description how the population's outcomes and analyses are performed. And you have here two examples of the patient level and the population level analyses for drug utilization and for the descriptive epidemiology studies, and they are in the accordion type, so you can certainly follow those for more details. We go to the next slide. The definitions and prescribed analytical types of complex studies are also available, and you will see these are study designs which are used in pharmacoepidemiology, which has been very much established and validated for such purposes. Next slide, please. So this is not the only place where you will find information about the analytics and the studies. All studies that are performed via the network are included in the EU PASS register, and these are the codes which are included in the second column on this slide. So in the first year, we initiated 4 studies, and again with the intention to test the pipelines. And this year is a little bit higher capacity, but also looking at collaborative studies, performed in working with the HTAs and payers bodies, and indeed we have a presentation after mine, working with the EHTS2 pilot and working with the ECDC, and we will have updates on each of those use cases in the morning session today. From the completed studies, there was a study on disease epidemiology, and 2 studies on drug utilization, one for safety purposes, one for overall monitoring and efforts in tackling antimicrobial resistance purposes, and a study in support of the development and authorization of products for severe asthma. And I invite you to follow these links with the EU passcodes to really look at the study protocols and the study reports in more details. In the third column, you also see that these studies are really leveraging the federated network with 5 or 6 data partners included, as many as have relevant data and subject to the discussions we've had with the objectives and the fitness for purpose. Next slide, please. So in the EU PASS register, the documents would be made available as is standard practice for post-authorization studies, and the study protocol and the study report contain even more details than the catalog on the Darwin EU Coordination Center's website that I've just shown you. And the research methods, so the section 9 here, will contain all the definitions as you'd expect, so certainly informs how the study was conducted, and later this translates into the interpretation of the report once it's made available. One final point I will make here is because of the large amount of results and data which usually come from these studies, there is also the option, again with thanks to the Coordination Center, of displaying the results in a customized way via Shiny apps, and the link would be included in the study report, and it's freely accessible. On the next slide, I'll show you some of the visuals, some of the study results from the first phase. And so this is a disease epidemiology study on the left for a number of rare blood cancers, and a drug utilization study on the right for the use of a large list of antibiotics, here showing it by one. So staying on the left, we selected 3 different measures here, the 2, 5, and complete prevalence, and several diseases which are shown in the rows. And you'll see, so interestingly, as a methodological piece of work, how the prevalence measures compare between each other, but also looking at 5 partners and looking at a period of over 10 years. So a large amount of information on the prevalence of these diseases, and is brought together very conveniently into the overall visual, where we can follow the trends over time see for the variability in the results, if any, between the data partners. And I think we can rather conclude that the results are very concordant between the individual countries, and certainly look at them per disease as relevant. On the right-hand side, the federated result here for the use of azithromycin, again on the time axis and showing the incidence per 100,000 on the y-axis, shows you the different patterns in use across the several member states, which on this occasion were 6 different sources. And we can certainly monitor the patterns for the utilization of these antimicrobials and help inform the policy, monitor the impact of any regulatory decisions that have been taken, etc. And again, the links to the EU Pass Register are provided. Next slide, please. So in terms of ongoing studies, we'll go one at a time. So let's go next. Thank you, Gosha. The study from last year on the severe asthma mortality is currently in its final stages, and we expect the results quite soon. So the protocol is public, and the report will be made public as soon as it's been reviewed. The one of the first collaborative studies with the HTAs and payers is the patient characterizations of patients with multiple myeloma in terms of the treatments and survival over the last 10 years. And we'll hear more about that collaboration in the next segment. The work on the effectiveness of COVID-19 vaccines still continuing, and this will be a collaboration with the ECDC via the vaccine monitoring platform. So this is a likely complex study, which will require a little bit more work than just the off-the-shelf studies I'd previously mentioned, and we're looking into the selection of the data sources as we speak. To support the ongoing work by one of the committees is the drug utilization of a combination of 2 substances for the treatment of pulmonary hypertension to help with the assessment of such a submission. And then we can go next. We have a use case on the use of an antibiotic as a prokinetic substance, so to understand its scope and whether this differs between children and adults. And we're currently, I think, already in progress with this study. A collaborative study in the EHDS2 pilot is the coagulopathy of COVID-19 in patients who had been infected or vaccinated. And again, this is part of the session this morning. And then we have 2 more, which relate to the use of opioid medicines. We can go next. One is the use of naloxone in terms of a drug utilization study to reverse opioid overdose. And the last one, if we go next, is to characterize the drug utilization patterns of a long list of prescription opioids. So in terms of the next steps, we are finalizing the selection of the next data sources for this phase. The conduct of studies, as you see, is well underway, and we are also finalizing the last feasibility requests in order to initiate the remaining studies, pilot the use cases of the types we haven't yet conducted, and develop the analytical pipelines, which then pave the way to the increased utility, reduced timelines, and the higher capacity of studies for the next years. In parallel, we're also consulting on the catalog, which I showed you on the website, with the methodologies working party, with the advisory board members, and with the representations from the industry. So I think the progress I'm very pleased to tell you of about today is, again, with thanks to all the teams working on DARWIN directly or indirectly, and to all the stakeholders for your continued support. So thank you.
Oh, thank you, Andre. And a few highlights in the presentation here when we talk transparency and trust previously. I really appreciate that we see the multiple data sources actually give them individually trust as we see patterns actually go across them. And then transparency with the Shiny apps. I think that's a very nice move in order to share this with the wider community, what's actually further detailed in the analysis. To continue in our series of 4 presentations here, I'd just like to hand it over on the topic of DARWIN EU to support HTA and payers research real-world evidence needs by Juan Jose Abelan, a statistics senior specialist here at the EMA. Back to you again, Juan.
Thank you, Jesper. Yeah, I'm going to talk about how DARWIN EU is piloting the support of real-world evidence generation to HTA and payers associations. Next slide, please. So as you know, DARWIN EU has a number of key stakeholders, and you can see them listed here. All of them are represented in the scientific advisory board of DARWIN EU. And one of them, of course, are the health technology assessment agencies and payers associations. And as you know, we establish dialogue with all our stakeholders through workshops like this one. Next slide, please. So last year in October, we had a workshop with more than 30 representatives from HTA, agencies and payers organizations across the European Union. The workshop had three main goals: to raise awareness of the possibilities of generation of real-world evidence via Darwin EU, to better understand the needs from the health technology assessment and payers organizations around questions of interest suitable for real-world evidence, and to identify at least two studies, one simple and one a little bit more complex, of potential use cases that could be embedded within or could be executed through Darwin EU as a pilot experience. The structure of the workshop had three presentations offering the Darwin EU perspective in terms of possibilities to generate real-world evidence, and then the perspectives from health technology assessment and payers on the kind of needs they may have that maybe that could benefit from real-world evidence. And after the presentations, we had an open discussion. Next slide, please. So the outcomes of the workshop are summarized here. So there was general aspects, particularly around the need to address concerns on the use of real-world data. I think both HTA and payers were very clear that they were relatively new to the use of real-world data for these kind of studies. They have traditionally used randomized clinical trials, and particularly around the quality of real-world data, in the sense that such data is not collected with the primary purpose of research. There were also a lot of questions around how Darwin EU will operate and the transparency with which we will operate. We made clear, and as Andre suggested, all protocols and reports of any Darwin EU study are published in the EU PAS register, but also some of, for example, decision criteria to select data partners, etc. All that is public. Then there were aspects concerning more specific data. So there were questions around, okay, what type of data will be available in Darwin EU, because that may drive the type of research questions that HTA payers may want to address via Darwin EU. So essentially what we said is, well, at the moment we include electronic health records, covering several healthcare settings, primary care, specialist care, hospital, but we also include claims. We also have a biobank, registries. So we will grow the variety and volume of data in the network of data partners in Darwin EU. There were questions around whether we have plans to include also other types of data, such as PROs, which are relevant for HTA decision making. And there were also questions around, whether the registries were better suited than real-world data sources to address specific type of questions. In terms of topics of interest for HTA and payers, effectiveness was, if you want, the most important topic highlighted in the workshop, but also there were other areas such as natural history of disease and methodology, especially when it relates to the use of new types of data, like data from digital wearable devices, or the use of new technologies such as artificial intelligence or machine learning. Next slide, please. So in terms of the third objectives, which were specific use cases that we could run through Darwin EU, there were several suggestions made at the workshop, but we ended up with these two listed here. So the first one is a natural history study on multiple myeloma, and this was triggered essentially because there is a kind of blurry picture of how patients are treated, how are clinically managed, because there are a multiple variety of options for treatment, and it was thought that it would be beneficial if Darwin EU could generate a more general picture across Europe of how these patients are clinically managed. So this study essentially will characterize patients with multiple myeloma, including the treatments received either as monotherapies or in combination, as well as treatment sequences and overall survival. The study protocol, I think, is now finalized and will soon be published in the EU PAS register. The second study is a study to characterize patients with non-small cell lung cancer treated with immunotherapies. And here we listed a few that were mentioned during the workshop. And the point here is to try to understand particularly overall survival when patients with advanced or metastatic non-small cell lung cancer are treated with these immunotherapies as first line. We are currently developing the objectives of this study, but we expect over the coming months to have a protocol also available, and we will publish it in the EU PAS register. I think I will stop here. So thank you, and back to you, Jesper.
Well, thank you for sharing some of these very, very important initial steps on the use of real-world data from Darwin EU to the HTA use cases and applications. Thank you. To expand a little bit about Darwin EU, we will now move into discussion and presentation around how this supports the development of the European health data space to secondary use pilot. And to that, we have Mario Jędrusik from the Health Data Hub to present. He is a European projects lead at the French Data Hub and oversees the HDH's involvement in European projects, especially the health data at the EU pilot project and the TEDS joint action, which we heard about yesterday as well. He's also responsible for building European partnerships and following European legislation in the area of health data and digital health. So over to you, Mario.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks very much for the invite. Very happy to speak today to you about the Health Data at EU pilot project and how it articulates with Darwin EU. And we're very thankful for EMA's and Darwin EU's involvement in the project, which is very valuable. So if we can move to the next slide, please. So to frame it, just a few words about the Health Data at EU pilot project before moving on to the specific use case. So as you know, the European Commission has made health data sharing a priority, and different instruments have been put into place for that, with especially the regulation proposal, which has come out in May last year. And the number of supporting actions, so the TEDS joint action was just mentioned, to frame and to provide recommendations around how the HDS could look like. Then in the testing phase, so we have the Health Data at EU pilot project aiming to implement the first version of the secondary use infrastructure, Health Data at EU. And then hopefully we will have soon the direct grants for member states to set up health data access bodies for the scale-up phase. So again, if we move on to the next slide, so the Health Data at EU pilot project builds a network of data platforms on a European scale and proposes a number of services to potential future data users. I will talk a bit more about those services in a second. And in a second part of the project, runs a number of cross-border research and broader use cases to test, to show the feasibility and the added value of that cross-border infrastructure. So you see below the logos of the organizations that participate in the project. So we have both national net platforms, but we also have European agencies, EMA and the CDC in the project, and European research infrastructures. So if we go to the next slide, just to speak quickly about the services, we try to support potential future data users through a holistic data user journey, starting at the data discovery phase, developing common metadata standards and implementing those in the data platforms, building a single data access application form to make the process to get access to data easier, etc., etc. And for that, we rely on a IT infrastructure that connects the data platforms in a network of nodes, and also to the EU central services developed by the European Commission. And so moving on to the next slides. So as mentioned, we have 5 research and other use cases to test the feasibility of what we're proposing or what we're developing. So they cover different areas. Starting with antimicrobial resistance. I would talk about the coagulopathy in just a second. COVID-19, cardiometabolic diseases, cancer, and also different use case types, including surveillance or regulatory type of study and research, including AI methodology in use case number 4. And so the focus for the talk today is, of course, the coagulopathy study led by the EMA and the Darwin EU Coordination Center. So if we go on to the next slide, please. Yeah, the slide is quite busy. I won't go through all the detail, but thinking that the slides will be shared, I thought it was useful to include it. So the Darwin EU pilot use case within the projects brings together both the EMA as use case leads, the Darwin EU Coordination Center, with including a number of nodes from Darwin EU, which we will see on the next slide, and a number of national nodes from the Health Data at EU pilot projects, so including us from the Health Data on the French side. And so the idea of the use case is to run a number of research questions of increasing complexity. And so the Darwin EU Coordination Center with the Darwin EU network will run through all of this with data partners from Darwin EU. And for the Health Data at EU pilot nodes, we will try to answer as many as possible, depending on data availability and resource availability. So if we move on to the next slides. Yeah, you can see here on the map the complementarity of the Darwin EU network nodes in dark blue, and the nodes from the Health Data at EU pilot contributing to the project. And so really the Health Data at EU project is benefiting from what the Darwin EU Coordination Center and the Darwin EU network, broadly speaking, is providing in terms of analytical support. And so building on that research protocol that has been developed for the Darwin EU network. So that's what's written also on the bottom left. So the analytics scripts are available for the Health Data at EU pilot project nodes to leverage their research questions and to use it on OMAP data. So if we go to the next slides, so that support materializes through several routes. So first, the high-level research protocol that is available to nodes to be able to translate it to the specific national context. The analysis scripts, especially the OMAP ones, which are developed by the Darwin EU Coordination Center and then adapted by the individual national nodes for native data analysis at the national level. And then, which goes a bit beyond the use case as such, but we are very happy and it's very valuable to have the input of EMA and of the use case to all other project work packages. For instance, I mentioned earlier the work on data access, the work on metadata, and of course work on data standardization, which we're very happy to have inputs from the use case for. And then, of course, a final publication, which will also refer to the work and the experience of running this project within the pilot project. Then I have one last slide, a bit more of a high-level summary for the interdependencies between Darwin EU, EMA, and Health Data at EU pilot. So, of course, EMA, as mentioned at the start, will be an authorized participant in the Health Data at EU infrastructure and is a consortium partner within the pilot project. And so Darwin EU in this use case for us is really a pathfinder for how EMA situates within that infrastructure. The use case specifically shows how EMA could maybe benefit tomorrow from that infrastructure and integrate Darwin and the infrastructure together. And the third point is really I want to highlight that the pilot project is benefiting really a lot from the inputs on data standardization and the experience that the team from EMA and Darwin Coordination Center already has, which is very useful for all the other use cases that we have within the pilot project, and also giving us interesting food for thought in terms of the data access work that we are conducting in Work Package 7. And so to conclude, Darwin EU and the Health Data at EU pilot project are really two complementary and synergetic projects for the secondary use of health data, and we see the involvement of EMA is a critical success factor for the project. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Mara. I can only echo the benefit and the value of the synergy, but also to realize that Darwin EU actually plays a role beyond just the regulatory use case. It's actually up there amongst the other use cases in the European health data space, which is really, really important as we progress on how to mature the European health data space. Really appreciative about the collaboration here. In terms of collaboration, to move to a also related topic and of complementarity, to be presented by Erika Doffel, who is a public health physician from the UK specialized in the field of communicable disease control. Erika is currently working for the European Centre for Disease Prevention and Control, the ECDC, in Stockholm, in the area of viral hepatitis, supporting European Union and European Economic Area countries for their efforts to prevent and control hepatitis. So Erika will talk to us about Darwin EU in the context of infectious diseases and health emergencies. Over to you online, Erika.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear. Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, well, I'll start. So thank you very much for that very nice introduction. So I am the principal expert in hepatitis at ECDC, so I lead the program of work around hepatitis in close collaboration with our network of public health experts and individuals from ministries of health across the EU and EEA. Next slide, please. So I wanted to start with a little bit of context for just to sort of to explain sort of what our work is in this area, what the focus is, and how we're working to support countries in addressing the disease burden relating to hepatitis. And I'm going to talk mostly about hepatitis B and C. So for those of you who are not familiar, there was a launch of this whole elimination agenda for hepatitis, and this was a really major development in the field of hepatitis. So we saw firstly in 2016 the global health sector strategy on viral hepatitis, with countries committing to combating hepatitis in line with the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And this strategy sets out the global goal of eliminating hepatitis as a public health threat. And what they define as elimination is a reduction in the number of new chronic cases and a reduction in deaths, as shown sort of on this slide here. Then we got the WHO European Action Plan for the region, which includes specific targets relating to service delivery, targets around prevention, testing and treatment. And these initiatives really scaled up hepatitis on the public health agenda and really highlighted the need for data. And for those of you, before we move on to the next slide, I just want to sort of outline the situation for hepatitis within the EEA. So we have seen a massive reduction in prevalence over time, over time. And this can be attributed to the sort of wide-scale sort of rollout of effective prevention strategies. And this is a good news story. So, vaccination, the effectiveness of vaccination in combination with other preventative measures as well, such as prevention of hepatitis through healthcare and harm reduction for people who inject drugs. But we still have a substantial burden of hepatitis within the region. We estimate there are 3.6 million people with hepatitis B and 1.8 million with hepatitis C. And what we see is the mortality across the region, hepatocellular carcinoma, is still going up. And what we know from the data that we've got, which is limited, and I'll come to that, is that the majority of these cases are undiagnosed and not connected to care. So they are not receiving the treatment that they should be getting. Next slide, please. Oh, could you go back one? Yes. So at ECDC, we are mandated by the Commission to support countries in monitoring progress towards the SDGs. So the monitoring of hepatitis across countries was developed within the framework of the targets and goals outlined in the Global Health Sector Strategy and the European Action Plan. So we monitor the targets in the European Action Plan for the core interventions, as well as other priorities across the region. And we collect data directly from countries through our focal points. I mentioned the network already. But we also collect data from existing sources as well. So data, for example, from the Drug Agency relating to harm reduction, data from WHO around vaccination coverage. And for the data that we collect from the countries, we ask our focal points, who are usually based in the public health institutes or the ministries, to collect the data through collaboration with experts working in the clinical field and other groups as relevant. Next slide, please. So this slide summarizes the groups of indicators that we collect through our monitoring system. And I mean, we can break this down a lot more, but I mean, this highlights the main groups. So we collect data relating to epidemic context, prevention, the care cascade, including testing and treatment, and impact. And that by impact, we mean incidence and mortality. Next slide, please. Now, could you go back? Yes. And so we collect data biennially from countries, and the data that we collect is fed up to WHO and included in their regional and global reporting. So there's no double data collection from countries. We collect the data and we collaborate very closely with WHO. We've conducted 2 data collections to date. So we only rolled out the system in 2017, 2018. And we are currently collecting the 3rd data collection as we speak. And this shows the data for 2020, the availability of data for hepatitis B and C along the continuum of care, so predominantly relating to numbers infected, diagnosed and treated, and the impact of their treatment in terms of viral suppression and SVR in the case of hepatitis C. And this data collection took place in 2021. So we always wait a year. Obviously, we cannot collect it in the reporting year. And so it was not an optimal year, with many of the public health institutes still involved with the pandemic response for COVID-19. But what we see is that the data available from countries is shown in green, and the countries without any data are shown in grey. And what is very striking is that there's huge gaps in the data. It's worse for B than it is for C, and this undoubtedly relates to the attention that has been given to hepatitis C over the years with direct-acting antivirals. But the data for both infections is very, very weak. But you can see particularly around in relation to treatment. Next slide, please. We also tried to collect data along the continuum of care relating to key populations. So hepatitis disproportionately affects key populations, such as people who inject drugs, people in prisons, migrant populations. So it's important that we try and monitor where we can across these key populations to understand inequities in care. And you can see that the data availability for these populations, I've just shown people who inject drugs and people in prisons here, was really very, very poor. Next slide, please. Now, this is just we publish our reports, so the data are collated into online reports, and this just shows a snapshot of what progress towards the targets relating to viral suppression, SVR, hepatitis B and C, respectively, for the data collected for 2020, and it shows the progress by country relating to the targets. And here we've got this is the interim targets of the European Action Plan. And I mean, what's positive is that most countries, you can see, have actually exceeded the target. And this actually isn't very surprising given the high effectiveness of these drugs. But what is striking is the lack of data, particularly from the countries, with the countries not having data shown sort of, well, you can see they're sort of greyed out. Next slide, please. So as I've mentioned, the current sources of data that we look to try and fill some of these data gaps to understand what's going on, and I'm focusing on the treatment data here, is through our monitoring systems. So as I said, directly through the countries, through our focal points who collaborate with the clinical groups in the countries. We've also been exploring the data through the European Surveillance of Antimicrobial Consumption Network, so ESACnet, so the data on sales and reimbursements of antivirals. And we also, to try and address some of these data gaps and support countries, we've been developing a system based in clinical sites, together with the clinical societies, with EASL, the European Association for the Study of the Liver, and ESCMID, the European Society for Microbiology and Infectious Diseases, to try and use Sentinel systems to fill these data gaps. Next slide, please. But there are big limitations. I think I've already highlighted these for the monitoring system that we've collected, where we set up, where we collect the data from the countries. I mean, the data are lacking. It's often not very up to date. We have the limited data on key populations, and the data come from a variety of different sources of varying degrees of quality. And this has a big impact in terms of our ability to compare across countries. The ESAT Connect data is challenging. The data, as you're probably aware, are expressed in defined daily doses. This doesn't easily equate to the number of individuals who are on treatment or treated, and it is possible, and we are working on this, but it isn't particularly timely data for us, and it isn't straightforward. And the Sentinel surveillance system that I just mentioned, this is work in progress. This is going to take many years to embed in clinical sites, and I think it's going to take many years before we actually yield any results. Next slide, please. So we're very excited to explore the possibility of collaboration with the Darwin EU project. This is early days for this collaboration, and we would need to discuss this much further, but I just wanted to put some potential ideas for how we could use the data on the table, and obviously this is open to discussion, and we would need to discuss this further also with our hepatitis network, because the data needs to be relevant and useful for their purposes. This isn't for us, this is for the countries. This is for the countries to be able to scale up their services accordingly and use this to monitor progress towards the elimination targets. So, I mean, depending on the type of data, whether this is national or local data, we can look at the progress towards these elimination targets, particularly the sort of ones relating to the proportion of diagnosed cases treated. And for hepatitis C, one of the really great potential uses of the data, if we had national data, would be to adjust our prevalence estimates. So we support countries in generating estimates of the overall prevalence in their population. This data are critical in terms of countries scaling up their services accordingly, and also sort of monitoring progress towards the targets. You need this estimate. They need to understand their epidemic fully. But for hepatitis C, because we're dealing with a treatment that offers a cure, we have a changing prevalence pool over time. So as cases are treated and cured, they get removed from the prevalence pool. And this data, if we had timely data on treatment, we could adjust our prevalence estimates accordingly. So this would be a fantastic use of the data if we were to get the data in real time and at that national level, which is where most of these studies have been conducted. And I've also listed here, it would be very useful to look at data on treatment for different settings. This would enable us to look at gaps in service provision and assess the progress towards decentralization. So one of the main thrusts of the WHO guidance around treatment for hepatitis B and C is towards a simplification and a decentralization of treatment. We need to, if we're to treat millions of people for hepatitis, there needs to be a massive scaling up, and there is recognition that this cannot happen if the treatment resides just in the tertiary centres. So there's a big push by WHO towards this decentralisation into primary care, into the community, and where this has happened in countries, for example Iceland, for example Georgia, this has led to them achieving the elimination targets. And also I've listed here, obviously if the data could be disaggregated by different population groups, such as people who inject drugs, this would really enable us to explore sort of the inequities in service provision and understand how best we could address these. I'll stop there. I'm happy to take any further questions, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Erica. Really great to see that Darwin EU can play a role here in order to hopefully get some of that data to you that seems to be sitting in some of these actually well-developed countries when it comes to data, right? So really need to get that out so it can be put to use. This is now the panelists for the discussion we have until the lunch break. We do, however, have an additional participant in this panel, and I'm so happy to have Katja Verhamme with us here in the room from the Erasmus Medical Center and Darwin EU Coordination Center. Maybe, Katja, we could start out by looking across all of these presentations, then give an opportunity for you to present yourself here. It's quite a lot of work that Darwin EU has been able to do for the past year and also is looking into. Can you try to give us a few perspectives of your role and the team's role and how you work and the excitement, but also the long hours you spent?
My pleasure. So I'm Katja Verhamme. I work at Department of Medical Informatics at the Erasmus Medical Center Rotterdam. I'm a colleague of Peter Rijnbeek, and together with Peter Rijnbeek and colleagues, we are organizing the Darwin EU Coordination Center. So we are organized in different pillars. We have a development pillar, study operations pillar, technology pillar, and then a management pillar. And the first year has mainly been setting up the studies, as Andre has explained, where we did 4 studies, 3 off-the-shelf studies and 1 complex study. And the idea of last year was mainly to optimize procedures to allow scale up, which will mainly happen in the next year, and where the number of studies is going to increase. As Andre explained, we differentiate between off-the-shelf studies, routine repeated studies, complex studies, and very complex studies. The off-the-shelf studies, they work with common pipelines, analytical pipelines, which allow us to conduct the studies in a relatively fast way. And for the complex studies, we work with customized analytical codes. I was happy to hear the presentations as given because it shows the importance and need of Darwin EU and Darwin EU Coordinating Center to provide answers to the needs of the different people and organizations, like the need for data with regard to care of patients with hepatitis C, B, also the needs of HTA, the coordination with the HDS. So I think it's good that we collaborate, that we see opportunities, and that we try to maximize how we can work together.
Thank you for that perspective, Katja. And I actually think these presentations tells a story far beyond the first successful initiated projects in year 1, right? It's the machinery that we really need in Europe to advance in this. Just like to open the floor for any questions that we have here in the room or online to the panelists. This is now another good opportunity for many of you to ask that tricky question or get a further insight into what goes on. So just like to see whether there's someone who would be brave enough to step forward. Otherwise, I'm looking at Peter here, and he has a zillion of notes that he thought he could bother me with. But let's see. Right? So here, there's a hand. Please go ahead and present yourself, by the way, as well. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Christine Schillhardt-Wallisch, and I'm from the Austrian agency. And we've heard that lots of studies have already been conducted. And my question is about data quality. So how is it assured that the data are representative for Europe, since each country has its own healthcare system, and how it is assured that the results we retrieve are generalizable?
Just go ahead, Andre.
Thank you. That's a very good question. I think the mic might still be open. That's a very good question indeed, and I think one where we have several possible answers to that, and maybe Katja, you can come in as well from the CC perspective. So one is the option to do federated analysis and include several countries to obtain the estimates from several of the regions of the continent, at least, if not from each country. I think it would not be feasible to do a study with 30 countries in one go. And certainly we can then discuss the results and their generalizability given the particularities of the health system. So that's one. 2, we certainly take that into account when we discuss the objectives of the study and at the point of the feasibility assessment. So I think that's how we probably approach it.
And perhaps can I add on to, so perhaps also good to explain that so within Darwin we have data partners, and before these data partners are onboarded, of course the data quality of these data is evaluated. All of these data partners have mapped their data to the OMOP common data model because that facilitates conducting the analysis, and because we save time. And then before onboarding, of course, data quality checks ran on the data. If data partners participate in a study before we finalize the report, we check the results. They are asked to review their results to put it into perspective. And so we have the quality checks and the communication with the data partners about what do we see, how can we interpret the findings, and that's also mentioned in the report.
Maybe just to complement the two answers, it's a very broad question you've posed. You used the word quality, but then when you elaborated, I think we're talking more about representativeness. I think on the pure quality side, Katja's answer was clear. The other thing that happens with Darwin, but also you'll remember the discoverability discussions yesterday when people were talking about the to-be-launched EU data catalogue, which will be launched hopefully early next year. It's about, if you like, fingerprinting data sources so that we understand the data held, the nature of the data, the number of patients, etc. The representativeness question is the real challenge. It's the real challenge. Let me give you an example. One of the slides that Andre showed earlier was on antibiotic usage. What we really want to know is antibiotic usage at a national level for all European member states, don't we? The reality is we're not going to get that in the next 5 years using secondaries of healthcare data, because we won't have access to national data sets with the relevant data collected from all EU member states. What we will have, though, in 2025 is at least 40 data sets within Darwin. So we're moving in a direction of ever more representative data, but it's a journey, and I think maybe it'll be 10 years from now with the European health data space, with the investment in digitalization and health records, member states creating national resources that we can then leverage before we would have truly EU-wide all member state representation.
Thank you, Peter. We'll just do one online, then we get one here in the room, another one online. But we'll start out with Jing. Please, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. This is Jingwan Silvanto from Astellas, representing Amphibia. So I have two questions around Darwin EU. The first one is about those topics for ongoing studies, and I wonder when will we be able to see those topics? It's very helpful to see today that Andreas showed those on the slides, but I don't think we can find it on any website for now. So I guess whether we just want to understand when can we see these titles of topics published? Is it past the feasibility when EMA confirmed to conduct these studies, or we have to wait until we have the protocol like what it is now on the EU PASS register? This is the first question. The second question is about the industry consultation. So there are some complex studies. I understand that EMA we would like to consult industry. So how does that work, and anything happened so far? I understand there was one pilot study. It's a complex study. So I just want to hear some updates on that.
Thank you very much. Those are both very good questions. On in the room, so mine is not. That's better. Thank you. Thank you again. Very good questions. So on the point of when the studies will be made available, this is at the point of the protocol being finalized. So for the studies shown on my slide, I think there were 8. You can expect that to start happening probably from next week onwards, as we are finalizing the protocols, having reviewed them with the requesters and by the EMA's Real World Evidence team. And this will be via the means of the EU PASS register. you can search with the keywords Darwin EU in the title of the study. This is what gives you the list of all the currently available studies in the register. The second question, I think, is also probably of much interest to all the industry attendees today. And indeed, we had previously designed a consultation process for complex and very complex studies. So we had so far done the consultation process once for the severe asthma study. And there were, I think, 2 complex studies shown on my slide for which you can expect the consultation to happen in the next few weeks. Again, this is at the time point of the study protocol becoming available. For one of the 2 studies, it's actually going to be sooner than the other. But we normally provide advance notice to the relevant MAHGs at the point of the study initiation. So when we've done the feasibility assessment and we agreed that the study is feasible and should proceed with the defined scope, then we would let the companies know whose products are in the study scope. Please, be aware this study will be happening. Expect the consultation, and then the protocol will follow, I would say, within 2 to 4 weeks on average.
Just a question here, Andre, and any reason why, as we present here at the workshop with what it's cooking, if that could go online as well?
Yes, certainly. I think we can also proceed with the registration of the studies as soon as they are initiated without the protocol, and this would then give even an earlier notice. Yeah.
Great, fantastic. And I think for the order here, I do have one here closer to the window, one online, then over here. So closer to the window here in the room first, please.
Yes, thanks. Nicolas Pratt, representing Vaccines Europe. I was wondering whether the classification of studies as off-the-shelf, complex, or very complex also includes a difference in terms of level of validation that is used in those studies. For instance, is a complex study more likely to include outcome and or exposure validation to adjust for potential misclassification bias, just as an example? Thank you.
So with regard to the complex and the very complex study, indeed, there will be more validation. So often these are could be specific conditions. The disease of interest might be difficult or might require a lot of time to identify, similar for the outcomes. And then we do the proper phenotype. We call it proper phenotyping. So in general, indeed, for complex studies, there will be more work related to, we call it phenotyping, not necessarily validating, but phenotyping. And before we select the data sources that we would use for a study, we will check which data sources can provide the answer with regard to the condition and also the treatment. And ideally, we include data sources where, for instance, previous validation has been done. And that would be part of the feasibility assessment.
Thank you for that answer, Katja. And I can only echo that being involved in ESGS2 pilot work, the phenotype development here, I really hope is something that we'll be sharing publicly. So that's a way to deal with heterogeneous data sources, I would argue. I saw a hand raised by Susanna earlier, but I'm not sure it's still relevant. Susanna, please shout out if you get your question covered.
Just a minor comment to the question, which was indeed very broad from Christine about representativeness. And I think this tremendous effort of Darwin EU and also many others that do studies to include as many countries and data sources as possible. And indeed, when we're looking at descriptive studies, like the one about hepatitis B, etc., we really need to have country by country. Otherwise, we don't know the data. But when we go to causal inference studies, and we don't need to have every single country represented. I mean, if there's a well-performed study describing that a medication increases or decreases the rate, a certain side effect or has a certain effectiveness, when we have several good studies, that is good enough for causal inference purposes. And I think there we can focus on the data quality that are the most relevant for the research question. So I think this comes up very often, and it's important to mention this on behalf of the NSEP research community. Thank you.
Thank you, Susanna. Very important comment here in terms of how the different data sources should be used meaningfully in the different questions we have. I have 2 questions here in the room, I think. So I'll just hand it down next to Peter Moll and then Peter Moll afterwards.
So, hello, I'm Mo Dickman representing the EUI. I was wondering, I think most of the examples that we saw yesterday and also today either come from local centers, networks, or even nationally. But when it comes to gathering data from different countries together from Europe, what we usually encounter is, because of the different data authorities and the different rules in different countries, that there are people who are really would like to participate and contribute data, but they are perplexed by the complexity of the rules regarding sharing data. So I was wondering first, what is your experience with that? Because you're actually doing that, just like us. And the second is, maybe there is room for clear guidance to inventorize the rules and to make it simpler for partners from different countries who wish to share the data, but are concerned from all the issues related to privacy, especially when it comes to healthcare data. Thank you.
With regard to using the data and, for instance, getting IRB approval, that's something that we explore also when we identify potential data bases. So we have data sources, data partners within Darwin EU, and at the step of onboarding them, we have already identified that, checked that, what's the process and how complicated would it be, because it's indeed important to select those data partners which can contribute and provide the data. In addition, we also try to optimize a system where we worked or try to organize, we call it umbrella IRB approvals. Like for instance, if it's a disease epidemiology or drug utilization study, we try to have one protocol being approved by the IRB board, and then it allows us to repeat the studies for other indications or other drugs of use and working with the notification. So we call it kind of umbrella protocol approval, and then there's a notification to the IRB boards of these data partners to inform them this is another study, but you already provided approval, an umbrella protocol approval before. So that's a way to organize and speed up the system. But as I said, at time of onboarding, we already explore potential difficulties before these data partners come on board.
Per study, you submit an IRB protocol, and you do that in all the centers and in all the countries involved, or do you have a central procedure to do that? Because that's very timely and cause a lot of delays and a lot of paperwork. Is there really no way around this?
Central approval with the data partners we work with now, so the 10 data partners. What we have done is, so for some data partners, we have already an agreement to work with an umbrella protocol, so one general protocol, and then we inform them that's a change of indication or a change of a drug, and then they approve. So that speeds up. And if not, if we didn't get an umbrella protocol approval, we need to do an application. I also have to say that based on experience, that if they are aware that's Darwin-related studies, that they try to facilitate approval because they are aware of, they understand and are aware of the importance. So I think for the majority of studies that we have done, getting the IRB approval was relatively fast.
And then if I can add here a little bit of perspective of some experience we have had around the Danish situation is, although the data has been used for research for decades, right, and you have had academic institutions who have worked really well in cross-European collaborations, doesn't mean that the authority that oversees that data have had the same experience. So I can see that this is moving right now as we are starting to develop Darwin EU and European health data space. So there's a different thinking that goes beyond your own research community and your own borders. Not that data will leave the border, but it will definitely be open for collaboration. And I think some of the legal challenges we're also seeing from the ministry sides that we need to revise some of the legislation we have because it's not fit for purpose today. It was built for a different purpose in the past. And by the way, we don't do IRB approvals, so there's some mutual discussions to have and learnings to be made here, whether it's truly necessary for secondary use of data, right? But that's a different discussion. But I think these are the initial pain points we were bound to have, given the heterogeneity. Thank God for EHDS and GDPR, because otherwise we wouldn't be in a situation to harmonize the whole thing, right? So I think we're moving in the right direction. It's a little bit painful right now, but we'll get there. And then I promised Peter that he wanted to give a go here too.
You've stolen most of my thunder, actually, but that means we're thinking along the same lines, which is probably good, yes. But I just wanted to emphasize an obvious point, but it's the point about volume of studies. So let's look at Darwin, 140 plus studies per year by 2025, and some of them will be using protocols or research questions that have been done previously. And therefore, the governance issues will have already been sorted out, and the governance bodies will be familiar with Darwin and the type of studies being done. Therefore, almost by definition, it should get faster.
And Andre, and then maybe Peter Moll.
Just while we're on the governance and approvals, maybe Mario, from the perspective of the EHDS pilot, and maybe looking towards the EHDS in the future, what's your perspective?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I wanted to say exactly that. Hopefully under the EHDS regulation, once it applies, we should have at least a common framework for authorizing access for secondary use that applies across the EU. So where it's a common process, data users apply using a single template, can apply to several countries at a time, and gets an answer, at least in a consolidated fashion, even though the reviews will be done at the national level according to commonly agreed timeframes. So that should hopefully make the process easier in the future. And as part of the pilot, we're developing such a first template and the IT infrastructure to allow the dispatch from a central place of the application to different health data access bodies. So hopefully once EHDS is implemented, there could be a common process that simplifies that whole item. Thanks.
Doing a final check around the room to see if there anyone else with an intervention, or maybe you're just getting to the point you want to break for lunch. But otherwise, I'll just Juan, please.
Thank you, Jasper. Just a comment around the heterogeneity between data sources. I mean, heterogeneity is intrinsic to the European Union, right? So we have different countries with different healthcare systems, different reimbursement policies. I think that's part of the nature of the beast, so to speak. We need to learn to live with that. And I think with respect to Darwin studies and results and representativeness, I think the important thing is to understand the sources of heterogeneity between countries to properly interpret the results of a study. But we should not actually diminish the results of the studies from Darwin EU because of that heterogeneity, because that's in a sense no difference of a situation, in much very hypothetical situation where we had a supranational EU infrastructure where all the member states would be able to upload their data, and then we would be able to run studies on that single database covering all the European Union. Maybe people would not wonder about heterogeneity if that was the situation. So we're going to develop results of studies that in a way will mimic that, but building, if you want, via pieces. So essentially we run the studies separately in the different countries, and then we somehow integrate the results or synthesize the evidence. And there are methods to do that instead of having one single database with data from all member states that we analyze. So just that note on heterogeneity.
Thank you, very important. I got a final intervention online here from Masoud Tusi. Please, over to you.
Yes, thank you very much, and thanks a lot for the great discussion we had. I just wanted to react also on this question of heterogeneity. I think this is really important. And with regards to the data, the workshop like this one and other workshops could help a lot on heterogeneity of data. Now, what I would like to emphasize on the heterogeneity of the guidance, I think we have a problem here, and this is one of the points of distinction between clinical trials and RWE, which is the fact that in clinical trials we have ICH guidelines, which are de facto accepted by everybody, all parties. But in RWE, we have a heterogeneity of guidance, which really we need to do something with it. Even when you look at the last 3 years, you see that there are a number of guidance which appeared, which talk about the quality of data, for example, and they don't use the same terminology. So I think it would be great if we continue workshops like this and also initiatives like this one to reduce that heterogeneity with regards to guidance, because we need to at some point move toward more convergence. Otherwise, this will become more and more complex.
Thank you, Masood. I just would like to take the opportunity with your intervention to just highlight that the methodology workshop planned for this autumn will also be covering the discussion and the topic of heterogeneity. So here's definitely an opportunity to continue that discussion. And I think our time now should be dedicated to lunch. So I think in about an hour we'll be back. But I'd just like to thank everyone for really what was an exciting session that tells us that collaboration around Darwin EU, EHDS, ECDC, and what else we're doing really leads to an embracement of data sources that with current heterogeneity will ultimately get to a better situation where data is actually making an impact also for HTA, not to be forgotten. Thank you.
Welcome back after lunch, and I hope you enjoyed the eclairs. I did, at least. And I think we should be having some sugar in our brains to really concentrate on the next topic, which I think will be a really interesting session with a good faculty, I would say, here gathered next to me and with one speaker online, where we would be talking about the opportunities and challenges related to the use of registries. And we would build on what has been discussed in the first session on regulatory assessment and decision-making processes. But I think then really focusing on a bit of these registries that are a little bit more curated, more clean perhaps, or focused on topics, and are part of the mainstay of what we use as sources in our decision-making if we are looking at real-world evidence. So that is something that we will be discussing again, the registry data in this context of the regulatory setting. And we will look where are the strengths, but also certainly address some of the challenges of using those data. And we want to gather the input of the multiple stakeholders that are there, also around the table from academia, industry, and regulator, giving some reflections, but also from the patient perspective. And I think we will have then 3 short talks first on concrete cases from these different stakeholder perspectives, with also the example which I'm personally really interested in the registry-based RCT, something that is really blending, the RCT with the real-world data, and it might prove us really a strong option also to look at extension of indication, but also interventions that really mean to public health. But interestingly, we will also get a survey conducted on the awareness of the guideline on registry-based studies. A lot of good number of responders also presented there, so we will have that. And then after all these talks, we will have a panel discussion with the speaker. The patient representative will kick that off, and you are open to raise your hand again and pose your questions here in the room, and we will certainly monitor the screen. This section is supposed to be interactive. So also if you feel that something is not really, or you want to know something more, there's a short time after the individual presentations. And then if time allows, we might have also a few Slido comments. So I think with that, it's a pleasure to introduce the first speaker today. Sitting next to me here, Patricia McGettigan. She's a clinical pharmacologist who is trained in Ireland and Australia. She's now practicing at the UK National Health Service, and her research is primarily focused on pharmacoepidemiology. And she has been a seconded expert here at the EMA from 2016 to 2016, where we worked a lot also on the patient registry initiative that she led. And she's an independent, currently a scientific expert at the Pharmacovigilance Risk Assessment Committee. Up to you.
Thank you, Peter, and thank you everybody for inviting me here. I'm really happy to be here, and I've much enjoyed working with the registry team. So
the regulator's vision and experiences. Next slide, please. What are we going to talk about today? Very briefly, actually, but a little bit on how we got here on a couple of slides, how we're doing, implementing some data from registries, and then especially looking to the future, the challenges, and some of them are registry related and some of them are related to regulatory perspectives. And I'll give some case examples very briefly, top line, as we proceed. Next slide, please. So it's actually quite a long while since the regulator started thinking about all of this. And I want to give credit to the foresight that's gone into this journey to where we are looking at real world data and real world evidence consequently. And it's over a decade since Peter and colleagues did start to look at this, the need for data to complement what was already available from clinical trials. And while randomized clinical trial data are obviously very much preferred, there's a long journey in a product life cycle that requires additional post-authorization data, and also, as we've been hearing throughout the morning and yesterday, situations where there are very few patients, it's a rare disease, an uncommon disease, so need for multiplicity of data. And you can see on the diagram on the right-hand side of this picture, the early thoughts from the regulator about what was necessary and where the data might come from. And right there, number 4, are thoughts around the use of patient disease registries. And then thinking as well about what were the amendments and so on that might need to be made to data, thinking about the quality of it and so on that would make it suitable for use from a regulatory perspective, where the quality standards would be quite high. And indeed, we can see how that journey has taken us in the presentations yesterday and today, how much work has gone into exactly those aspects. Next slide, please. So on the left-hand side here, I've put what are the thoughts from the regulator's perspective around the characteristics of registry data. And I'm very happy that Sabine is here with us, because these are, as a very much a user of post-authorization data, when Sabine Strauss says we need these things in relation to the data, we definitely do. The accuracy, the adequacy, the consistency, and so on. And those thoughts were very much in regulatory considerations quite early on. And on the right-hand side, what I've done is just put up a summary of the workshop efforts that were made, led by the agency, to think about what is available, what is necessary, what can be shared from a patient registry perspective, involving the perspectives of all of the stakeholders. So the very first patient registries workshop was back in 2016. And I was very new to EMA at the time. And that was a bit of an eye-opener to me, because like many people, I'd been aware of product registries, but had less of a in the regulatory context, but had less of a concept of the use of patient and disease registries in the regulatory context. And that this workshop basically kicked off what do we need from everybody. And then subsequent workshops came and focused on different areas, especially uncommon disease areas, so cystic fibrosis, multiple sclerosis, and so on, involving all of the stakeholders in each of those areas. So the regulators, the patient groups, the academics, the pharma groups, the product sponsors, and so on, to say, well, what is it we need from the perspectives of what we're going to do in response to regulatory requirements. And next slide, please. What I've done in this next slide is just take an example from the report on the hemophilia workshop that was held in June 2018. And on the left-hand side, what you can see is a summary of the discussions that were held across the stakeholder groups on the day of the workshop, thinking about the various aspects of data that were going to be necessary. So thinking, for example, about medical history, what kind of data would be available, was available in the registries, was it already captured in the registries that were existing, and from a stakeholder perspective, how crucial was that data? What was the priority of it? Was it crucial or nice to have? In other words, an adjunct that we could do without, or absolutely essential for some of the questions that were to be answered. And same then in relation to things that were specific, for example, to haemophilia therapies, to immunogenicity, and so on. On the right-hand side, because of post-authorization requirements, safety reporting comes into it a lot, and you can see that quite a number of the data characteristics that were considered of priority to be crucial in terms of their priority. And then there were some data elements that in the case of each particular workshop were very specific to the nature of that registry. Quality of life, especially for haemophilia, and then evidence around genotypes and so on. Next slide, please. So just before I leave that one entirely, what came out of all that was that you did not, in not excluding certain stakeholders or any stakeholders as far as possible, what you had then coming out of the workshops was a united vision of what was necessary in terms of data and what might be available from the registry holder's perspective. From the regulator's perspective, thinking about when to start these discussions, and there are two words on that slide that are important, and they are start early. You cannot start early enough, really, and that goes right back to when the early discussions for scientific advice, products that are considered in the PRIME framework, and so on, because it's like when you have a patient coming into hospital, you plan their discharge on the day they're admitted. If you're hoping to do it properly, and it's exactly the same thing, I think, in relation to considering the product journey and the data that are going to be necessary through the lifetime of that product. We really do need to start early, particularly when we need to identify registries, what's in them, what's suitable, and what are the accesses that are possible. And that's particularly relevant also when we consider that in many areas there are multiple patient or disease registries. So cystic fibrosis has multiple registries across the world, multiple sclerosis similarly. So we need to think about uniting, if you like, in terms of data collection from these. And we've heard the challenges in the Darwin network of getting data together from multiple sources. Next slide, please. So then in terms of being able to use registry data, real-world evidence broadly in marketing authorization applications, we've heard and we're aware that because the vast majority of products are for relatively common disorders, that randomized control trials will be the vast bulk of data, and real-world evidence doesn't contribute to that many at the marketing authorization stage. And in fact, in the years of data that were considered by the Baker Group in the 2022 publication, none of the initial authorizations were supported by registry data, but reflecting evolution, if you like, two of the extensions of indications were supported by registry data, and in both cases, these were for rare hematological conditions. Next slide, please. So that small contribution in the context of the initial marketing authorization application is no surprise, because these are rare disorders. We're thinking about things like haemophilia, cystic fibrosis, the muscle dystrophies, and so on. But they have been included, and we've seen that already in multiple of these products. More commonly, or a little bit increasingly commonly, I guess, we're seeing the inclusion and the extension of indication in the evaluation of benefits in post-authorization efficacy, safety studies and efficacy studies. So at the minute, there are numerous situations where post-authorization situations are considering data from registries, and I've listed a few of those on the slide. Next slide, please. Thinking now about challenges, why aren't we able to use more of data from registries? And some of it, we've heard quite a lot about data consistency, quality, availability. And in some cases, in accessing and being able to use data from registries, those hopes have been achieved. So, for example, we've been able to use data from the cystic fibrosis registries multiple registries. But in some cases, the registries have been a little over-optimistic in terms of what data might be available, what detail of data might be available. And that has slowed regulatory use, but it hasn't stopped it. The use is progressing, perhaps just at a slower rate. Certain things are really important in thinking about those, and they're becoming increasingly important as we all learn more about what data there are and how we might use it. One thing that's particularly important that we heard alluded to in relation to real-world data broadly in generating real-world evidence is the question of a clear and a good question. So whether it's for rare diseases very early in the marketing authorization application or for post-authorization studies, that question is crucially important. And increasingly, speaking from a PRAC perspective, what's being recognized is the necessity to look at the feasibility of answering that question and the feasibility of data access really early in the piece. And as we get better at doing that, I think what will follow will be actually the increasing use of the registry data in these studies. Upstream then, and thinking about what's in the registries, the question of duplicate entry, in my mind, maybe not in everybody else's mind, but certainly in my mind, I think it is an issue that has to be integrated into the consideration of registry use, because typically in many of the registries we'd consider using, they sit separately from the routine data collection that are part of payment, that are part of clinical follow-up, and so on. And a group of people has to separately enter the data into a registry, and that is time and labor and all the rest of it, and quite intense. They're also entering it typically onto a customized registry platform that is much more detailed than the electronic health record in many respects because it's specific for that particular condition. So I'm thinking about CF again, about the multiple sclerosis registries, of which there are multiple, and then even big national efforts like the Sweetheart registry, and that's extended now into EuroHeart. These are customized platforms that require additional data entry. And that in itself, you can see the cost and the personnel implications of doing that. So that lack of linkage with routinely collected data is a resource problem, and it also bars, in some cases, linkage to other things that are important for health technology assessments, for example, so linkage into employment data, as educational data, and so on. Solutions are obvious to this, I think, linkage, but they may be prohibitively difficult, either in cost terms or in terms of access and legislation to permit that to happen. Registry support then, kind of linked to that, comes to the training of the personnel, the support of the personnel, and the sustainability of a registry. And because of those costs in multiple terms, what we have to be cognizant of very often is the representativeness, and we heard a question about that earlier, of broadly Europe. And then we have to think, well, how representative are the data we have in registries, and it may not be a case of needing data from every single country, but we have got to address that question and think about it. And then are we underrepresenting certain other patient groups? Again, thinking about the questions brings about consideration of the answers, and you go, well, they're reasonably obvious, but they are costly and often complex. That's not to say that it's a dark environment at all, and we've seen how registries have evolved and risen to the challenge of the questions that may be asked from the regulator. And one example I've just chosen is the fixed dose combination drug for cystic fibrosis, Kaftrio, where the data in the registry at the time of marketing authorization application were not particularly suitable at that time for answering the regulatory question. But by the time the extension of indication came about, the registry had addressed the gap and was now able to add genotype data that rendered the registry information suitable for that post-marketing extension of indication. So that was That's a really helpful and positive trend, that where the requests from the regulators and others to the registries have actually added to the capacity that they've had to provide data. Next slide, please. And this is my final slide. I'm just thinking about things that would make all of our lives more straightforward. And this particular challenge, in my mind, is easier to surmount, because I think we do have some control over it from within the regulator. Because currently, when you try to look, as the Baker study, the Flynn study, and others that we've heard referenced to date have done, it's a big job finding what data sources were used quite often in supporting a marketing authorization application or a post-authorization evaluation that went into it. And when you try to search the individual EPARs or other pieces of documents, multiple terminologies are used. And there is a reasonably straightforward way around that would be more straightforward, at least, than manual searches, to identify the nature of supporting data. And that would be to take a somewhat more structured approach to categorizing the data that are used to support the regulatory evaluation, so that when you wish to do some kind of audit, or you wish to look at, say, well, where did registries support, for example, or some other source of real world data support and evaluation, it is actually easier to go and find those cases, and also to learn from them, because, as we know, in each single one, there's an amount of learning that's extremely valuable in informing the next time we want to use these data. So these would be searchable, comprehensive, and help us to evolve our own use of regulatory data as we proceed in the evaluation landscape. I'm going to finish there, and thank you for your attention.
Thanks, Patricia, for that nice overview of the journey of registries and their role. There's time for a quick question. Okay, so you were talking about costs of registries, Patricia, and I was wondering, I always hear that registries or registry-based studies may be much cheaper than if you would have to perform something like a trial, or could you speak a little to that?
Registry studies can be cheaper, of course, than having to do a large randomized control trial. You may not be able to do a randomized control trial in the first place, but again, the registries, they may be cheaper, but you've also got to be, as you said earlier, really clear about what is the question, and does the registry have the capacity to answer it. And then I think our experience globally of working with the registries is that they are keen to be included and to participate, because it is their voice at the table as well, in terms of the drug regulatory landscape, and in terms of the getting the therapeutics to the patients, because for many of the registries, the patient perspective within the registry is a hugely important one. And I think therein, especially for the health technology assessment groups, we have a major capacity with the registries, which is that they can give us the quality of life data, the usage effects that are really informative to health technology assessments, that may not come from the larger scale, colder, if you like, or less granular data that you would have in other administrative data sets.
Okay. Thanks. So thank you again, Patricia, for that presentation. I think we move on. We'll come back to a more broader discussion later on, obviously. But it's my pleasure to introduce the two next speakers that will share the industry perspective. Pamela Dobey, first, who is Director of Research and Development at Registry Engagement in the Global Analytics and Data Sciences at Biogen, a mouthful. Prior to this role, she was the Global Medical Director at Biogen, and she has worked using registries for safety and effectiveness studies across multiple disease areas, and she received her bachelor's in molecular biology, a master in computer science, and then PhD in physics. So that's a good background, I would say, for really making use of the data. Marichel, difficult to pronounce, Sabido, is a director at the Global Epidemiology Department of Neurology and Immunology at Merck in Germany, and she has worked extensively also with real-world data, led a number of regulatory-based studies and other data sources for the past 10 years, and she's specialized in a medical doctor, specialized in preventive medicine and public health, and a PhD in epidemiology. So, dear colleagues, please take the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and we would really like to thank everyone for the opportunity to present in this session and tell the story of why we ate the elephant whole rather than by bite, as Jasper nicely put it yesterday. And of course, we will go with what we learned from it. So, patient registries with high data quality are very valuable sources of data for regulatory purposes. However, how do you know if the data quality of a registry is good enough if you can't access the data, which is our situation? And what we are going to present is the experience of using a tool to conduct such an indirect assessment of data quality in a network of decentralized registries. Next slide, please. So in this presentation, what we'll go over are our experience of applying the EMA data quality framework principles, so referencing what we heard yesterday, to registries in the context of a post-authorization safety study. In particular, we will talk about how we use this tool called Request, as well as its strengths and limitations for performing an indirect assessment of data quality. And from this, we captured key learnings as well as potential improvements on how to perform data quality assessment in cases such as this, where direct access to data is not possible. So, next slide, please. The case study that we will present is a particularly complex scenario involving a network of decentralized registries. So the network has a very high population coverage and a degree of representativeness that will otherwise be hard to get in other data source types. The registry's long follow-up timelines are suited to capture certain outcomes of interest. And if the data can be harmonized across the registries, then the potential wealth of evidence that can be generated is particularly rich. The network that we're going to talk about is comprised of several national and international registries with decentralized governance. So far, each registry uses diverse electronic data capture systems, like what was described in the talk before. And there is currently no common data model in place for a PAS. Analysis performed in the registries are thus not yet federated, and only aggregate data are provided to third parties such as industry. Now, why requests? So this consortium initially completed requests as part of the EMA PAS qualification procedure, which occurred prior to the publication of the EMA Data Quality Framework draft publication. And the current case study that we'll describe is based on an updated request completed in May of this year. Next slide, please. So we've talked a lot about Request. What is it? So it's a tool that was designed by the European Network for Health Technology Assessment, specifically for evaluating registry data quality. And a modified form of this tool was included in the EMA guideline on registry-based studies that I think we will be talking about a bit later on. I'd like to note, however, that there are other data quality assessment tools available, and we're surveying and evaluating these systematically within FPO. Now, broadly, Request examines the methods, processes, as well as standards that directly influence data quality in a registry. For instance, you'd be looking at combining information that you can take from the data dictionary, the minimum data set, the data cleaning processes, as well as information on the missing data to gauge coherence and reliability of the data. As you can imagine from the extensiveness of the information required, a certain amount of effort is needed from both the registry holders and from industry to work hand in hand and complete this form satisfactorily. Next slide, please. So here it's a synthesis of how different pieces of information gathered through requests can be used to evaluate data quality dimensions and metrics, in this case as defined in the EMA data quality framework. So for instance, if we take the elements of reliability and coherence, reliability has subdimensions of precision, accuracy, and plausibility, and coherence has several elements here: format, structural, semantic, coherence, and uniqueness and conformance. These are elements that can be evaluated by looking at the data dictionaries provided as part of requests, as well as the methodology for the data capture, as well as any quality assurance processes that are implemented in a registry. Extensiveness, on the other hand, at least from this consortium, is evaluated from self-reported, in this case registry-reported, coverage and completeness for each data element needed to implement a given study. Timeliness can be evaluated from the registry's methodological information, so in the form of some standard operating procedures, if these are available, or again, something that is self-reported but then can be verified. Now, from a detailed examination of these elements, we found aspects of requests that allow complete assessment of the EMA data quality dimensions and metrics, even without access to data. For instance, let's take precision. It's something that can be completely evaluated by looking at the registry data dictionaries. However, we did find limitations in the tool in terms of analyzing aspects of reliability, completeness, and coherence, and these can only be evaluated on the conduct of some analysis, and we'd show a simple example in the next slide. If we take a safety outcome, it is often the case that the level of completeness, so remember this is self-reported completeness at this stage, so it's often reported for the SAE. In this case, if it's a serious adverse event that's of interest, it's reported for the SAE itself, the start date, the end date, as well as the status of SAE resolution. However, a useful safety outcome in the context of a pass is a composite value that combines all four elements. And thus, completeness needs to be reported as the percentage of patients that have all of these elements captured. And in the evaluations conducted, what we have observed is that there tends to be more missingness in the end date and the status of SAE resolution, which limits the true percentage of usable elements for a study. This is safety, of course. It is something that we also observe in effectiveness endpoints, composite effectiveness endpoints. Next slide, please. So that's just one example. We can go on with other examples, but in the interest of time, we will have to stick with that. And what we can conclude from this case study is that the use of requests to assess data quality is a complex and iterative process, so it is a big elephant. That said, it's important to emphasize that registries that meet or implement processes to enhance data quality are valuable sources of data. Using requests to assess and document data quality helps find remediable data quality gaps and opportunities for improving the registries. In our interactions with registries, we also realized that the registries could really benefit from having an avenue separate from qualification to consult the EMA on data quality. And that is something, that's a message that I would also like to pass from the registry owners, because we did have this deck approved by the registry owners. As industry, our learnings from using requests are that the amount of effort to sufficiently assess data quality with this tool are substantial. The process was really iterative, as mentioned earlier, and the tool was, in some cases, perhaps not prescriptive enough for registries to immediately understand the level of information needed to fill it in satisfactorily. When completed, it is very useful and detailed to assess the foundational determinants of data quality as per EMA data quality framework. However, what we've learned is that it still often needs to be complemented with analysis to address the more intrinsic determinants of data quality. And finally, for cases like these decentralized registries, there is really quite some variation in the data quality, and this is partly something that you can trace back ultimately to the governance model. Thus, some registries can be used for different studies, which ultimately depend on the regulatory purpose of the data. So those are the learnings. And now for the more forward-looking statements, I will hand over to my colleague Marichel.
Thanks, Pam. So yeah, in this slide, we offer suggestions on how to improve data quality assessments and documentation to implement the data quality framework. These recommendations gear towards a linear data quality determination and, importantly, enable operational sustainability for all of us. In the first place, we encourage the EMA to provide clear expectations regarding data quality so that all stakeholders have a similar understanding about the requirements for using real-world data. This approach will help encourage the maturity models that were commented yesterday in the EMA's data quality framework and help improve the quality and utility of real-world data over time. We would also welcome discussions that will ultimately make data quality assessments more efficiently and aligned between all of us. And as we have shown in this use case, it's complex regarding decentralized data government and indirect data access, and this poses challenges on the data quality assessment, and this topic will require discussions continuously. And in this line, we believe the opportunity for cross-stakeholder collaboration, and that should go beyond this workshop, and we recommend the inclusion of the data providers, such as the registries, for future discussions. This would provide the whole picture and a broad understanding of the expectations for data quality and maximize the utility of registry data for regulatory purposes. As a second suggestion, we would like the EMA to consider guidance on minimum information that should be readily available and shareable to improve efficiency and transparency of data quality assessments. And this would include data dictionaries, common data models, and data quality indicators. Where there is a common data model, it's important to have available the mapping and the testing routines, not only the common data dictionary itself, and also data quality documentation. This is linked to the discussion yesterday of what if we needed a quality module of the metadata catalog. And lastly, we would welcome, EFIA would welcome practical fit-for-purpose tools for quality assessment designed to implement the data quality framework across different use cases. And we encourage EMA to work with stakeholders to co-develop and pilot those tools. As initial suggestions, there are self-explanatory checklists to operationalize the EMA data quality framework. We have the framework coming in next month, the revised framework. Darwin is using Kahn's framework. There is the TEDAS framework, but on the day-to-day, we will need some more checklists that makes the work more tangible. Then we would also welcome generalizable data quality indicators for evaluating intrinsic components of the data and guidance on the acceptable thresholds for data quality indicators. Next slide, sorry. Next slide. Yeah, and as closing remarks, we have highlighted relevant considerations and recommendations for registry-based real-world evidence generation. Some of the principles are applicable to other real-world data sources like electronic health records or claims, while others are not. So this highlights the need for data source-specific data quality considerations. And EFIA would appreciate ongoing transparency and collaboration with EMA on the development of data quality expectations, given that all of us are learning together and that alignment on best practices will develop iteratively over time. So we would look forward for future engagements. Thank you very much.
So thanks, Pamela and Marichel, for a really interesting, well, quite clear presentation on the need of, okay, having a clear framework how to look at data sources. And I think that we have an invitation to co-develop, let's say, more tangible checklists, ways of endorsing registries outside of the qualification procedure that we, I think, discussed a month ago here at the same room, I believe, to see how to move forward. Any questions from the room? Okay. Thanks. We leave it at this. Sorry, there's one. Yes, Jesper, please.
It's not a question. It's just we discussed up here. I appreciate the effort quite a lot. This is very clear and concrete. Thank you for that. Right. So this will definitely move us forward. Really appreciate the work you've done here. And I completely agree with Peter Moll. This is a way forward for co-development. So thank you.
And the nice thing is we're also, I'm currently leading a project on registries. And actually one of the aspects is actually working on here also with multiple stakeholders. So I think we have a natural environment to work on that. So fantastic. With that, Lars Wallentin is ready on the screen, I can see. He's a senior professor of cardiology at Uppsala University in Sweden, and he's one of the leaders of the Swedish cardiovascular quality registries, where we always look at with some envy at the Scandinavian registries, I would say, but particularly this one, where he led that for the last 30 years and has been a co-chairman also of the expansion to the EuroHeart project, aiming to establish a collaboration at the European level with the ESC, the European Society of Cardiology. And besides working on registries, Lars has done a lot of work in important or key trials for novel pharmaceutical and interventional treatments in cardiovascular disease. So I think that is a good introduction to Lars, taking us into the world of blending RCT, I would say, with registry data. Lars, please.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to tell you about the experiences we have using registries and randomized clinical trials from the SwedeHeart system and now what's developing in EuroHeart. It seems that if I try to share here, it doesn't really work. The system stops me for sharing, so maybe you can show my slide. Thank you very much. So we can take the next one. So in Sweden, where this all started now 30 years ago, we have national registries covering almost all hospitals in Sweden concerning more than 100 different disease areas. And these national quality registries, they really contain and accumulate individualized, standardized, structured data on patients' treatments and outcomes concerning all these diseases. And data entry is supposedly integrated in the clinical workflow, and it aims to include all patients with a complete coverage of hospitals and patients. It should have the capacity to generate feedback in real time to the personnel and the care providers. So the purpose is really to use this for continuous learning, continuous quality improvement on a day-by-day basis, which provide the incentive for entering the data. So the personnel immediately takes an advantage of knowing the performance in their care. The system is supported by healthcare professionals and by researchers, and there are also patient representatives involved. And of course, the aim is now to integrate the variables, the standardized variables, into the electronic health records, which is also partly already done. Next slide, please. I mean, these systems work mainly by the healthcare personnel entering structured data in this type, as you can see to the left, the database over the internet. If available, the data are directly imported from the electronic healthcare records or from other hospital-based registries. And then, as you can see to the upper right, you can just push a button and you can get statistics over time and comparing with other centers your processes of cares and whether you adhere to the guidelines. And then, of course, the data, usually on a yearly basis, are brought into a data warehouse and merged with other registries. As you know, in Sweden, as in Denmark, the patients have a personal identifier that you get at birth. You can merge with all public registries on vital status, on causes of death, on ICD codes for new hospital admissions, for any type of procedure, for prescription of medications, and of course, you know, the outcomes, not only concerning mortality, but concerning any event, any hospital admission that happens during patient life until death. So it's a complete follow-up concerning all patients. You only lose patients that move to another country. And this then goes into used for observational research, goes into fairly important publications. Next slide, please. Yeah, and this is just an example how we can track now for 30 years the development of new medications in acute myocardial infarctions. As you can see, the uptake of clopidogrel, coronary interventions with stents and bypass surgery, statins, and going from 0 up to used in almost all patients. And you can even connect this statistically to the substantial improvement in outcomes with a more than halving of mortality in the hospital setting and even for long-term follow-up. And as you know, this has really contributed to a longer expected lifespan now in people in our countries. Next slide. But of course, I mean, there are pros and cons with randomized real-world data. I mean, you can cover all comers, and they are very resource effective, but still you only have observational data. You can only generate hypotheses. You cannot come up with any causal inferences. In contrast to in a randomized trial where you randomize patients, you have a causal inference, you know the efficacy, but usually you have a very narrow selection of patients, and it is a very resource incentive. So what about a registry-based randomized clinical trial? Next slide, please. Well, these then are pragmatic trials. They need to focus on fairly simple questions, but it can concern treatments. The purpose is to cover all comers, all patients are eligible. They are resource effective because you use data from the registries. You don't have to add any other variables, or rather few other variables. You can randomize in the system, and then you have a causal inference now in this observational data. Next slide, please. I mean, the first trial is fairly well known. It was a taste trial on thrombectomy performed in Sweden and a few Danish centers where patients were recruited in association with acute myocardial infarction. And Sweden, a small country, randomized 7,200 patients in 2.5 years, which is because 65% of the patients really were randomized. It is a very large difference from a usual RCT where 5 to 10% of patients are randomized. So a broad population, very cost effective, no additional data were used, patients were randomized, treatment in the hospital, mortality was the outcome, which is automatically available. And this in the New England Journal of Medicine was categorized as the next disruptive technology for clinical research. Next slide, please. We can look at the outcome. I mean, it was neutral, so the thrombectomy device was not needed. It doesn't change outcome. There were 2 publications on this in New England Journal of Medicine showing that this is not a meaningful procedure. You can save this money for something else. Next slide, please. And you can see the uptake of this procedure before the trial was very variable, as always, between the hospitals. There are enthusiasts and slow adopters, but during the trial, around 50%, of course, got the device. And after the trial, guidelines were changed, and this device is not used. And to the right, you can see the uptake, rapid uptake of the device, and then the rapid decrease without any difference in mortality. So a completely meaningless procedure in almost all patients and should not be used. And this was changed by a registry-based randomized clinical trial. There was one other similar trial done in the usual way showing the same result. Next slide, please. The SwedePad trial is an interesting trial because it's evaluating drug-eluting technologies in patients with peripheral arterial disease, aiming to have around 2,400 patients randomized. It is not concluded, it will soon be concluded, but already during the trial, around a year ago, FDA came up with a warning that drug-eluting technology should not be used in patients with peripheral arterial disease because there were real-world evidence indicating an increased mortality. There was even a small randomized trial indicating increased mortality. So FDA asked us in Sweetheart, please can you provide interim results from the largest trial ever performed on drug-eluting technologies in patients with peripheral arterial disease? And this was recently published in New England Journal of Medicine. And you can see there was no difference in mortality, not at all. These technologies were continued, and we will soon see also the total results, including patient-related results concerning drug-eluting technologies in peripheral arterial disease. So definitely regulatory consequences and patient-related consequences of a registry-based pragmatic trial. Next, please. We have now moved on to more advanced trials, also with regulatory consequences. This is a new stent device that is developed by the sponsor Elixir that they like to have evaluated in a cost-effective, low resource environment in the Sweetheart registry. So this is where the pivotal trial is performed within the Sweetheart registry. You randomize in the registry because all comers undergoing PCI procedures in Sweden are included in the registry. So all patients are eligible, fairly rapid inclusion, 2,400 patients randomized with this stent versus the conventional one. The results will soon be available, maybe not until next year. So this is a regulatory trial done within the registry-based randomized clinical trial system. Next slide, please. The VALIDATE clinical trial was really the first medication trial that was performed in a system evaluating intravenous treatments in hospital, intravenous bivalirudin versus intravenous heparin in patients with acute myocardial infarction. Intravenous bivalirudin is considerably more expensive than, of course, IV heparin and had consequences for the budget in the units. And it was initiated by the investigators, as most of these trials, they are generally not initiated by an external sponsor, rather by the investigators. There was no need for bivalirudin in this current treatment environment in acute myocardial infarction, which therefore could be eliminated. And again, as most of these trials published in New England Journal of Medicine are leading to changes in guidelines. Next. This is currently ongoing trial on a novel medication where the AstraZeneca company is looking for an extension of the label for this SGLT2 inhibitor, dapagliflozin, that is currently approved for heart failure and diabetes, but it is not investigated in acute myocardial infarction. Therefore, 6,400 patients are randomized within the registry system. We have now started an international collaboration. There are similar registries in the United Kingdom. So we are collaborating with the NICOR system, and we have randomized these patients. The results will be available, I hope, in a year from now, and show whether dapagliflozin that reduces mortality in other settings maybe should also be useful in the acute myocardial infarction setting. Definitely regulatory consequences and in a very resource effective setting, and therefore could of course mean a lot for patients and the future opportunities. Next slide, please. So currently, I mean, this technology has become very popular. We are running 20 trials using the registry-based technology in the different national registries, not only cardiology. It is used in surgery, vascular surgery. It is used in the neurology setting for stroke. It is used in obstetric gynecology. It's used in orthopedic surgery, all with the same approach. Running randomization within the general healthcare system, all comers eligible, using the registry as the CRF and tracking outcomes by registries, other public registries. Next slide, please. So we have then been asked by the European Society of Cardiology, could you not establish similar systems in other countries? And we have therefore started a collaborative approach, starting collaborations with all countries which have an interest in starting up similar types of databases, or countries that already have similar systems. And our mission is really to collaborate on systems that have continuous online registration of harmonized, standardized, structured data, and we have agreed on structured data. We have published those in the European Heart Journal for 4 different disease areas, the most important in the cardiovascular environment. And this center should be able to provide real-time information with feedback to the care providers in order to support change of care on a day-by-day basis. And this is what's in it for those that enter the data. But then we will, of course, provide an international infrastructure for cost-effective safety surveillance of new drugs and devices and randomization. And randomization can come on the initiative of investigators asking questions that you never might be asking before. We have randomized to oxygen or ambient air in acute myocardial infarction and shown that you don't need oxygen in ambulance in the most patients. So there are so many things that needs to be investigated in to provide the final evidence. Treatments that are there that are pretty meaningless, and all of us suspect that they might be, but we can show it. So therefore, and there are many new treatments coming from the industry that needs to be evaluated in this general patient setting, and also in a multiple geographic setting internationally. Next slide, please. So we have now established this collaboration in 10 different countries so far. We are negotiating with most other European countries concerning their opportunities and interest in really contribute to this collaboration. In 2022, we recruited around 60,000 patients in these cardiovascular settings. And of course, we are collaborating with Denmark with their fantastic, excellent registry environment, also with the UK with their already established UK environment, but also other countries like Romania with large unmet medical needs, with Hungary also large unmet medical need, where we are starting up new systems. We also provide our own IT platform for those that prefer to start up a completely new system, even if there are no electronic health records. Next slide, please. So if you like to know more about the EuroHeart development, it's available in the EuroHeart website. And if you like to know something more about the Sweetheart environment, of course, you can visit their web platform also. So thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to the discussion. And of course, for any interest from Darwin EU and from EMA to collaborate with any of these systems. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm looking around if there are no. Yes, there is Olaf Klungel.
Yes, Olaf Klungel, Utrecht University. I would first like to say that it's really impressive and amazing what you've been able to do, combining registries with trials. And I think that there's no better way of generating effectiveness in the real world by combining the best of both worlds, actually. So I think that's really the way forward in terms of effectiveness of treatments in the real world. I was wondering, is there any disadvantage to your approach in the sense that you are doing a lot of interventions in the registries and by doing so affecting actually the real world? So for any other analyses of your registry on safety or other descriptives, it will be influenced, of course, by your intervention. So do you take that into account? Do you see that as a disadvantage? That's the question I had.
Well, that's of course true that we need to, although we keep track on which patients are included in these trials, and many of those are short-lived, they for 1 to 2 years, and maybe initially we were covering the whole population, like almost 65-70%. That is unfortunately maybe not the case in the long-term setting, because even our physicians are somewhat exhausted by running several trials at the same time. So the recruitment rate becomes lower. But as you say, there might be some effects on the outcomes. But as you have noticed also, we also have neutral results. So there might not be a large change of everything we do. But of course, there are some downsides in intervening. But still, you intervene also when you do a usual randomized clinical trial in the system, which you usually don't keep track of.
Thank you very much. It was a wonderful presentation. My dear friend from Sweden, Mats Lundström, called this study design the IKEA of clinical trials because it's affordable and it's very sustainable, it's pragmatic, and everybody can do that. And you can also add to your list ophthalmology because we are currently running such a study together with Sweden. I had 2 short questions. One is, when you in EuroHeart, do you collect aggregate data? Do you make analysis on aggregate data, or do you really capture the data together from all country? And how do you do that with the UK that has now a different system? And the second question is, I see you mentioned one industry-sponsored study. Because of the complexity and expense of studies, do you foresee a shift towards industry-sponsored study, or is it still possible with this design to do more investigator-initiated studies?
Many questions there. I think I try to remember, but I think it is expanding. Concerning EuroHeart, I mean the collaboration on observational data are based on aggregated data that are sent to our data center. So we are not transferring any individual data outside the clinical trial setting. So individual data are only transferred within the research setting, as in any clinical trial. Otherwise, concerning comparisons of quality of care, etc., adherence to guidelines, we collaborate on aggregated data, as you do, as I have heard. And this is the only possibility because of GDPR. So, and concerning, I mean, it's the sponsor, yeah, of course, especially in the EuroHeart setting, I think industry-sponsored trials might be more common because there is, of course, an interest in some way to get some incentive for joining this collaboration. I think that therefore certain rewards might, of course, be a stimulus to collaborate. But in the Swedish system, I must say, so far, most initiatives have come from the investigators, although several of them still involve medications. There are more trials here with medications than I showed. I showed some examples. So there are more together with sponsors. But I think this is a win-win situation for the registry environment and the industry, because we can perform more trials, we can answer more questions, and there can be more cost-effective trials from the industry also. So I think for this trial on dapagliflozin, I think AstraZeneca has been very enthusiastic of seeing a new opportunity to develop knowledge in collaboration with the registry environment. The EuroHeart collaboration is sponsored by a similar amount from 8 different industrial companies. So there is a grant to European Society of Cardiology, and that then provides the support to Euroheart. And so therefore there is a general hope, I think, from the industry that these systems would be available for the future. No industry has so far get anything back, but they hope that this might be an option.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, very interesting presentations, and I think also with trials like the DAPA trial, you're really moving into what the regulatory interaction is needed. So also very good that we have that here. We're eating a little bit in the panel discussion time, but we have a fantastic presentation ahead of Kelly Plushke, who is really behind, well, maybe mostly the motor between the regulatory aspects around registries, and she has performed together with Carla Jonker a survey about, well, we've drafted a guideline on registry-based studies. Now, what's being done with that? So please, Kelly, take it.
Thank you, Peter, and good afternoon, everyone in the room and on the online. So, yeah, we'll try to very quickly present you a summary of the results that we did, that we received on the survey that on the EMA guideline on registry-based study, because I'm a bit conscious of time. So, next slide, please, Valerie. Thank you. So, as you all know, I hope, the guideline on registry-based study was adopted and published in October 2021, so a bit less than 2 years ago. The objective of this guideline is to provide a recommendation on key methodological and operational aspects on the planning and conducting registry-based studies. The main target audience is marketing authorization applicants, marketing authorization holders, and anybody actually intending to use patient registry to conduct studies for regulatory purposes. Very important as well to mention that this guideline includes an annex outlining some important aspects that are considered key regulatory or good regulatory practice in the development and the management of patient registries. So this guideline is also relevant to registry holders, patients, healthcare professionals, and anybody involved in the maintenance of registries. I think you can click 3 times now, Gosha or Valerie. Yeah, just on the right-hand side of the screen here, you have the structure of the guideline. Just wanted to highlight one very important section, which is the planning of registry-based study. And I think we've mentioned that a few times during this workshop. Very important to perform a feasibility assessment before we draft the full protocol in order to identify the most suitable data source, as well the most suitable study design before we perform the study. I mentioned as well the annex on considerations of patient registries, and just wanted to highlight as well the Appendix 1, which is a checklist for evaluating the suitability of registries for registry-based studies that Pamela mentioned earlier. Is the request tool that was developed by our colleagues from health technology assessment bodies. Next slide. So, like I said, in May, we launched a little survey for 3 weeks on the guideline. And the objectives of this survey was to assess the awareness of our stakeholders about the document, to identify specific topics that require clarification, and also to understand training needs from our stakeholders. We received a bit more than 100 responses, so 111. And on the right-hand side of the screen, you see the main types of respondents, so which are mostly from regulatory agencies, industry, colleagues, researchers, academia. Next slide. So what are the main results? Here I'm very happy to say that actually more than 3/4 of the respondents actually are aware about the guideline, which is very good. But still 24% mention that they are not aware, so we still have a bit of work to do on stakeholder communication and stakeholder engagement here. On the right-hand side, you have the results by stakeholders type, respondents type, and glad to say that actually from the primary target audience, most of industry researchers, academia are aware about the guidelines as well as regulators. Next slide. So what are the sections of a guideline that are considered useful by the respondents? Very good to see here as well that most of the sections seem to be useful, and especially according to the primary target audience of a guideline, with a peak here in the planning of registry-based studies. So this is all the section on the feasibility assessment, the checklist for assessing the suitability of registry to answer specific study questions, study protocol, and data quality as well. And if you click one more, yeah, just wanted to mention that there are 3 sections that would require a bit more clarity, especially the data quality section, according to the feedback from our industry colleagues here. But as you know, this is the topic, the main topic of discussions from yesterday, and we're hoping that the output of this workshop will provide really further clarity in this aspect moving forward. Next slide. Yeah, thanks. So are the guideline principles and recommendations applied? So glad to say that from the target audience of the document, mostly the principles have been applied, although for the academia group, this is not quite the case. And also colleagues who responded highlighted the main context of use of this guideline, which are mostly, again, this is in line with the last slide, when planning a registry-based study, when assessing quality criteria of registries to be used in the study, and from the regulator side, when assessing a protocol, as well as when assessing scientific advice procedures or applications. Next slide. What are the possible barriers to the implementation of the guidelines principles? So here I wanted to highlight barriers that have been flagged, like data access policies, data sharing policies, collaborations with registry holders, and data quality, which are themes that come back quite often. Personally, I'm still not so clear. I'm still struggling a bit to see what is the direct link here between the lack of harmonization of the data elements collected in registries for the same disease and lack of interoperability between registries. So I'm still struggling between how these aspects are the barriers to implementation of the guidelines principles, but maybe this is something that we can discuss in the last 5 minutes of the panel discussion. Next slide, please. Yeah, the respondents as well provided or highlighted some very useful thoughts on how to make the guideline more visible, more prominent. So obviously the guideline and the principles of the guideline can be highlighted in a workshop that have a topic, in relevant workshops, basically. We can organize webinars targeting specific audience and also develop educational videos with concrete use cases. And I think this is a very good suggestion. Mentioned as well was the need for a Q&A document that can clarify a few topics from the guideline, which I think is very realistic to do, and also suggestion on developing checklists covering fitness for purpose topics that would be co-developed between stakeholders. As you can see here on the chart, there is no big demand for an additional guidance specific to registries. So no big gap identified here. Maybe the Q&A document would help in clarifying some topics of the guideline, and also obviously the future or the ongoing or future guidance that are being developed on a wider scope, such as real world data, real world evidence, can help obviously in providing further guidance to the stakeholders, because obviously registry data are real world data. Next. Yeah, and just a few more topics were mentioned to be considered for future guidance as well, more general, touching upon real-world evidence, clarity on acceptability criteria for secondary data, registry-based randomized clinical trials, like Professor Valentine just presented before, more concrete requirements for academia setting up registries and registry-based studies, and guidance on specific populations. And as well, one more, which is not on the slide, is establishing the value of going through the qualification procedure for registries. So these are topics of interest that would need to be considered in future guidance. to be developed. Next slide. Yeah, that was the last question of the survey. We asked our stakeholders what are the priority topics in their view for a multi-stakeholders workshop on registries that will be organized in the first quarter of next year. So it's quite useful for us because it will help us orientate on what scope the registry should have. As you can see, fitness for purpose of registries is the main topic. So trying to identify what scenarios, which scenarios are relevant for registries to be used to answer the study questions, establishing the value of registries as well, data discoverability and data quality, which we discussed a lot yesterday, interoperability. And one I wanted to particularly flag as well is the patient experience data. As you can see, this came from the patients group. And I think this is a very important topic. It's also in line with our European Union Medicines Regulatory Network, Regulatory Science Strategy, that we need to actually establish the value of patient experience data and try to integrate this type of data or patients' input more into our decision making. So I think this will surely be one of the center of the central topic of the workshop next year. Next slide. Yeah, and also some more topics for consideration, which relate actually to the ones that are in the chart bar. Next, yeah, and take-home messages. So yeah, as we have seen, at least the main target audience of the guideline is aware about the document. It finds it useful and also has applied the principles. There are quite a lot of factors that can limit its implementation, and they are quite often external to the primary target audience. So there is a lot of work to be done with registry holders on the level of data quality, collaboration policies in order to enable the data access and sharing of the data. On our side, we need to do some more work in terms of communication and engagement on the guideline. And for this, we'll organize some webinars and prepare some educational videos as needed. And we'll also collaborate with our stakeholders on that to make sure that we target, we speak about the right topics and we target the right audience. Consideration of development of a Q&A and as well the interface with future guidelines that we need to be very, that is a very important topic. And we have already identified some priority topics for our next year's workshop. So watch the space, lots of things are ongoing, and I think we need to see how this work really integrates into the development of future guidelines on real-world data, real-world evidence in general. Thank you. I think that was my last slide. Yes, thanks.
So thank you, Kelly, for that presentation. Good to have an initial response from the people that are supposed to use the guideline. I think good that they have some views, and I think especially the work on understanding the data, the quality of the data, and with the examples also given by the FPR colleagues, really we will have some tangible tools to move beyond what is written in the guideline to translate it into something that all the stakeholders, regulators, inclusive would understand. One group that I thought was missing, and it's always difficult with surveys, obviously, one group that we felt was a bit missing, Patricia and I were talking here, is especially registry owners. Could you speak to that?
Yeah, that's true. I think we had only 3 or 4 responding to the survey. So we will have to think about maybe targeting more of a communication to this stakeholders group. So we'll have to work with our communication colleagues here to make sure that any communication about registries and anything that we want to achieve to enable the use of registries, we'll have to have on board this stakeholders group. So this is very important. So action on us here.
Thank you. And I think then we will go to our last introducer of the panel discussion, Mencia, the patient where clearly there came a message, at least from the survey that I saw on patient-reported outcomes of patient experience data to be included in registries. But you're in the right position to tell us a little bit more that. You're a patient representative at the Committee of Advanced Therapies here at the EMA, so very aware of what is going on in the regulatory field, what we want to do. But you're also the president of the SMA, Spinal Muscular Atrophy Europe group, an umbrella organization of 25 patient organizations across Europe and president of the Spanish Association of SMA. And I think you really are interested in that relevant, patient-relevant information. So you worked on the natural history clinical database in Spain and other clinical databases. So I think you're really the person to take us into that discussion, although be it brief. Sorry, bad time keeping as a chair. Mencia, please.
Thank you. Don't worry, I'll be brief. I will just take the opportunity to set the scene by just outlining one or two key messages from the patients. First, I wanted to outline the impact that can have to the patients, the possibility of using real-world evidence on decision-making activity. It can really have an impact on patient lives, and we shouldn't forget about that, especially because I would like you to renovate the impulse to find ways to overcome the important challenges that are being discussed during these 2 days. And especially I wanted to show how important it can be in an arena such as the rare diseases and the development of advanced therapies. So frequently it happens that rare diseases have very big unmet need, are severely disabling, they're frequently life-threatening, and some advanced therapies are now starting to completely change the course of these diseases. The way in which these therapies have to be assessed is frequently not a traditional way, and therefore the decisions on approvals and marketing authorizations are done leaving some uncertainties still to be solved. Now, if we add this to the fact that some of these therapies can then be very expensive, we find patients in a situation in which they do not have access to drugs immediately after they are approved. So really, real-world evidence could be a game changer for us in our access to drugs. So that like for my first key message. Secondly, about the real-world data, I would like to put on the center of attention the fact that the first thing that must be assessed when looking at real-world evidence is whether the data that is being captured is relevant to patients or not. So it doesn't really matter if the data is captured following the best methodologies, it has high quality standards, if it is not looking on what is relevant to patients about their condition or about how a therapy is impacting into their lives, then it is really not that useful at all. Also, another quick message that I wanted to put on top of the table is that we shouldn't be looking at registries and at real-world evidence in a similar way on the way we look at clinical trials. It should be more like an iterative process. It is a journey that we have to do together and not more in a clinical trial way in which, is this useful now? Yes, no, and then move away to something else. And finally, just the last message is don't forget those that are standing at the other end, which are patients that know very well what to know, they want to learn about their disease, treating doctors, principal investigators that are involved in trials and that are learning so much about how a treatment can be impacting a disease, registry owners. I think that this should be earlier integrated, and they should be working together with the rest of the stakeholders to make sure that really we're bringing real-world evidence to a useful step. That's it.
Thank you, Mencia. So I think the session is open for questions from the audience now. And I'm looking around. Yes, please.
Yes. Patricia Pia, IME. I was wondering, because yesterday and also this morning we talked about terminology, and it's true that when we receive sometimes information and we see its label registry, I was wondering if there is a need there also to align on this terminology. What is a registry? What sometimes I could mention that it could be just a cohort study or an extension open label follow-up phase of a clinical trial. So do you think as a panel that this could be also one way to improve the way we do things by also working on precising the terminology there?
Okay. Well, let me try and give that a step. I think we have had an extensive discussion at the time when we tried to draft a registry-based studies guideline, whether or not we should align on the definition of registries. At the time, we took a more pragmatic approach, I would say. There has been a discussion also if that should have been aligned with the US FDA. What especially at the time was really something where we were not really happy about was the collection of patient information in the context of a specific drug. So the product registries was something that we wanted to exclude. Otherwise, we felt that this more precise definition is not so much needed. The question is now, indeed, as you say, would we benefit from having a more precise definition? And I'm not per se agreeing personally that would be a good way forward. I like the slide that we saw this morning from John Concato from the FDA, where you see there's this sort of continuum of data, what is called real world data. And similarly, as we saw the presentation of Lars Valentin, where we have registry-based studies which are very similar to trials. And on the other hand, we hear Mencia also say that we need to have this iterative process where you more loosely collect data and also adapt the data collection over time, perhaps, if I understand you correctly. So I fear if we want to capture that within a precise definition, we might get stuck and stifle things. On the other hand, we hear questions around industry saying there should be more clear guidance. So perhaps you have a different view, Michelle, Pamela.
A very quick one in our experience working with registries is that there's a lot of loss in translation, which I believe you also mentioned in when we had our first call together. And I think it's around this piece, what is expected of everyone in a certain way. That's one of the bits that's lost in translation, and the level of detail by which we should engage and have a really useful dialogue together. So that's the experience.
Patrice?
Yeah, and I'm thinking some of this also comes back to what's come up several times in the last 2 days as well. What's the question? How well is that question at the start that we're seeking to find out, be it in a post-marketing context or within the marketing authorization application? What is the question that actually matters and how have we worded it? And therefore taking you to the feasibility of what might be the data sources you're looking at and the capacity to answer the question. And I hear so clearly what Mencia says, it has to be what matters to patients as well as sort of traditional, if you like, outcomes. But we're at risk of moving too far away from what matters to patients, I think, in many of the studies, because we're focusing on the nature and the quality and all the other aspects of the data collection and the systems of data collection. Thanks.
Lars, please. Oh, sorry. Lars, please.
Yeah, I think we are moving maybe into a new era because structured information will be part of the electronic health records. And I think there is a trend to merging the information we have in electronic patient records and that are called registries. I mean, the Danish databases are continuous in several disease areas. The UK databases are continuous. The Swedish databases are continuous. So it's in some way, they combine both aspects that you have a continuous information on patients and their treatments, and you have patient-related outcomes connected to this. And I am in some way, I think this perception that you need a duplicate data entry, I think that's a misconception because registries are not really built on duplicate data entry. In the registries, we enter structured, harmonized data. We answer specific questions. I mean, either you are a smoker according to our definition or not. If you had the snuff or if you stop, you know. So and there is no omitted information if you have to answer certain boxes. So what we like to accomplish is that the profession and maybe the authorities has an agreement that this minimal data set should be part of a patient information system. And this patient information system is electronic, and there will be a merging of electronic health records and continuous registries. And then if you have a specific question, you can expand the registry with additional data needed for a trial. And then after you have really concluded that study, then you can go down to the minimal data set again. So I see this as a developing area, not least when we come into artificial intelligence, etc., that you can apply on, but it's much easier still to apply it on harmonized data set rather than non-structured.
Thanks, Lars. Marichel and then Mencia, and then one sentence wrap up by me because we can't eat in the coffee break. But we're Marichel, please.
As more intervention about the terminology, so I think that it's very important, and of course we cannot enter into endless discussions of what is a registry, what is not, but maybe in the guideline just to clarify what is in scope, what it's not, and so on. Because as an example, I was discussing with a registry holder and I mentioned the guideline and they were not aware. And when I show it and they said, no, this is not applicable to us. We are not a patient registry. The data is collected by HCPs. So I mean that this can trigger also confusion.
Just a quick word on flexibility to oppose to Lars. It happens in rare diseases that with a disease-modifying therapy, phenotypes change and clinical manifestations change. And you cannot possibly stick to a registry and to a data set that was created before these DMTs existed, because then you will not be able ever to capture how things are evolving. So some flexibility is needed. Also, the fact that we count on, there are post-marketing authorization requirements and that go on as far as 10, 15 years. So year one, you might not have the perfect registry or you might not have the perfect data set, but if we start working together early, when the clinical trials are starting, then there is time, maybe not for year one, but on year 3 or 4, then we will have we would be heading the correct way.
Okay, thank you all for that. And I think the discussion actually just has started, but I'm very aware that we are eating in the time of the next group of presenters. So thank you very much for your contribution. Patrice, I think we will come back on the discussion on the definitions and the need for that. But for now, thank you all, and I go to Marco sitting next to me.
Colleagues, just to be clear, there's no coffee break. There's no coffee break, but if there's urgent physical needs, one can always leave and come back again. But we're going to move straight into the next session. Jesper?
Yeah, and for this fourth and final session, really happy that on the topic of using real-world evidence to address public health emergencies, learnings and a view to the future, I'll hand over to Marco Cavalieri from the EMA, and I think he's just moving into his seat to take us through some really interesting presentations for the next little less than an hour, so we can probably close almost on time.
Thank you very much. And indeed, it's my pleasure here to chair this session, which is about real-world evidence in times of public health emergencies. And guess what? We had a bit of an experience in the last years. So indeed, will be a good timing to see where we are, what I will learn, and how we can do better in the future. Starting from this session will be organized with an initial presentation from EMA, and Matthijs Goossens will give that, and then we will hear the perspective of PRAC industry and academia on this matter. Of course, let me start by saying that indeed we learned a lot. We learned a lot, particularly during COVID-19. We learned on the need to be creative and finding good ways of collecting evidence that could inform public health. Let's not forget that all the therapies and vaccines for COVID-19 were approved based on randomized clinical trials, and even there we had problems with some of them in assessing them. But nevertheless, US real-world evidence, particularly for vaccines, have been really instrumental in guiding decision by public health authorities on the use of the vaccine. Just think about what has been happening when variants were popping up and what was the effectiveness of the vaccines, which population should be vaccinated, when, how many booster, what was the interval, what about population that were not studied in the clinical trials, like pregnant women, kids also. So a huge amount of questions that, real world evidence was really able to deliver really important data. And myself being chair of the emergency task force, I have to say that we took advantage in many instances of all these emerging data and making recommendations about the use of vaccines based on all this data. So really a big learning about the fact that this data on effectiveness and safety really guided the use of vaccines during these mass vaccination campaigns during COVID-19, and told us a lot about what we could gather from this study. Of course, there is a bit of a trade-off around the fact that we need this data as soon as possible. In an emergency, there is no time to waste. So we would really love to have this data coming up immediately on a daily basis. And we've seen like places like Israel, they were really good in coming up with the estimate of real-world evidence based on a population database around what was the effectiveness of the Comirnaty vaccine, for giving you an example. And of course, it really showed the importance of the collaboration with public health authorities, because particularly in the setting of real-world evidence during a pandemic, you have to collaborate with public health authorities. They are the ones that own all this data. For the private sector, is rather complicated to do that. We will hear more, but definitely is something that we need to reflect on. And also all these additional data on population and subpopulation, vulnerable group, immunocompromised, also an important one to mention, for which, really all these third-party driven or public health or academic driven real-world evidence data were so important in order to guide the use of the vaccines during the campaigns. And as always, when we talk about emergencies, we need to think about preparedness. So we need to think about establishing a framework in peacetime that then we can use and we can leverage when the crisis will hit us. And that's something that we started working as EMA. As you know, we got a platform for looking into the vaccine monitoring of vaccines, which will cover both peacetime but also emergencies. And there is a lot to be learned from the emergencies, for example, influenza and RSV, and vice versa. RSV and influenza will be instrumental for the learning about whatever new respiratory virus will be hitting us in the future, causing a pandemic. And lastly, maybe to say that also with Darwin EU could be really important, to guide us and to provide us important information about how to use real-world evidence. Because maybe the last point that I would like to make, that on the drug side has been more complicated, much more complicated to interpret data, but it has been so also with randomized clinical trials. So we should not forget about that the complexity is really intrinsic. So with this, let's get started. As said, Matthijs will give a first presentation about the lesson learned on measuring vaccine effectiveness and safety. Over to you, Matthijs.
Great. Thank you, Marco, for that excellent introduction. So I'll be talking to you about measuring vaccine performance under emergency situations. And first of all, I would like to acknowledge the time and effort that my colleague Catherine Cohet spent on preparing this presentation with me. So I will be mainly giving you an overview of some case studies and learnings from the real-world generation from the EMA perspective, of course. So the idea was that we want to give you an overview of the vaccination campaigns and then the post-authorization real-world evidence needs. So as you can see, which of course you all remember, at the end of 2020 and then 2021, we had the first vaccines. Then there was specific approvals for pregnancy and for children. And then later on, additional vaccines were authorized. And of course, there will in the future also be new and adapted vaccines. And all of that is also necessary because of the changing epidemiology of COVID-19. Now, when you look at the post-authorization real-world evidence needs, we're looking mainly, of course, at safety and effectiveness studies. And it makes perfect sense that safety studies were started before, and there was also a preparedness phase that preceded the safety monitoring. Now, I'll go into a couple of details because I will show you the COVID-19 studies in a brief overview. But just to give you an idea of a couple of the focal points. So safety, we had, for instance, anaphylaxis, and then TTS, Guillain-Barré, myocarditis, and then later on, of course, the continuous monitoring, which is still going on now. And then a couple of the focus points for the effectiveness was effectiveness specifically for particular variants, the duration of protection, and whether or not vaccination would protect against transmission. Also the effect of immune imprinting, and for instance, how various schedules would compare to each other, homologous vaccination versus heterologous vaccination, for instance. You've already seen this slide from Stephanie this morning, so I'm not going to go into the details. I just wanted to make it clear that I'll be talking about the pathway for generating real-world evidence from the EMA perspective. You'll be hearing from the other speakers on the other topic, on the other pathways. And as Marco already briefly touched on it, there is, of course, now also the close collaboration with the ECDC joint EMA vaccine monitoring platform, which I'll be showing you a little bit about in the next slide. So about this joint vaccine monitoring platform, ever since we had the extended mandates of both organizations, EMA and ECDC, we're now required to set up jointly studies to study vaccine use, effectiveness, and also safety. And the idea is that this will become the main platform where post-authorization vaccine studies are coordinated in the EU. That means that one of the key focal points will, of course, be to identify evidence gaps and thereby prioritize the agenda. This should be done by independent studies using a variety of pathways that we've touched on earlier today. And then the idea, of course, is that this will allow for a synergy and exchange of scientific evidence, and thereby facilitating also the dissemination of of this evidence to the various EU decision makers. Now, a very important pillar of the vaccine monitoring platform is the IVMAB, the Immunization and Vaccine Monitoring Board, which provides advice to the VMP. So it will, for instance, set up the research agenda based on strategic identification, prioritization of the most urgent topics and the most relevant topics. And this agenda is a living agenda. In other words, it can be adapted through as we continue to, in response to, for instance, new public health threats. I think in the interest of time, I'll skip to the next slide, which is the overview of EMA-funded COVID-19 studies. So in the very beginning, we had preparedness. I think we've already heard that a couple of times, start early. So there was a preparedness phase in which, for instance, the Access study was looking at pre-pandemic background rates for the adverse events of special interest. Then came a group of safety studies. In the very beginning, there was the natural history of coagulopathy, and then there was the COVID vaccine safety monitoring, which had two parts. On one hand, the early part, and on the other hand, the 2-year project, which looked more in general at any important safety signal and thereby being able to strengthen the safety signal. This was a project that looked both at databases, existing databases, but also had a prospective data collection arm. Then there was the TTS study. And then as we got further into the pandemic, there was the benefit-risk contextualization, and later on also the study on the impact of EU label changes. And then after that, we got into the effectiveness studies. So for the moment, 2 of those have been completed. The comparative effectiveness of various schedules, for instance, homologous versus heterologous vaccination in the Nordic countries, and also the effectiveness of waning of the booster in 5 EU countries. And this particular study also looked at several other aspects, but I thought I would highlight one of you just to be able to root it a bit. So after that, at the end of 22, we had another safety in children specifically, this time in children safety study. And then what I wanted to highlight for you was some of the points of the working plan for the vaccine monitoring platform in 2023. As you can see, there's two main parts of that agenda. One is specifically on COVID-19 vaccines, and the other involves basically all the other vaccines also. So for COVID-19 vaccines, we'll be looking mainly at effectiveness and then specifically against severe COVID, but also at long COVID. And then more in general, which will also include, of course, the COVID-19 vaccines, but also other vaccines. They'll be looking at a readiness for safety monitoring. Again, that start early, being prepared, and maternal immunization, and also, for instance, the multi-surveillance of vaccines targeting respiratory infections such as flu, COVID, but also RSV now. Then the lessons learned. So on one hand, I've given you the overview of what we've done procurement-wise, and now I'd like to skip to the lessons learned from the EMA perspective. First of all, it is important to underline that although, of course, we're all thinking of the next public health threat, there is still a continuous need for coverage, safety, and effectiveness data on COVID-19 as well. This, on one hand, can be, for instance, about novel or adapted vaccines, but also about long COVID. And there will be specific populations, and I remember that the last speaker also, Marco actually, went specifically into the example of immunocompromised, which is a very good example of where we still need additional data. Then, lessons learned. So there's, of course, preparedness. We've heard it a couple of times, start early. Background rates were extensively used, and protocol templates were also developed and used by the MAHs. We now have improved knowledge of data sources and their characteristics. For instance, the electronic healthcare records from several countries, which can be used, but we also know more about their limitations. There is the value of primary data collection to complement routine pharmacovigilance data. And a very nice example is, if you remember, the safety studies, the COVID safety monitor used a prospective data collection component. Then, of course, there's also the utility of federated networks, such as, for instance, Darwin and the European Health Data Space and VAC for EU. More in general, it's clear that there's a multi-stakeholder international effort that will be necessary to, on one hand, support the response to public health emergencies, but also very specifically, for instance, the ICMRA technical subgroups, or more European, the EU projects such on the horizon, such as Orchestra. Then one very important thing to remember is that for cross-fertilization, we need transparency, and a very useful tool for that is, of course, the EU Pass Register, which will allow the publication of, on one hand, study plan, study protocol, but also results of post-authorization studies. Then enhanced risk communication is, of course, very important, and there is before authorization, we of course had the rolling review, but post-authorization, we also had the rolling appraisals of emerging evidence to support regulatory decision-making. And then we're going on to my last two slides. On one hand, we have, in the future direction, we have the framework for real-world evidence generation. This will support continued preparedness. And we're thinking, of course, of, again, background incidence rates of the adverse events of special interest, and looking at that for various vaccines. Again, as you may remember from the VMP 2023, we're not only focusing on COVID-19, but also on a more broader various vaccine. Then it has proven very useful in the past to be able to add research questions to ongoing studies if protocol allows it. And that, of course, is in the spirit of emerging signals, for instance, so mainly for safety concerns. And the third point is not so much for safety, but for effectiveness studies. It is very useful to have recent infection data, for instance, to be able to make effectiveness conclusions on very recent variants. It is also very important to be able to leverage the real-world evidence guidance, and I've written down a couple of examples. I'm sure this list is not complete, but we can think of the NSAP guide and ICH and EMA sources. And then my last slide is about the key messages. So I think we all agree that we have been nudged into new ways of working, which is one of the positive ways of looking at it. This has allowed us to have new ways of generating and evaluating real-world evidence. but we clearly also have a need for the timely, high quality and fit for purpose real world evidence on vaccines. And this goes all the way from real world evidence generation until the appraisal of that evidence. So it's the entire cycle of it. Preparedness, again, is essential, and this will require also a framework for agile vaccine monitoring. And we'll have to find a way to balance feasibility, requirements, availability, and public health emergency. Taking that into account, we also will be pursuing collaborative multi-stakeholder efforts, of which you've seen several already. And then, of course, again, I've mentioned it a couple of times, expanding not only to COVID-19 vaccines, but also to other vaccines. And then hopefully in the near future, we'll be able to respond even better with initiatives such as Darwin EU. And that was my last slide.
Thank you very much, Matthijs, for setting the scene. And just to tell you, there is a first slide that is on for this session. I think you're used to that already. So we can move then to the next speaker in the meanwhile, which is a representative from academia. So Olaf Klunge from Utrecht University. Over to you, Olaf.
Right, thank you. I was tasked with the, let's say, the assignment to give a 5-minute brief talk about adapting traditional pharmacoepi methods to new challenges. And if you want to think about lessons learned, you have to go back in time. And when I go back in time a couple of years, it's April 2020. I see myself sitting in the attic of my home, just gave a lecture to 30 or so students. We'd all turned our camera off, not very motivating. But then I got a call from my colleague and friend, Anton Pottegaard from Denmark, complaining about all these bias studies that are appearing rapidly, and we need to do something. So we were talking, and what could we do? And there's not that much that we could do, of course, at that moment. But we thought we at least should give some guidance, considerations for doing proper pharmacoepi studies, and in the light of the pandemic. So that was said, and we put together a group of people. Professor Nicholas Moore, now emeritus professor, a pharmacologist and epidemiologist. Xavier Kurtz from EMA, epidemiologist, retired now from EMA, but still active, I think, in the area of real world evidence and really interested in that area, contributed. And we had an IC specialist, Christian Christensen, and we wrote a commentary with several considerations for conducting pharmacoepi analyses in the COVID-19 pandemic. So I will not go all of these considerations, just highlight a few and see if some of these considerations helped. We published it in Pharmacoepi and Drug Safety, so I'm afraid we addressed an audience that already knew about these issues, so we should have probably submitted it elsewhere, so non-pharmacoepidemiologists would have read it. But some of these considerations were like first observational studies to assess efficacy or effectiveness, if you wish, in the context of a pandemic, were, in our opinion, unlikely to add significant value in the short term. And at most hypothesis generating, also I think in line with the previous speaker on the Sweetheart registry. And then in the light of the pandemic, we needed, let's say, a fast generation of evidence and also data sources. Well, we're not always up to speed, lack in data availability, delays in coding, etc. So we considered that there need to be close collaboration with data holders, but also with the government, with regulators, etc. And as an example, I think of good practice, we've seen that in Denmark this has worked quite well, and they were often among the first to publish on drugs related to COVID prognosis, vaccine safety, etc. But not in many other settings. In other settings, it was very difficult to generate timely evidence. Then I think the ascertainment of exposure is something that is obviously always important in pharmacoepidemiology, but in particular in the COVID-19 situation when studying drugs in hospital. This can lead to misclassification of exposure and immortal time bias, and we had already seen quite some of these studies being published. A fourth consideration was the availability and selection of confounders, risk factors for the outcome, which were not all known at that time, but at least complete information on risk factors and also proper adjustment, not just collecting this information, but also the timing of this information. For instance, adjustment for confounders or risk factors after the exposure would lead to adjustment for intermediates, and this is something that you need to be aware of course. And finally, also, when a rapid assessment of evidence is important, this would be facilitated by, let's say, transparent reporting, adhering to reporting guidelines, using checklists and public registration of protocols. Well, these were just a few of the considerations that we thought were important. And well, the question then is, of course, looking back now, did our call for these considerations have an impact? Well, that's a very broad question, but I can say a little bit about, let's say, one specific case, and that is on let's say, the effectiveness of in-hospital use of hydroxychloroquine in COVID-19 patients. And we did actually a review on 33 observational studies that studied this. And we assessed the quality of each of these studies. And well, what we found is that there was a large heterogeneity in the effect estimate, so varying from 60% reduction of risk of mortality to 100% increase in risk in mortality, and everything in between. And when you look at the risk of bias in these studies, we used the Robbins tool. You could say that half of the studies were at critical risk of bias, 1/3 of serious risk of bias, and the type of bias, 2/3 suffered from immortal time bias, about a quarter confounding bias, and about 40% selection bias. And a third of the studies did not have enough information to actually assess the quality of the study, so poor reporting. Well, there's much to say about this, but I think it illustrates that that these aspects are really important. So what some principles, pharmacoepi principles, how to deal with the different types of biases, and then especially in the situation of studying effectiveness, in this case hydrochloroquine, randomized controlled trials were really needed. So in terms of the topic, we need to be careful if it's about effectiveness or safety. And also, I think for the future, of course, what can we do better? Maybe that's something for the panel discussion. So I'll stop here for now with our sort of assessment of whether our considerations did have any impact. But just publishing some consideration does not have a major impact, I think, and more needs to happen, and maybe we can talk about it later.
Thank you, Olaf, and certainly we will come back later in the discussion. But now let's move to the view of the prac. So Jean-Michel Donnier, over to you, Jean-Michel.
Thank you very much. We have also in the room the chair of the prac and the previous vice chair of the prac. So I'm convinced that they will be also quite interested to comment. First, indeed, when it comes to addressing public health emergency, the prac plays a major role in the detection, the assessment, but also the minimization and the communication of the risk of adverse reaction. And usually we stop there, but we do not stop there, in fact, because it's while taking a therapeutic effect of the medicine into account. And we will see that for the vaccine, this was, of course, a major concern. And I am a member of the prac, but I have been also a rapporteur of some of the COVID-19 vaccine. And indeed, we face unprecedented challenges in preparing for these intensive safety monitoring. But basically, you can do more, can do less. So the COVID-19 is an excellent drill for the upcoming public health emergencies that will come. And so I will just take 6 points to comment on that were already addressed by the previous speakers. First one is that preparedness is key, and all stakeholders need to be prepared and use harmonized template. And I think that the EMEA play a major role in harmonizing for all stakeholders, including the different member states, but also the pharmaceutical companies in their preparation, for instance, for the risk management plan for COVID-19 that was published, where we early on identified the monitoring of adverse events of special interests, but also some dedicated guidance for the PSUR. This harmonization really helps for the safety assessments. But as it was said, clearly where the preparedness was key was one of the main achievements was the first EMEA-funded study that aimed to prepare for the intensive monitoring, and mainly by providing the background incidence rate for the adverse event of special interest already identified. 41 have been early on identified with the access program, and I can tell you that we use them each month that we had the PRAC or the additional PRAC or the extra PRAC on the additional PRAC to for the safety monitoring of the different vaccines, especially the observed versus expected analysis. My second point is the flexibility and the proactivity when the new signals comes and pop up from the vaccination campaigns when it starts, and indeed you can not anticipate everything. And what was really interesting is that also with the access, we updated the background rate of the adverse event of special interest. And it is quite important, for instance, in terms of myocarditis, where the disease itself, the COVID-19, can increase the risk of the myocarditis. And since nearly everybody now has been infected by the SARS-CoV-2, of course, the epidemiology changed. And if we use not the good background rates, of course, it does not make sense. But also they were updated based on the age group and gender groups, and this is quite important when we have signals for TTS or myocarditis, for which they are dependent on these age or gender group. But we also generated new background rates with TTS, for which it was a new signal. So of course you cannot anticipate everything. My third point is a question that we had usually: is it worth to take the risk if you cannot put into context with the benefits? And it was said the Article 5.3 following the TTS with the COVID-19 vaccines, Vaxeuria, in both the political and even the scientific world, many did not know what was a benefit risk and why we did not provide a quantitative benefit risk over time. And indeed, the EMEA was requested by the European Commission to further analyze the risk of TTS in the context of the vaccine benefits for the different age group and different rate of infection. And I must say that it was first time that we did that. We did that with the CHMP, and this is a CHMP-led procedure that was supported with already the first really good data that we have from real-world evidence coming from the ultravigilance data for the case of TTS, but also the vaccine effectiveness and the vaccine coverage. So I think it was the first real collaboration for both the effectiveness data, the ultravigilance data, but also the ECDC for the patient exposure. My fourth point is, as it was said, if you cannot prove it, it didn't happen. And what I mean by that is that the measuring of the impact of pharmacovigilance activity, everything that was proposed, especially the risk minimization, is key. And indeed, the job is not done when they are used. The job is done when they are used and not when they are provided. And so the impact studies, the impact research to measure the effectiveness of what is proposed, as was proposed for the TTS, for instance, is a good one. And I think that also the risk minimization, the PRAC risk minimization alliance, PRISMA, that takes into account both regulators, patients, healthcare professionals, to facilitate, I would say, the implementation of the additional risk minimization is really a key one as well. And the last 2 points has already been mentioned. The point 5 is, alone you go faster, together we go further. And I think that both the Darwin EU and the EU vaccine monitoring platform that was presented together with the CDC is something that will really help to support the job that we do in risk minimization, but also other that have not been mentioned, but that were tremendous in terms of collaboration. I mean, for instance, the Brighton collaboration for the case definition when we have new signals with new adverse events. And finally, the biggest room in the world is the room for improvement. And of course, The question, for instance, for the RWD between 2021 and 2022, we received 2.8 million individual case safety reports only related to the COVID-19 vaccine, nearly 4,000 every day. So the question is too much too bad? And that's the main question. So we need to adapt. And I think that the RWD team really did an extraordinary work to adapt the system, and which is still underway for automation, increase flexibility, and enhance data extraction and query functionality. And I think this is a major improvement. Of course, Darwin EU that has been discussed for today is expected to be transformative in generating evidence in a short period of time. And of course, as I have said, for the outside world, many stakeholders, for instance, NITAGs at national level, addressing the elephant in the room is the question on the continuous benefit risk of a medicine, especially a vaccine in the context of an evolving disease that may impact the benefits of the disease itself, of the medicine itself, with accumulating safety signal that remain challenging and an area of improvement, how to explain how we do benefit risks. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean-Michel, for pointing out all these very important elements and then the tremendous work that the PRAC had to go through in this pandemic. But last but not least, Nicolas Pratt from Janssen and representing Vaccine Europe. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Marco. So thank you for inviting me on behalf of Vaccines Europe to this session. For manufacturers, as I am representing industry here, on top of developing vaccines itself, there was a need to build robust risk management plans in a record time. So during this session, I would like to refer to a recent publication by Beauchot et al. That has been really published recently, which highlights the main challenges we had to face as manufacturers. Also key solutions we are able to put in place by ensuring cross-industry collaboration, and also key learnings that we should use to be ready to address public health emergencies in the future. So there are three main challenges directly related to real-world evidence generation and interpretation that I would like to focus on today. First, there is data access and integration. Second, resource constraints. And third, study design agility. So in terms of data access and integration, when building the RMP, we were facing the crucial question of capabilities of public health systems to collect robust and integrated data. For instance, accurate collection of vaccination status in real-world databases was not guaranteed, as they were susceptible to occur outside of traditional healthcare systems, especially at the beginning of the immunization programs. A second challenge was the resources were constrained. The scientific workforce that was able to operationalize safety and effectiveness surveillance was limited and facing high demand from many stakeholders, creating a high risk of competition between these stakeholders to access data. Finally, there is also these study designs that were requiring agility. They needed to be scalable and able to adapt to the unpredictability of the pandemic. The emergence of variants and the need for boosters are examples among others. So one of the solutions we used to overcome these challenges was cross-industry collaboration. Collaboration allowed us to coordinate consultations with regulatory authorities worldwide, enabling a common understanding of regulatory requirements and guidance. Collaboration also allowed to set up multi-manufacturer collaborative study platform, with, for instance, an international pregnancy registry, the so-called CVIPER, as well as a European public-private platform for real-world effectiveness assessment, the so-called COVID Drive. This warranted effective use of constrained resources, allowing quicker recruitment or data collection in a wide geographical areas, de-risking potential competition for data access, and aligning on robust and agile study designs, which also eased RMP and protocol review by regulators, or at least we hope. I would like to mention key improvements for the future. First, early, clearer, and globally harmonized guidance from regulators as well as a streamlined protocol review process would help. Second, we should work on improving real-time access to relevant data by addressing challenges to data privacy, interoperability, contracting in a joint manner where possible. Third, increasing the use of multi-stakeholder study protocols suitable for multiple vaccines and covering large geographic areas would speed up data collection process without affecting quality, allow comparability across vaccines, and allow harmonizing data interpretation. Interpreting data the same way at the same time should ease decision-making, notably when it comes to recommendation. And this is very important as we have witnessed heterogeneity in the way vaccination recommendation was revised over time as new data became available. And this may have created confusion at population level and potentially increased vaccine hesitancy. So from the manufacturer point of view, actions have already been taken to keep the momentum of this unprecedented multi-stakeholder collaboration. An initiative named BECOM, which stands for Beyond COVID Monitoring Excellence under the IFPMA umbrella, has been launched to ensure we collectively keep on working on these improvements, expanding actions to other vaccines and therapeutics. BECOM creates a sustainable forum where experts in pharmacovigilance and pharmacoepidemiology from industry, public health, regulators, and academia can meet and work on clear actions. Members of Vaccines Europe that I'm representing today are largely involved in this initiative. And with this, I would like to stop here and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Nicolas. Of course, important to hear the perspective from industry and all the difficulties you have been going through during this pandemic. I guess in the interest of time, let's open up for questions, comment here from the audience. And of course, for those that are connected online, I have it on my screen. So raise your hand and I can see that. I don't know who want to start. Anybody has any point or comment? Matthijs.
I was wondering, we've seen several types of data sources, and do you think when generating real-world evidence, specifically for public health emergencies like COVID, do you think any type of data source is particularly useful? And that, I think, is a question basically to all three of you.
Anybody wants to try? Olaf?
Yeah, try, sure. Well, I mean, I think the registries or data sources that we traditionally use for pharmacoepi studies are very useful, and we need them. So, but a limitation has definitely been, let's say, delay in access to data, also lag time, so that we needed access to real time data, so that has been an issue, and not in many countries this was feasible. So if we can improve that, so faster access, real-time access to data, especially in emergency situations, not always necessary, but in an emergency situation, you would like to have well, maybe procedures in place or to make exceptions for fast access to data. So that's something that would be needed. What we've experienced in vaccine studies is that especially registration of the exposure, so the vaccine has been an issue. So in some countries there were good registries, but in others it was some were registered with GPs, some were with municipalities, so all over the place, and not a good central registry. And then some countries had it well organized and others not, and that was a limitation for some countries to actually participate in, let's say, cross-country studies.
No, yeah, indeed. Of course, we are seeing a lot of heterogeneity across Europe, but globally around, the ability of collecting data rapidly, because indeed we would ideally need real-time data. We were looking at each day at what was coming up in terms of effectiveness data. Of course, here with COVID, all the testing was done as a mandatory one. So all this data about infection were collected, which is something that we don't have for a lot of other infections and so forth. In general, for vaccines, this creates a bit of a problem in going straight into secondary data collection if you don't collect the actual infection or what caused the infection. So, but I don't know, Nicolas, you were with Drive and COVID Drive, so you thought about how to overcome all these issues.
Yeah, sure. No, I think to your question, Matthijs, I think that there is a need to maybe separate the type of data and their use, because there is, and certainly around the near real-time aspect or the real-time aspect, it is important to realize that some data will be accessible faster, but their quality may be slightly different than the one you will able to access later, and you may have more incomplete early data compared to mature and complete data. So I think, and both are valuable, but it depends what you will do with that. I think if it is the only thing that you have, like these early data that are not perfect, but they are there, you can start to use them, recognizing the limitations, and also probably use them for signal detection and evaluation. Now, if you really want to go and to validate your signal later, you will probably need a full pass or a full study with validation of outcomes and exposure, etc. So I would really emphasize on those two types of data.
Thank you, Jean-Michel.
Yes, I think that in this case, we must recognize the limitation of the availability of the data, the quality of the data, and the decision making. Nearly all the signal on the top of my head, and the chair may confirm or not, came from spontaneous reports. And people from all member states wanted the question, do I continue vaccinating or not, based on this data? And you can come afterwards with any pass that you want that will deliver in 6 months. The decision making is within 2 weeks. And so I think there's a timing for signal detection and validation, and there's a timing for signal quantification, and especially regarding, for instance, the age group and so on, and odds ratios that you might have. And so, to me, there are two difficulties. First, even, and I think that we overcame this, just the patient exposure. The patient exposure, not the dose distributed, the dose administered by age group, was a nightmare to have. For observed versus expected analysis to be done in certain group of age. The AP studies that allow for the background incidence rate were available, I would say, in a good timing as terms of preparedness. But even if you want to do a good self-control in case series, and the EMEA has done one on myocarditis with some vaccine, it takes 2 months. The decision making from at national level needs usually 1 month. And my second point is that when we have spontaneous reporting and serious reports, by the law, it's within 2 weeks. But usually we did them faster with GTS, for instance. And so we are doing by learning, but we should not expect and make people believe that with AP study, we will have data at the right time for the decision making.
Yeah, I agree. AP studies probably, maybe we should see real world data and real world databases as an access to data. Of course, there is always a data lag, so you cannot start probably immediately after licensure or distribution of the vaccine, but you could think of applying some, and maybe Darwin will help there, rapid cycle analysis, and even on a sequential manner with even pre-specified outcomes. Of course, as you said, you cannot foresee everything, but this may be a way to use, I would say, real-world data, not really in active surveillance, but more to support passive surveillance, because I agree with you, spontaneous reporting was key to identify and monitor the safety of the vaccines everywhere.
Mm-hmm. No, indeed, very important point. Background rates and coverage data are essential in order to allow to come up rapidly with decisions. Peter?
Yeah, I just want to be a bit more ambitious than Jean-Michel. So I agree, looking at the experience we had over the last 3 years, and we did more with observational data during COVID than we've ever done before, and it was groundbreaking, but often there was a lag time. But I think if we look to the future, Dr. Pratt's mentioned Darwin, but I think Darwin is only part of it. I think the existing framework contracts and perhaps new framework contracts with consortia that specialize in vaccine surveillance will, through proactive surveillance, by putting in place the governance, the data collection, the analyses, the suites of analyses, I believe, as long as we continue to invest and remain and don't allow our attention to be focused onto something else completely from tomorrow, and we remain focused on preparedness, I think we will be in the years to come have data that will be available in nearer real time, and therefore able to have results within that month type time frame that you were talking about, rather than multiple months. I don't know, Jesper, you're an optimist.
No, I mean, definitely. I mean,
or are you a realist?
Almost a realist, because I mean, some of the data we talk about here, we had that within 15 minutes of that being you were given the administration of the shot, right? And Anton Podegar's work back in March, within 2 weeks after that first ICSR, I appreciate that. We went back to look at the data. Maybe we could have seen it. We have monitored into the data that something was going on, right? So I'm just saying this is triggering new ways of thinking about using data in real time in the Nordic countries. So I don't think it's that far away, to be honest.
Yeah, no, that would be really appreciated and excellent, because indeed when something pops up that is a significant safety concern, all public health authorities would need to understand, okay, but who is more at risk? How I'm gonna change my vaccination campaign? How I'm gonna, structure again who should be getting the vaccine and who not? So all these questions pop up immediately, and it would be great to have this data as soon as possible. And I don't know, and the other problem that we've seen, like in Europe and North America, we have done pretty good in spotting the emergency of these adverse events. But since we are discussing internationally also with WHO and other countries, and still now it looks like these events are not occurring in many parts of the world where vaccines are used to the same rate they were occurring in Europe or North America, which is a big concern about the ability of pharmacovigilance system globally. And I think this is an area that we need also to work on and to do better, because it's very strange to see all this data diverging in the outcome, and then people trying to say, oh, but there was no problem at all. You see here in country X and Y, nothing happened. So something to work on. I don't know, Jean-Michel, you're working also with WHO. What do you think?
No, I think that indeed the main signals that were identified with the vaccine were not the country where they were used the most, but where they were the most effective in terms of pharmacovigilance, mainly FDA, Europe, of course, and as you mentioned, also Israel. I want also to quote Stephen Evans on one point. You need to pick 2 out of 3: money, rapidity, quality. If you want to have good studies, okay, so good quality, rapidly, you will need to pay, and pay a lot. And I think this is why we need to invest in how we do database research now with the availability of the database, because the question that people need today is to have good data in a short period of time. And I think that this is why, when you mention WHO, this is the difficulty. When you are working with the WHO, we have few data available and few database available outside of Europe or the North America. And it may make some concerns with some pharmacogenetic adverse events, of course, but we are not there yet even, of course.
It's a very important point. In fact, that's one of the factors always raised. I don't know, Nicola, of course, in the context of a pandemic, public health authorities, but with vaccine in general, they have a big role to play because they are the owner of the data set. They are doing their analysis anyway to inform their decision. So how do you see the role of industry as we move forward, and what has been, the experience that we gained throughout COVID-19, and how you think in the future industry should be contributing to all these efforts of generating real world evidence?
Well, I think that, as I mentioned in my short talk, there is a need for considering the constraints that are put on the main stakeholders that are able to generate data, and I think that it would be more effective if people would work together on the same, probably because we will all access at the end, or will be willing to access the same data at the same moment and do the same kind of analysis. That's what we have seen. If you look at the different protocols and designs, etc., there is really not much difference, not too many differences between the approaches. So I think it's this multi-stakeholder approach would be, I think, more efficient, but it should be, organized if possible, and it's not always possible to work all together. I'm aware of that as well. So I think we could divide and conquer to try to generate the evidence, but not compete to generate the evidence.
Exactly. So relying on what is generating, and of course, for you having a chance of commenting and checking the quality of the data set collected, these type of things.
I mean, absolutely.
Okay, I think we are almost done. So if there are no other...
So is the idea, Patrice, that we vote, that people do, just before we close, do a quick vote. So colleagues, go to scan it with your phone. Let's do a quick word cloud, and then we'll wrap up the session and wrap up the whole day.
No active tool doesn't work.
Okay, colleagues, it's not functioning at the moment, so let's not lose any more time. Colleagues, don't worry. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Okay, so let's end on a high. Thank you, Marco, for chairing that session. Very interesting, very insightful. I'm glad you mentioned Matthijs, Catherine Coe, because that gave a little bit of gender balance to the panel. And a really nice way to have as a last session for this workshop, because it was about recent experience, which actually is in itself transformative in terms of real world evidence in medicines regulations. So big thanks. Maybe a last round of applause for the panel. Colleagues, I'm the only thing between you and a cup of tea and a cake outside. So I would like to just very briefly thank everyone for a great 2 days. A couple of 2 days where we've looked at data quality, data discoverability. We've looked at the experience of doing regulatory studies. We've looked at Darwin EU as hopefully a transformative new initiative in real world evidence in the EU. Registries as another really important way of generating real world evidence, and then the COVID experience. I've taken from this that we achieve more by working together with a multi-stakeholder approach, that through experimentation and piloting and learning along the way, and those are going to be our guardrails or our principles as we go forward. By doing this, we can have excellent real-world evidence, which contributes to excellent clinical evidence for better medicines for European patients. Quick look forward. We will have a short report of this meeting and the slides all on the website in the coming weeks. We have a methodologies workshop on real world evidence methodologies in the autumn, and then we'll have a big data steering group multi-stakeholder event towards the end of the year, where a lot of the content will be about real world evidence, but not exclusively. I want to give a few thanks. Firstly, on behalf of Jesper and myself, to the speakers, the chairs, the panelists, the organising committee, everybody that's participated both in person and remotely, as well as people that have taken time out of their working days to follow the meeting through the broadcast. I'd also like to make a particular shout out to Gosha Durka Grabalska and Valerie Muldoon, who have provided the organisational support. So maybe a quick round of applause for them. And last 60 seconds, things are evolving in a very positive way for real-world evidence in regulatory decision-making and in public health in general. Just a few things to note. Yesterday, the European Parliament supported the fees regulation amendments for the EMA, which includes explicitly fees for funding for real world evidence. So that means that funding for things like Darwin should be sustainable long term, because so much in the past has been project based and has come to an end. This is not the best way to do public health functions. So that's great news. We have the European Health Data Space, which in the years to come should be transformative in terms of governance and data access and secondary use of healthcare data. Pharma strategy a few years in the future, but which foresees explicit legal basis for medicines regulators to be conducting real-world evidence studies and to be changing labels based on the results of those studies. So again, transformative. And obviously, major advances in science and major advances in technology, all pointing in the same direction, greater use of healthcare data for public health purposes. So I think together, working in this way, we can be confident that we will enable use and establish value of real-world evidence by 2025 and beyond, and collectively then contribute to excellent clinical evidence. Thank you, everybody, and have a great afternoon.